it's
somebody is buying
revenue
vehicles, they are
going round.
Nigerians, so the money is going round. So 10 billion naira for a presidential election. If you divide it by 36 states, you don't have up to 300 million going to a state.
But are we going to have, you know, the fear with a lot of people is that we may not have those with good intention if they can't cough out that much money via for political posts.
If you have good intentions and you're able to convince people who will support you, they will raise money for you.
How then do we now, you know, conquer the issue of godfatherism if you need to depend on people to support you?
One doesn't need to be a godfather. If you believe in a cause, you put in money into it. If you have 10 people donating 1,000, that's 10,000 naira. If you have 20 people donating 1,000, that's 20,000.
I like
people
that
cannot form and become godfathers.
Crowdfunded.
So little by little, people, where you're supposed to spend 200,000, people contribute 10,000 out of it. You spend 190,000. It makes the people part of the process.
All right, Honorable.
So once it is people friendly, once you're able to convince the people, they will cut down the amount of money you're going to spend and put in their money and make sure we achieve a law.
Okay, Honorable, looking at this law, you know, from the outside, as one who was once a lawmaker, would you say or describe it as progress or as a system trying to rearrange itself against 2027? Would you applaud this law and this reform?
Yes, I will applaud the law.
So? Why so?
You see, the lawmaking is a difficult task. A lawmaker is like a judge who listens to different sides of an issue and comes at a compromise. In lawmaking, the judge will give justice. The lawmaker will give justice, but he will try to bring two very different or very many opinions into one in such a way that it will touch the better parts of everyone. So what the lawmakers have done, what the National Assembly has done, is to critically analyze situations in every part of Nigeria and then take this middle course. That if you make it very rigid, it becomes very difficult for the law to be operational. So allowing this little space will make it easier to do everything that has to do with the election.
All right.
And then if you look at what happens during the election, you will agree with me that if you make it too rigid, the lives of people who partake in that election will be at risk. There must be a way where they can get out of it.
All right, then. I'm not sure I got that, but thank you for your contribution there. Let's move this conversation to Roy Oriabo, or Comrade Roy Oriabo. Now, you're still with us, I believe.
I'm here, sir.
Great. So let's talk about this. I mean, 10 billion, 3 billion, the monies are increasing. You heard Honorable Ejiofor, says it's money for the states, advertorials, printings. Of course, this will go to party agents and members of the parties. Do you think it's going to trickle all the way down to the ordinary man in the streets? And how, the big question here is, how then do you control people who contribute to your emergence to say, look, I want this person to get a ministerial slot? How do you control all of that if you need to go for a certain level of crowdfunding?
Thank you once again. Nigeria is an unusual place. I'll keep on telling Nigerians who care to listen. Meanwhile, we don't even have a reliable data to track the kind of money we are spending. When I heard about 10 billion, that money is grossly inadequate for any man to win president and presidency in this part of the world. That is just the truth, unless we want to deceive ourselves. 10 billion, with 10 billion, you can't win the governorship race in Nigeria. It's not possible.
Do you need the money to win, or you need convincing the people to vote for you to win the election? Do we need money to convince people?
For logistics. Let me tell you, in 2023 election, when I was living beneath of my village, I bought fuel at 4,000 naira. It took me and it brought me. A few months ago, when
I wonder why the internet decided to take your audio off, because I would have loved to hear, how you maneuvered Is it more expensive now to buy fuel and the rest of it? Is that why we should be talking about contesting for political office with such humongous amount? But you say it's not so much money. Let's see if. All right. So I'd love to bring this question to Prince Francis Chilaka now. Let's have your reaction to the conversation so far. Then we'll go to Oko Splendor.
I think the way politicians look at this thing is different from the way we, the ordinary Nigerians, look at it. We're talking about a country where we're saying that everybody must participate in politics, and we want Nigerians involved. And you're setting a figure, and I'm asking myself, how many Nigerians today can afford 3 billion naira?
Crowdfunding. You heard the honorable.
You see, when you say crowdfunding, people will crowdfund you if they trust you, if they believe in you. The process has been flawed from ab initio.
Isn't that even better? If you
The
have
process, let me finish. The process is flawed. You're talking about 3 billion. The problem of Nigeria starts with the parties when you have to buy the ticket. That's where the problem starts from. That is where everybody gets eliminated. And that is where this whole thing about godfatherism cannot be thrown away. Because if I want to contest election and you're telling me to pay 50 million for the ticket, then I have to run to Chukwumokoro. Chukwumokoro will say, okay, I'll give you 12 million, but you will do this. And I put my thumbprint. I run to her, I run to you. At the end of the day, what happens? You guys have become godfathers. So tell me, how will I extricate myself from you? How will we have a thriving democracy when we have such a situation? So they know themselves. They know that they have accumulated so much wealth. They know they have, enriched themselves.
You're not reacting to the argument that the money trickles down to the ordinary man.
It doesn't get, the only money that trickles down to the ordinary man is the bribe, vote buying, that is all. How does that make the ordinary man happy? You have institutionalized poverty. And so you're now indirectly saying, okay, because the election is coming, from that 3 billion, you will use 1 billion to buy votes. And you say you're a politician, you say you're a man of integrity or integrity. and you think that is the way to go? When elections were contested in 1979 in this country, the likes of Shehu Shagari, the likes of Simon Bakwe, the likes of Jakonde, did they spend such money?
Yeah, but
this will give us quality.
Inflation and other
Forget the inflation, they give us quality leadership. The people you have today, what kind of leadership are they giving us? What kind of leadership are they giving us?
The Prince.
They are rather buying people's votes because the Nigerians have become so poor, hungry, so you just buy them off. And then you give them pittance. And then at the end of the day, you embezzle all the money.
Okay, all right, Prince. In discussing all of this, let's go to Splendor. Because Splendor was governor candidate in 2023. He will help us understand, how much is spent, how much, if he can, and how that trickled down to the ordinary citizens, and how that helped the economy of Ebonyi State. Comrade Splendor, I'm sure you have followed us, in this conversation. You have been part of it. Tell us, 3 billion naira for governorship and 10 billion naira spending cap for president. How does that help our democracy? Walk us through your experience as a governor candidate in 2023, Labour Party.
Thank you so much, Mr. Okoro. Honestly speaking, the idea of raising the money from initial 5 billion for the presidency to 10 billion, and that of the governorship from 1 billion to 3 billion, tells you how insensitive this administration is. Nigerians are actually wallowing in abject poverty. Nigerians are looking for a solution. The only thing we hear is increment on campaign expenditure, which does not really tackles the problem of ordinary Nigerian. Let me tell you, the problem we have in where
somebody who is competent enough, who is with enough strategy to pull the people out from poverty to a situation where they can look back and say, yes, that we are better off. Those people are being handicapped with this humongous amount of money that is placed in politics. For me, I believe that the idea of making politics to be very expensive in Nigeria, that it does not allow the competent people to step into the shoes of governance.
Comrade Splendor,
So,
you contested the Ebonyi State governor in 2023.
Yes.
At that point, the
Yes.
cap was 1 billion naira. Now, did you lose the election because you didn't have 1 billion naira, or that the 1 billion naira you had didn't work for you at that point? Can you help us make sense of it?
Honestly speaking, you must not have 1 billion naira to become a candidate. The issue of who becomes a candidate starts from the party level, okay? When once you are able to participate, you get a nomination form, get interest form, and then participate in the party primary, and you are able to win the primary, you automatically become the candidate of the party. The party will now send your name to INEC for to be published as the candidate of the party. So you begin to prepare or begin to campaign depending on how much you have. You must not have 1 billion. But what I'm saying is that if these people who are already in power place it at 1 billion or place it at 10 billion,
So the question,
they only create...
the question my colleague asked, sorry.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, but we'd like you to react to the question.
Yes, I said the main reason for the government in power to say, okay, you can spend 10 billion before you can contest for the presidency is just an avenue to muzzle up money they can use to buy up the vote again. Just like my colleague stated there,
yes,
that this thing will aid them into vote buying.
Okay.
You see, and you know, when the people are so much impoverished that they don't have any option, they only wait for that crops, that peanut that comes to them,
Comrade
and they surrender their vote to you.
Comrade Oko.
Yes, I'm with you, sir.
Good. Now, the question my colleague asked you is, you got the tickets for your party to run. Now, did you lose because you didn't have enough money to campaign? Did the party support you in campaigning? Why do you think you lost the election? Was it, and what you spent, the monies you spent, how much of it got to the ordinary man?
Well, like I said before, I said you must not get 1 billion to run.
Yes, you didn't have 1 billion. I know. Okay. I mean, from what you have said,
because
you didn't have 1 billion.
It was not there.
But what you spent,
So
was that why you lost?
Yes.
Because you didn't spend enough. Do you think that was why you lost?
Okay. For me, I think it was not really why I lost, but it contributed. You know, because when it contributed because when in 2023, you know, the government of APC, the former governor, who now is the Minister of Works, you know, was still the incumbent then. So a government in power enjoys what is called power of incumbency. Okay, in that power of incumbency, you will see that they are literally in charge of the security agencies. They have the fund, you know, so you cannot actually compete with them in terms of fund. But what we are saying is that as an opposition, if you come out to contest and you talk to the people, it is a process. If they didn't see you worthy to become their governor now, when they now look at what you are actually, your campaign strategies, they can now come and say, okay, the next election, we are going to try this opposition because of what he said to us. For me, I told my people that collecting bribe or collecting indulging on vote buying cannot take away their suffering. You know, that the people should look at the particular candidate who has solution to their problem.
Okay.
We should be talking about in Ebonyi State, we have so many mineral resources.
Yeah.
Okay. We have so many means of generating internal revenue that can aid or subside the suffering of the people, not by taxing the people. You
Not
can't
by
tax
taxing
a
the people.
poor person, you know. So these are what I was saying. You cannot tax the people to generate money. You can only create an avenue where you can make life meaningful and comfortable for the people. So that
right
is
then.
just the thing, sir.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But you see, let's talk about the issue of vote buying. And I'd like to go to Roy Oriabo now. Roy, I understand that your audio is a lot better now, Comrade Roy. I understand that your audio is a lot better now. So we'd like you to, in reacting, you could continue what you were trying to say earlier. But talking about vote buying, you think Nigerians are ripe enough for this message of don't sell your vote because what you collect today will not be enough to secure for you for the next 4 years? I was from Saturday's by-elections in Abuja and some other parts of the country. I was, listening to an interview done on the ground in Abuja there by some agents, some press, members of the press. And then a lady was asked a question, why she sold her vote. I mean, she sold her vote. And she admitted to selling her vote for 30,000 naira. And they asked her why. Why did you sell your vote? She said, look, they know who will be there anyway. If I can't stand in the sun for hours and go home and not have food to eat. So whether I vote for them or not, they know who will be there. So if you say you don't want to give me money, then that's doubling my suffering. How about I just collect 10,000 naira and I know that at least for tonight, I have food to eat. Those were her words. Those were her words. Do you think we are ripe for this message of don't sell your vote, vote your conscience? Are we ripe for that message?
Where is the conscience in the first place? Do we have conscience in Nigeria? Those who are telling you about conscience because they are not there. We deceive ourselves in this country too much. That's my problem. We don't tell ourselves the truth because we want to criticize government. We just sit down and start cooking story. How can 10 billion naira of a truth, can 10 billion naira win a presidential election for anybody in Nigeria?
Is it the money that wins the election or the people buying into your ideology?
When I mean winning an election with 10 billion, it's not the money you are going to use to buy votes. We have to look at logistics, even in publicity. In this your station tomorrow, if the election is going on, I'm very convinced that you also be doing some advert for them. From that advert, your salary can be paid, and they can service this station very well. Are you not going to take advert from them? Are they not going to pay your money? Logistics. Are they not going to bring buses? Are they not going to buy? In any election across the globe, is it the individuals contesting election that's supposed to bankroll themselves? If you have a mission across the globe, look at how Obama won an election. Even very just now, the former president, the incumbent president of US, Donald Trump, people also raised money for him. We were told in this country that some person from here raised money for the Democrat candidate in faraway US to win an election. Is it your personal money that you are going to use to win an election? If you have a mission, you have a vision, the people who believe in you will naturally want to rally for you in terms of donation. Even in the Obidient movement, was money not raised for Peter Obi in the last election? Why are we deceiving ourselves that 10 billion can win election? Because we just want to be on the other side. 774 local governments. How are you going to spend that money? How are you going to do it that you get the result? I've decided to be telling Nigerians the truth. 10 billion cannot win election. 10 billion cannot even win a governorship seat for you. One, you
now, in you telling Nigerians the truth, it's interesting that you keep saying 10 billion cannot win election, because the question on my head, the question on my mind is, do you need the money to win the election, or you need the money to campaign? Because it feels like what you're saying is the money will be needed to win the election.
No.
And I know it's the people voting for you that wins the election for you, not the money.
Is one, look at the logistics. Talk about the publicity, the advert. When you consider only the logistics, you know what that means. When you consider the advert, you know what that means. People will be doing all those adverts, they have to pay for it in the process. On the day of campaign, people are going to cook. People will be providing food. Some persons are coming to support.
Comrade Roy, do you know what 10 billion naira is? Let's even start from 1 billion. Do you know what 1 billion naira is? 1 billion naira is
1 billion is 1,000 million.
1 million in 1,000 places.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's 1 billion.
That's 1 billion.
Yes. It appears you Mr. Okoro, it
So we're
appears
talking
you are
about 1
more
million in
aware
3,000
of
places now.
the level of
For 3
inflation in
billion.
this country. I just told you in 2022.
Okay, now I'm happy that you brought us to the point, level of inflation. Why shouldn't this government work to bring down that level of inflation? But they go the other way. They turn around to say, oh, let us increase the space, the gap. Which one should we prefer as Nigerians? For the government to bring down inflation or for the government to raise the cap? Which one works better for us as a people?
Said it to this program before that removal of subsidy in Nigeria was done in bad faith. And that was the reason why everything moved. I told you just in 2023, I left Benin to Lagos and I paid 4,500 in January. I just came back from Lagos and I paid 27,800. I'm not talking about pay. This is the level of inflation. For you to belong to the system, you must call a spade a spade. The Nigerian government created the problem for us. This inflation we find ourselves. Therefore, for you to also be a partaker in the system to remain viable, you need to adjust.
All right then, thank you very much.
My children who go to school in the morning, I was giving them 100 naira, 200 naira before. I cannot give them 1,000 naira now to go to school. After,
all right, thank you very much.
Buying the bottle, what is an issue? We must tell ourselves the truth. It's
all right then, thank you very much, Comrade Roy. We're closing home now. We're closing home now. Thank you very much. Let's bring it to Prince Francis Chilaka. Let's have your.
You know why I'm laughing. You know why I'm laughing. I find it quite interesting the way a lot of Nigerians reason. In one breath, you're supporting the government. In another breath, you're condemning the government. In one breath, you're telling us that the inflation we have was institutionalized by the government. And another breath, you're saying, oh, they should increase the money for campaign so that I can get to you. Is that not an aberration? We had expected that government would say, look, you must not spend more than, say, 500 million in running presidential election.
But logistics are there.
No.
It might be difficult to get
Wait,
these things in place.
Okoro,
Moses,
hold on. You are bringing yourself to serve the people. We need to understand that leadership is about service first. You're coming out to say you want to serve the people. Must you cut your neck because you want to serve the people? You can run a budget-friendly campaign. And that friendly campaign means that you reach out to the people, publicity.
Somebody did say
logistics.
He didn't have that much money, and it contributed. It may not be the reason he lost the election, but it contributed. Can we run a budget-friendly campaign?
You can.
And effectively.
You can, if there's a legislation towards it.
If there is a legislation towards it.
Yes, you can. Because when you do that, you find out that you will now have a tight budget. You won't have money to begin to buy votes. This 10 billion that has been earmarked, 80% of it is going to go for vote buying. Because at the end of the day, friends are going to do T-shirts. Friends are going to mount speakers and everything for you.
So it doesn't even come out of the 10 billion?
It doesn't come out of it. So the 10 billion you are budgeting is how much do I give to the chiefs? How much do I give to, the boys? How much? So we need to run a campaign that is based on issues.
All right, then,
and when you run campaign based on issues, you won't be talking about 10 billion.
Well, this is where we draw the curtains on this program. Thank you very much, Prince Francis Chilaka. You'll pay a fine, and we'll talk about that much later. And it will not be 3 billion, to be a whole lot more than that. Well, away from, thank you very much, Prince Francis Chilaka, for coming on the program. Thank you very much, Comrade Roy Oriabo. Also, Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu and Comrade Eze Okosplendor. Thank you, gentlemen, for your immense contribution. We'll be going into paper review very shortly. That's at 10 o'clock. We'll be looking at the headlines and dissecting them, making sense of all the headlines. We'd like you to stay with us as we get into newspaper review. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you again at 10. Bye for now.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Join us at 10.
I'm Chukwu Mokoro. Bye for now.
VOP TV, now You have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, it's a full house. It's a full house. I'll be introducing our analyst for today.
Hello, thank you so much for joining us on Newspaper Review. I'm Jane Ogoye.
All right, that's my colleague Jane. And then we have Elvis Elimehele. He joins the conversation. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Moses.
Public Affairs commentator. We have Dele Fanimo, also a reporter and a public affairs commentator. And Mr. Darlington Agumo, a legal practitioner and also a public affairs commentator. Gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the program. It's the 24th day of February 2026, the month of love. Interesting month it is. I like love. I like love. So, yes, I like to talk
I don't
about
despise love.
You don't despise love?
Yes, love makes the world go round.
Yes, money makes the world go round.
No, love.
Love? Okay.
Money, love.
Well, if you want to combine
Love of money.
Love and money goes together.
Love of money. Oh, well. Tinubu vows to establish state police to curb insecurity. I am determined to rescue this country. And as long as we work together in delivering hope to our citizens, the best is yet to come. That's from the Vanguard newspaper. That's the headline there from the Vanguard. And then we have some of the headlines. I'll just go through other headlines here as well. 2027 polls. Vote buying, violence, threat to electoral legitimacy. NPC. JAM. Students must not pay for system failures. Peter Obi. Also, we have no bank, no problem. How shuffle.com. Okay, that's an advertorial. New U.S. tariffs take effect after Supreme Court ruling. FCT polls APGA candidate accept AMAC result, says won't challenge APC win. And yes, these are some of the headlines that you will find inside, on the cover page and inside the Vanguard newspaper. 53,790 held in prisons without trial. That's another of the headlines there. Why? Well, Wike cancels 485 Abuja land titles after failed verification. All right? Yeah, those are some of the headlines. I'm going to get to the riders of that big story there on the cover page of the Vanguard newspaper. But, gentlemen, let's have your take now.
I want to go with this establishment of state police. The caption is not too comfortable for me. I don't like the idea of the president saying, I will give you state police. The ones he did, has he settled it? When he started the local government financial autonomy, has he settled that before going into another one? These are federal issues. It's not a personal matter. You cannot establish state police on your own. You can't. It's a constitutional matter. So when he make all these sweeping statements, he don't even think of the implication. Until when the chiefs are done, he will not realize that he made a blunder. The state, local government autonomy, has he settled it? Is it working? Is it functioning? The answer is capital no, because the constitution has not been tinkered with. And so you are talking of state police. How will you even curb the insecurity? If the federal police, as we have them today, cannot, why not even look at the real issues? The real issues are the politicians. The politicians who have not allowed the security agencies to do their work as that they should do it. They are the ones who are supposed to give them the marching order. And so, when you talk of state police, how can you curb the insecurity? Can you pay them? Is it every state in this country today that can have state police? Where will the money come from? These are issues that you should have thought of before bringing another problem into our life.
I think when the president says, I will, he's talking about his government. The head of this government as we speak today is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. No, you made mention of local government autonomy. I know, I heard of that. But the state police is talking about his government will definitely find solution to that and he will give it to Nigeria. Nigerians have been yearning for state police and it's overdue. If you are talking about whether the state can pay, it is not even this time that somebody will say state cannot pay. There's no state in Nigeria now that cannot adequately pay state police. You will even agree with me now that almost all the states in Nigeria have all these local vigilante, and they still manage them, they pay them, and they maintain them. So with what they receive, the FAC allocation they get in Abuja, now there's no state that cannot adequately manage state police. And we have just, by this 2026, now with this executive order that he just signed, NNPC payment directly into federal account. Now that is also coming to show up.
Which is illegal.
No, we are not talking about whether legal or illegal here, but we are talking about the statement he made now that is going to give us state police. So, question of whether the state will be able to finance state police does not even arise at all. If the governors cut down in their profligacy lifestyle that they have in their respective state houses, they'll be able to finance state police. All the governors you see in Nigeria, they have security budget, which you and I is not aware of the amount of money. If they channel that into state police will work. And to talk of whether state police will be able to help to assist to fight insecurity, state police will be able to assist. Because we are talking about police being state citizens being recruited into these state police who know the terrain of their states better off. I remember some years in 1987 when we had the issue of Anini in my state then, Bende State. In 1987 when we have issue of Anini, IBB categorically said, let Pari Osayende go back to his state to go and Omebe first friend Omebe could not achieve it.
Yes,
his driver was killed in the process. So he now said, Parry, even in one of the Supreme Military Council's meetings,
Yes.
he said, where is Anini? Where is Anini? He said, where is Anini?
IG
He was asking the IG. He said, where is Anini? Then that was when the assignment was given to Parry Hussein. Then go back to Benin and make sure you fish out Anini. And he did the job. What are we talking about? Because he knows the terrain. That's exactly the area we are going back to now when we have that state police. So state police is as important as any other thing because they'll be able to know where this. Talking of this forest, is there anybody within the state that who doesn't know his forest better than the miscreants that are coming in and are coming to adopt people in the forest that does not even belong to them? They cannot know the forest in my place more than me. So state police is overdue.
We are missing.
As a matter of fact, you see, when presidents make pronouncements, they make pronouncements on behalf of the state.
Exactly.
And if they are saying, I will, it is not personal. Trump will say, I will go to that place. I will do this. I will do this. It's the moment you surrender your sovereignty through voting to a particular president. That president is the overall boss of that country. And he can make pronouncements that way. Two, either we like it or not, there is no better option than state police. Even the states, as we speak, they are the ones partially funding the federal police. In Lagos, for instance, there is this trust fund, security
over the years.
Over the years.
And it's been working well.
Since this man that succeeded Tinubu,
Fashola,
they have been paying, banks were paying, and they use this proceeds to buy ammunition, buy platoon jackets, buy vehicles, and all that.
Communication gadgets.
If they can do that, even while assisting the federal police, and there is no state in this country that does not do this. There is no state. So the fact that we are saying that we cannot fund state police, I think it's out of it. We can adequately sponsor, and look at ISBA. Kano. What I said, I've been sponsoring ISBA. And they have the medical strength that requires, as a matter of fact, if there is state police today in Nigeria, all they need to do is to transform ISBA to state police.
Yes.
And if there is going to be any state police today
in Lagos,
Nigeria,
we have
Lagos, yes, neighborhood watch. If Amotekun can transform police, because most of these people are indigenous of that state, and they know the terrain. As a matter of fact, Amotekun today does more of forest guard than the city center. If you see one Amotekun on the street in the state capital or major town, you will see 10 of them in the forest. So what we are saying is there is no way a DPO that does not know Lagos will come to Makinde and begin to operate adequately, effectively in Makinde police station. But bring somebody who grew up in Oshodi, Mafoluku, as DPO of Makinde. The first day he gets there, he already knows the bad boys in Makinde, around the Mafoluku area. So he would rather call them and say, look, I have come, you cannot come and destroy my job. It's either you relocate or you have me to contend with. And it will work that way. Yeah, in so many other places, we have seen it work. You recall that there was a time one particular IG said DPOs should be drafted to their local government of origin.
Yes.
It worked.
It did.
It worked.
Now, what I'm saying in essence is that you cannot form state police in the midst of this insecurity and instead expect them to perform. Let the federal government, with all the paraphernalia of office, with all the power they have, clear this insecurity that have invaded Nigeria. They came from outside. The chief of army staff have told us that these people are from outside. And so it behoves on the federal government to clear these things first. They have the power. They have all it takes to clear these people. Let them give, the political will is what is needed here. You cannot solve this problem with state police. It can never happen. After all, when they formed that for Amotekun, they told us that with it, nothing. But today, with Amotekun in Ondo and all that, they are still hitting them there.
All right.
They are still hitting them in Ondo with Amotekun. Even in Ibadan, some people are crying that Tinubu have led them to die in the southwest. They have written to him. So what exactly are we talking about here? Do the needful. The military are the one to do this job. Or are you going to form a state army? Hold on. Are you going to form state army with the terrorists? The federal government is what I'm calling upon to do this job. After all, they know what to do, but they refuse to do it. They are calling police. Which police? What times are you going to give this police? Clear them away, then you can form state police. This terrorism that have been tribalized and politicized, is that what the state police are going to do for you? No, tell me. Let us call a spade here. You can't form state police in the midst of this insecurity and expect them to perform. It can never happen. It can't. That's what I'm saying. Let them do the needful.
All right, let's move on to another headline now. Behind bars for years, 53,790 held in prisons without trial. That's also on the cover page of the Vanguard there. It says, how 53,790 inmates languish in punitive cells for years without conviction. 2 out of 3 inmates are waiting trial. Lagos, Ogun, Kano, Enugu prisons lead with 15,133. Bayelsa, Benue, Kogi behind with 1,363. Petty offenses account for 85% of awaiting trial. Petty offenses account for 85% of awaiting trial cases. And then we have police, justice ministries, judiciary share blame. Lagos, AG, NHRC, RULAC, PRAWA, PFN, others react. Police, mum.
This is very simple. We've always had this, and it's not just something that happened today. I recall that there was a time a CJN, I think it was Bello then, CJN said that magistrates' courts should be established within the precinct of prison, so that it will ease this problem of saying, there was no vehicle to bring suspects, there was no logistic to do this and all that. So that if there are some offenses that should be reviewed occasionally, the misdemeanor thoughts are offenses that you can place people on suspended conviction. And ADR is also there. Some of these alternatives are not being put to use. Today, a case will come up against a suspect and they will say there is no vehicle. And it will not even be the responsibility of the warder to go back to that court to take a new date. So along the line, the case is lost and the man is suffering in the prisons. How many times had CJN of various states visited these prisons to take a review? Do you know that they even, according to reports we had, there was a time they said they were swapping prisoners. You know? And so if there is conscious effort to make sure that there is this constant review. Today, if you go to police stations now, we are not saying they are there, but because of adequate monitoring, you hardly see policemen misbehaving as much as they were misbehaving before in the police stations. Because the CP, there is a body form that can go into any police station today and ask for the offense of detainees. And if they have not been charged to court, they will force them to charge them to court immediately. And the money is allocated to the prisons. What they use this money for, I don't know. Are we going to blame president for allocating money that is not put to use by these warders? Now, you need to see the food they give to these inmates. Ordinarily, these are things that you cannot even do to animals. It will be seen as cruelty to an animal, yet they give it to. You can imagine a cell that is meant for just 8 people. You see 40 people crowded in that cell. And then you have communicable diseases ravaging that particular cell. So almost on a daily basis, they bury people that that are not reported in these prisons and for minor offenses. Some people even use their executive fiat to keep people in prison for known offense, and those people will rot in the prison. Then what about Ministry of Justice? What are they doing? If a case file is sent to you for DPP's advice, why should you keep it for so long a time that even at some point that person is forgotten in the prison? You see people coming out of prison after 12 years for an offense. If they were convicted, it would have served up to 12 years, maybe at best, maybe 2 years in prison. Now that person has spent 12 years. Who pays compensation for a wasted 10-year life of a human being like you? Nobody. Because for every infraction, there is no punishment. And that's why it goes on and on and on and on. And nobody cares because it's not the big man. So my submission today, my conclusion on this is that it is a sin to become, to be a Mr. Nobody in this country.
I think I love this this investigation that Vanguard did on this matter.
Because they are close to Kirikiri.
Well, that is part of it. That could be part of it. You see, when the name was changed from prison to correctional center, I thought some of these things would have been put in place. It's not just coming to change name and change the signpost that matters. What it matters is the people that are supposed to rehabilitate, are they actually feeling the impact of this change of name? It is absolutely no. Talking about 53,000. Do you know what that means? That's almost like a local government population that you are talking that they are in the prison, you know, and said 80-something% of them are waiting trial. What now makes every 3 2-hour waiting trial? What now makes it that our court system is not working as expected? This is the issue. Sometimes you see a case that will now linger for 12 years, 14 years, 15 years. Some of them are even, they'll tell you, oh, this was supposed to be just ordinary civil case. Maybe somebody just assault, fighting on the street, you know, or one big man that has money will just put him there. Why is it that the justice system is not actually looking into all this? I expected that since they changed that name to correctional center, some of these things would have been taken care of. Then human rights should also make it, you know, point to visit prison often. When I was a copper, I was a member of the prison visitation team from my fellowship. What I saw then in Uyo prison is something that when I still remember today, I feel like crying. The dilapidating situation in Uyo prison. Then, these prisoners will bring out their beds every week, put fire on it to burn bed bugs.
Wow.
They put fire on their bed to burn bed bugs before they now return it. If you see the food prisoners eat, oh my God, I weep. The first time I went for that fellowship visitation to prison, I couldn't stay. And that is what, if the population is not as much as what we are talking about now. And now look at the population. And look at the situation. 53,000. That's almost a population of a local government. Wow. So if the federal government is not looking into this report after it has been published today, I think the Minister for Interior, Nigerians have actually said he's doing very well. He should look into this situation. I'm talking about Dr. Tunji Ojo.
The most interesting parties, or the most heartbreaking parties, 2 out of 3 of them are
waiting trial. Why is the justice system delaying this thing? If there are, like Mr. Fanimo has said here, why don't you use the alternative dispute resolution to keep some people out of the prison? Then keep those ones that are necessary to be there. Not just that every prison thing, the person is thrown into the cell. And you know, Nigerian policemen are also very, very happy to say, oh, we are taking you to the cell. They dump you in the cell. From the cell, they take you to court. And sometimes the magistrate, sometimes they tell you the case file is not even before the magistrate.
You see, there is a problem here that is behoves on the society to address. I have always said it that it is the society that prepares the crime. The criminal just commits it. The society led the criminal to his criminal lifestyle, and they will turn around and blame him. If you search, you have a place where you correct people, and you are just taking them there to go and learn all the bad things on earth. So what is the correction? You can see how we contradict ourselves. In such an environment now, how can you correct anybody there? How can you? The criminal justice system starts with the police at the police station. It is what they take to the court that the judge will be looking at, or the magistrates. If you do not train police on how to manage cases, what is he going to do in the court? I have seen cases where the judge and the magistrate are telling the police, this charge shouldn't be here. What is the reason for bringing this charge here? What did you know? You start educating them again. A police officer, the IPO, the prosecutor. These are issues. So when you don't take care of this thing from the grassroots, please, what are you going to do at the top? And so when the police is frustrated, they don't go and dump the person in the prison and hands off the case. 90% of the time, that's what they do. They don't put up a charge. When they go there, they remind the person, and that's all. The man will say, yes, at least he will be free from the case. So whenever a case is launched off, if you go and see...
Barrister,
yes.
I want to disagree with you there.
In what way? Where are you disagreeing?
I don't agree that the issue is that we don't have investigative officers. I don't think we don't. I hear that Nigerian... Well, I have been in a police station.
You have been.
I have been to a couple of times. But what I'm trying to say is the system is corrupt. So even the so-called, specialized officers can't even do their job. And this charge and bail thing, this prison, dumping people into the cell is a very quick business deal for the Nigerian police. So that's where they make a lot of their money.
Yeah, you don't contradict yourself. Okay. You said they don't do their job.
Yeah.
And then it's a big business for them. And you are saying that you don't agree with me that you don't have investigative...
No, you said we don't have investigative police officers. And I said the problem is not the absence of this investigative police officers. The absence is that the problem is corruption and them not doing their job. But what just came to my mind was October 2025 when President Tinubu granted clemency to, I think, over 75. I think he prone... Yeah. Okay, maybe I should just let you laugh.
Yes,
but it just brought to mind that the justice system in Nigeria is terribly flawed as well.
Good, because when you are copying, the world is a global village. In Scandinavian countries today, they are closing down their prisons because the rate of crime is nothing, and that is not there. And when you see the few that are in prison, you see how they treat them. They serve themselves, they take care of them, they cook their own food. You'll be asking yourself, is this man living in his house or in prisons? No, seriously, we have seen it on CNN, they showed it. And people were asking, so this is how prison look like. And so when you train somebody from that place and let him come out, he will be a better person in the society. But you know our mentality. Moses, do you know the mentality of the average police or cell or whatever? If you don't deal hard with them, if you don't teach them lessons, they will not learn. Yes. So they put you in a hard place. In fact, a lot they used to infect the place with mosquito and bedbug.
They used to.
So that when you come out, you go learn. You don't like to call to police. You don't like to call. These are the mentality that is driving this thing we are talking about.
But I think Nigeria is also ripe for her own Guantanamo maybe. I think so for those agents. It's not this radicalization we are doing. That's why they should dump them.
You got the innocent and the hardened criminal. You put them together. So tell me what will happen if you now bring them out of that.
Especially at that level of awaiting trial, which they say is even more there. 80-something%. You pack both the criminals together with even those ones with lesser offenses. And they are infested.
When they want to pardon people, they would have looked at these people with lesser crime, maybe all these petty pickpockets and all that, who are maybe fines and all that. You can say, okay, those between these brackets and awaiting trial, all of you should go. You should leave the prison premises. That is the way. One of the hardened criminals you had in this country today, Golo, I don't know whether he's dead or not. Do you know why he became a deadly animal? He was picked out at Mile 2 for wandering. Because he didn't have 2,000 naira to bail himself when police took him. They dumped him inside prison. He stayed 7 good years there. 7 good years, no trial, this guy came out and said, look, you must deal with the police. He said he killed more than 50 before they took him in at the state hearing party. 50. This guy became deadly because of that incident. So these are issues. If you read the story of Anini again, somebody splashed water on him or something. And because of that, the guy says, so because I don't have cash. So these are issues. So the society, there's the way we treat our fellow human beings, that you make their mind go, that their mind will go off humanity because of the experience they have gone through. You teach them and you make them look like they are nothing. So how can they become a human being? How can they? Look at this, we are talking about political talks now. Who hired them? Elvis, is it not somebody that hired them?
Yes.
That's
You hired them, and then you want them to be a good citizen.
Oh, well, let's touch on something else. El-Rufai files 1 billion naira suit against ICPC, others over invasion of residents.
Yes.
Elvis Olemehele.
Yeah, I think he has that right to file whatever he wants to file, but the security paraphernalia to have the right to, if there are some documents that they need to cite, they have the right to also say, okay, let us go and search his house to see if we can get those documents. Unfortunately, most of those things that is happening to him now, he also did it to people, or innocent people, when he was governor of Kaduna State. He adopted people, and he made security agencies to also search people's house. So what goes around comes around.
Okay.
The more I always say is that the one I'm not always comfortable with when the opposition starts saying, oh, because he's in opposition, that's why he's being selective trial. I don't believe in that. If you have any case before the state to answer, you will be called to it. Nobody is above the law. So especially when the crime is against Nigerians. If you embezzle the state money and you are alleged that you are embezzle state money, you have to be called to come and answer for it, because that embezzlement has put some people to death. It has brought some people, taken some people out of school. Some people have died as a result of insecurity, money made for it. So there are so many things that are laced with when there is an embezzlement or corruption in whatever form, whether it's state or in the federal. So anybody that is fingered in such circumstances must face the law. So whether he's ICPC is not a small organization. They should be able to also appear in court and defend themselves as expected. But nobody should. I don't think this thing on political ground, or it's an opposition, that's why a member of the opposition. That's why no. If you dip your hands in the cooking jar and the system, the law of the state catches you, and they feel that you need to be tried, you should be tried appropriately as expected.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
As a matter of fact, for me, I think El-Rufai is deluding himself, because that you held power yesterday does not make you a power holder today. Like Elvis said, what goes around comes around. There was a time this man, without any court process, would demolish people's house.
Yes.
There was a time he would take people's house and give it to, and sell it to another person. At the time when he was FCT minister, I intervened in one case that I had to deal back to back with the reports before that woman could get, a widow could get her house back. A widow retiree, So today, maybe he felt deluded that Nigerians will rise against government over his travel.
Yes.
Is it Southern Kaduna people that will come and say they want to defend El-Rufai for what he did to them? The same Kaduna that was a bedlam, that was akin to that of a plateau as we witnessed today. The same Kaduna, Sani Ubad got there and he stabilized the state. So what are we talking about? He also confessed that he was paying bandits. To give semblance of peace in Kaduna, whereas it was also rumored that he was part of the people that brought in these elements just to railroad Jonathan out of government. So it's a question of what goes around comes around. And over this matter of because I'm in opposition, that's why they are haunting me. The question is, Buba Galadima was a very close friend to Buhari before Buhari got into government. They fell apart. Buhari appointed his daughter into his government, but he never stopped nobody arrested him up to today. Peter Obi, that is one of the traducers of this government, nobody has arrested Peter Obi for any malfeasance in Anambra or elsewhere. Nobody has arrested him for not paying taxes over his businesses in Nigeria. Then what are we going to say about El-Rufai? El-Rufai has steered the honest nest. Then let him carry the brunt. Nobody should even, as far as I'm concerned, I don't have pity for him. I don't have pity for him. That's the truth.
All right, then let's move on to another headline.
All right. Barrister Agwema, I'm sure you like this one. The Daily Independent leads with 2027 election. Opposition parties consider collaboration to battle APC.
Did they what? Daily what?
Daily Independent.
The headline is
opposition parties.
election.
That is what I've been seeing since last year.
Well,
In fact,
let's look
the
at
one
the
I
parties.
said yesterday.
Before you respond, let's look at the parties here. The PDP, People's Democratic Party, PDP, Labour Party, Action Democratic Party, ADP, and Action Alliance. They have indicated readiness to collaborate.
Go
PDP,
on, please.
ADP.
Thank God. As if these people on the paper had me yesterday. In my show yesterday on the radio, I said that the opposition are not doing enough. They should have collaborated. They should have come together.
Do you think any collaboration that involves the PDP will sail through?
Why not? After they have a local government chairman in Abuja now, they got
after they came on camera to chant PDAPC.
No, they have at least they gotten a chairman there. So I have said it yesterday. Of course, those who don't want to listen, you can see the heat is generating all over the place, as if I am demarketing some people. When I say come together, please, what is wrong with that? So go and listen to that show. Yes, it's just yesterday. And now they are reporting me to everybody and every person. Can you just imagine? If you don't come together, how can you make this? Just yesterday's show. And they are reporting even to the chairman. They are telling the chairman, what did I say wrong? Did I say don't contest this election? I only said come together, plan strategically. Is that a bad advice?
Barrister, earlier in the show, on the show this morning, we also talked about the election reforms that has pegged presidential elections at 10 billion, right?
Yes.
10 billion. What's your take on that one?
That money is groundnut money compared to what is going on now. Is it the groundwork? Is it the money for those you are going to see? Is it the money for mobilization or what? That money, you know very well that money is on paper. In reality, they spend way more than
Who
that.
Who is monitoring?
Who is giving account?
Who is giving account? Who is monitoring it? All those are just mere paper
I'm
things.
telling you.
We know too well in Nigeria that for you to become a president, 10 billion naira cannot solve it.
Well,
you know
what
how
are you
much
saying?
it takes to hire a private aircraft to fly around Nigeria and from state to state. Don't we see the podium, how sophisticated their podium is, the dressing alone? They are dressing. I'm not even talking of the officials, not even to talk of the crowd.
The money you pay to.
But is the contribution not part of the 10 billion we are talking about?
Who will help you in the election? The money you pay to them, because you
10 billion naira is
Let's
just
talk about
paper.
this one. Let's talk about opposition parties coming.
Yeah, the coming together is a good one. If they can
The
actually,
party stated here. Do you think they can actually work?
if they, that's where I was going, Moses. If really they can come together and say, okay, this is the time for us to actually, there has to be some sacrifice. It must not be that it will favor whatever you need as a PTP or whatever I need as a AA or whatever. You understand? But if you know you have a common goal, this is to fight APC, come together.
Which PDP?
Which PDP?
Yes.
The PDP that just won a local government election in Abuja now.
Wike PDP.
Whichever.
Whichever one. Will it not even be too good if it's Wike PDP that is joining together with others to form the coalition to remove APC? It will even be a good one. That will even become a history. So whichever one.
If the coalition,
they should share this toga and the political party.
If the coalition become too big, they will swallow Wike and his faction. They will swallow him.
Absolutely. It can be buried.
Okay.
It can be buried.
Telephonimo, let's get your contribution.
You see, there is this analogy of how they catch monkeys in the Caribbean countries, what they do is they get a gorge, you know, the entrance to the gorge is narrow. They perforate it and put banana inside. You know, when the monkey is dipping its hand, it goes straight. But when you get hold of that banana, it becomes a clenched fist. You cannot pull it out. So rather than letting go the banana and escape, you will be seeing present danger. But the greed in that monkey to make sure that it takes out that banana will overtake him to the point that the man will come and arrest him, put chain in his waist and take him away. It's the same thing with our politicians in Nigeria. You see, who are these opposition people that they can let go? They will not let go. Everybody wants to be on the driver's seat. And when you want to become the driver, the other person wants to become the driver, then it becomes a bedlam. That is why it is very, very difficult, if not impossible. The only set of people that I see in this country having seen politics firsthand, played firsthand, are the Northerners. The Northerner, if there are 3-4 people contesting for an election, the elders, the emirs will sit them down and say, look, you are still a young man. You have your day later on. Please, allow your elder brother to go. And then the elder brother, they will extract commitment from the elder brother and say, now that you are going, you cannot forget your junior brother. So these are the things. Okay, give him 5 commissioners, give him 2 board chairmen, give him board membership and all that. So they will settle themselves. But here in the South, it is some zero politics.
Wow.
And that is why coalition cannot work. Because majority of these people that are driving this coalition thing are Southerners. Yeah. And the Northerners amongst them only wait for them to kill themselves and then come around to pick the spoil. And that's what usually happens. Right. Look at what happened in 2022. Atiku waited and allowed the Southerners to make sure that they edge themselves out, and he came back to pick the ticket. That's what's going to happen now. This year, you'll see it play out. Because anything that is driven by greed would always fail. And our politicians are too greedy. They want sub-zero victory. And it's not going to work.
All right. So while we are still hoping that opposition would galvanize...
Well, let's hope.
Well, we're still hoping. It's hope. The APC, according to the Daily Independent, the APC has unveiled an institute to shape Nigeria's political direction.
The former an institute, Abi?
Yes.
That was a democratic institute established by Babangida.
Yeah.
And it's still functioning. So why duplicate that? The point is, you see, if a thief says, let me secure your house for you, and you contract that thief to secure your house, be sure that by the time you wake up the following morning, you may be on the bare floor. You would have carted away even your bed.
It might be the reverse. It might be the reverse.
He might want to scare off other his friends. When they know that it's their brother, that is their friend that is there, they may not come. You see, all these institutes, actually, if they come up with a good intention towards it, it's supposed to have drive democracy to a level that everybody will begin to understand what democracy actually means and bring maturity and civilization into it. But unfortunately, the people who are even instituting the institute are people of questionable character. Has APC actually fared well in Nigeria democracy?
That's the analogy
for them to actually say they are not giving Nigeria institute. They have not fared well. An average Nigerian on the street today will tell you APC institute, they will not attend it when it comes to democracy. They will never attend it. They don't allow people to protest. They don't even allow people to criticize them. They don't, everything about one party, everybody is not joining their party because they are the best. They feel they are the best. So what characteristics of democracy have they actually put in place that will now attract people to say, we want to attend an institute, a democratic institute set up by APC? It is not there. Very hostile to electorate. By the time people queue up in a polling booth, they'll go there and say, leave the booth because you are not voting for us. Is that democratic? No. That's not democratic, no. So many things that is wrong with APC. So they are not the one to give Nigeria institute of democracy. Nigeria knows the democratic institute they will attend when the time comes.
It is APC's turn.
There is something they said.
There was a time PDP was also dealing with Nigerians.
It's not,
but APC will pass.
It's not as difficult as this. PDP never went to the queue to start driving people, passing people they feel they will not vote for them away from the polling booths and say, don't go and don't vote. PDP do that.
Do they have talk?
PDP never did that. That is even the one. That is even that's the biggest. PDP had talk, but they never went to the queue to go and start driving voters out. That's one of the biggest things that will bring problem in 2027 general election. A repetition of what we saw in 2023 election in Lagos, especially gubernatorial election when people were being chased out of the queue. We saw it even in presidential election when people were being beaten.
Was it only in Lagos?
I mean, no, it was not only in Lagos.
You were only privy to what happened
in Lagos because I was an observer.
Yes.
I was an observer.
So I was in Ondo and Ekiti. It also happened.
So if that repeats itself,
that's the problem. It is only when it doesn't favor you to getting what you want that you complain.
Look, there is something I want to say here. I don't like the idea of us going back. We are thinking of moving forward. Moses, what is wrong if somebody come and say, I don't want this type of attitude in our election? Yeah. Jonathan said he doesn't want the blood of one Nigerian for his election. And he kept to it. So, if it happen here, is that what we want to eat? Let somebody say, we don't want this thing. I fought for democracy. I know what it means. And this is what I want to do. Please, will it not be to his credit when he leaves office? This electoral reform now, we are giving it to Yar'Adua. He was the one that started it after he looked at how he came into office. Is that not true? We are giving it to him. That's what we are talking about. That's what we call a leader. Don't think of yourself. Think of tomorrow. All this things that they are creating now, tomorrow now, we'll start blaming the person that will meet it. But who started it? Nobody wants to talk about it. That's what I'm saying here. Look, they say necessity is the mother of invention. Now that the opposition has realized that they have a common enemy, it is now left for them to think twice. All this ego, I said it yesterday on my show. Let people drop their ego if they want to go far in this battle.
All right, and there are two other headlines I would like us to react to, but we are out of time. But let me just take one. 6.2 trillion naira debt. Genco's warn of power sector collapse. That's one. And then sit at home. Anambra government shuts auto spare parts market. All right? So you might just react to whichever one you think tickles your fancy.
You see, this Genco thing, when federal government went into it to audit, they discovered that out of this 6 trillion, only 2.8 were verifiable. Where would that 3.2, where would it have gone to if there was no verification? It means it's fraud with opacity, and it's something
it's almost like a subsidy.
Subsidy, yes. So look at that humongous padding, 3.2 trillion. And 3.2 trillion, you know what 3.2 trillion can do, and just a subsector, generating sector of power that is just a subsector of the economy. People are padding. Is it government that is padding that? Is it not individuals? Is it not corporate organizations? Now, 3.2 trillion. I mean, what does it tell us? That everywhere is a landscape, a cesspit of corruption.
All right.
And the only thing is attitudinal change. That's the only problem. That's the only solution that can solve this problem.
Attitudinal change.
Well, if it has to be, if it is coming from Nigerians, that attitudinal change is going to be difficult to see. Because
it comes from the leadership.
Leadership have not shown that example for you. That's where I'm going. Mm-hmm. Because if you are the top, you are living that kind of lifestyle, then what do you expect from the people that are looking at you? If they show good leadership, this padding will reduce. We are talking about this Genco now. The 2026 budget. Do you know how much is padded here? We'll begin by budget it. When budget it to start giving us analysis of this before the end of this year, you will see what these legislators are doing to us, all in the name of constituency projects. This is where it begins. The same electricity we are having all these issues now. How many people put on their own lights in their house and enjoy this as expected? But they can come to the newspaper now and cry foul because it's affecting them. The one that be affecting Nigerians over the years, buying petrol every day to power their generator, nobody cares about that. That's where the issue lies. Greed, what we talk about. So the leadership should show good example for states of this nature to work out as expected.
If this discourse, or do I call it Jenkos anyway, if they have been given a marching order by the federal government, will they disobey? Give every Nigerian prepaid meter. And if you fail to do that, don't go and collect any bill from them. Because it is this estimated bill that is causing this problem. Because if I have my prepaid meter, and will you come and say I am owing you? So this money now is all about what? Estimated billing. Where you give somebody living in a one-bedroom apartment 200,000 to pay you at the end of the month as NEPA bill. Is it possible? And when the person could not pay, you now add it as part of the money they are owing you, and you now take it to the federal government. I did an analysis the other time. So government should not listen to this discourse or whatever they call their name. They should tell us how that money came about. That's what I'm saying here. The federal government should give matching order. If you don't give Nigerian prepaid meter, don't talk of any bill. Because if I have a prepaid meter, how can I be owing you? How?
All
this
right,
is the issue, yes.
Yes. These are the issues, and this would be a good place to anchor the program today. Thank you very much, Elvis Alemehele, for your contribution.
Moses.
Thank you, Dele Fanimo, as well, and Mr. Darlington Agumbo, legal practitioner. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Well, that's it on the show. That's it on the show today. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day ahead.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Please join us tomorrow morning for POP This Morning at 8.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? It's about shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Naija in the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. they also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Zairo Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand. A practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap charge. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, Whatever you see, you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good morning and welcome to another exciting episode of Sport Republic. This day, I'm Ike Chuku Ago. It's been a very, very interesting week we've been having so far because lots of conversation, and I can see David smiling this morning when I walk into the studio. It looked like Benjamin Sesko. Of course, lots of conversation to talk about news outside the world of football as well. Big one is coming in the world of boxing as the biggest brand in the world of boxing, I dare say. These guys have raked in millions and tons of millions of dollars in their bouts anytime they square up against themselves. Talking about none other than the Filipino Manny Pacquiao and none other than the money man, Floyd Mayweather Jr. But they say charity begins at home, so definitely we'll be hitting it from our home front. As this is a story concerning the Super Eagles of Nigeria. What's the way forward after the AFCON? Lots of conversation. A lot of persons expecting the FIFA to rule, if the Super Eagles will eventually make it to the World Cup or not. But the elephant in the room is the man who is piloting the Super Eagles at this point, Eric Ikoshel. Will he be the manager of the Super Eagles come the World Cup? Maybe, maybe not, because, just a few days ago, he released his 19 points. Someone said his 19-point agenda. If he's going to remain on the job, the Super Eagles need to actually, or the NFF, the Glass House needs to actually sit on that and then have a serious conversation. But as we speak right now, the Nigerian Football Federation is avoiding any public quarrels with senior national team coach, the Franco-Malian Eric Ikoshel, as discussion about his new contract heats up following recent reports regarding Eric Shell's demand, which include numerous provisions after he switched agencies and has been linked to managerial roles at Nantes due to his new agent's positive relations with the club. Shell is also reportedly a candidate for the Angolan national team. However, he still has a year remaining on the current Super Eagles contract of $55,000 monthly, an amount the NFF has indicated that they are willing to extend based on the National Sport Commission's recommendation. Despite Shell's not achieving their target for reaching the AFCON final, and of course, as well as qualifying for the World Cup as we speak. At the moment, the Super Eagles is yet to also qualify for the World Cup. So, of course, league details suggest that Shell's proposals include 19 conditions with a new salary of $130,000 per month as one of the key indices, or you want to say one of the key conditions for him to actually remain as the Super Eagles gaffer. An official of the NFF also mentioned that most of the demands that Eric Shell actually put in the 19-point contracts are actually basic, and many of them is already, many of them has already been fulfilled as, the first contract that is still running as we speak. But then there are certain things that he definitely will be looking into. According to him, he said there's nothing wrong with the 19 items going around in the media, as many of those conditions as part of his current deal, and I just proposed us for negotiation. He further said the salary is negotiable. He concluded that saying Chelsea's current earns less than what Jose Pacero made in the last year. And if we are serious to talk about himself, and of course every other person in the glass house, that Eric Shell's new deal needs to actually be improved. He, however, didn't say, that he took conditions that Eric Shell must actually, have a serious negotiation with his national team before he became the Super Eagles coach. But the big question a lot of persons have been asking is, we all saw the 19-point demand and how it felt like Eric Shell is trying to actually hold the nation around some. We're having this conversation on the weekend kickoff, myself, Jerry, and Afis. And one of the things, the guys actually elaborated on was the fact that, hey, all he actually said is very much an indictment on how our football is at this point. It's so terrible that, a coach will be coming out and talking about internet services, going to be talking about power supply, going to be talking about something as basic as, training facilities and all of that. He wants to actually run his team. These are basic demands. But I think the NFF, is actually also looking at two key indices, one of which is from my own position, right? I looked at it, and the two conditions I can say, at this point seems to excessive for the NFF. I mean, considering how they've actually been behaving when it comes to monetary demands or financial issues. 2 points. One of which is the issue of Eric actually flying with his family down to games that he actually be overseeing, and the other is actually the $130,000. I mean, I was having this conversation. I was telling the guys, hey, you know what? the truth is, for me, I believe Eritrea has really done well, improving our quality of play and all of that. But he was actually giving a demand to actually qualify the Super Eagles for the World Cup, and also, get to the Nations Cup final at least. But he didn't actually make any of these demands. So if you're actually asking for ×3, it simply means that it feels like you're actually doing this because you don't want to be on the job again. This is my own position. Am I against him actually getting a salary increment? No, I'm not against that. I think he's done so well to actually merit that. But the man is actually bringing up, I don't think he's done enough to actually get that. That's exactly what I think about Rachel. But so I really want to believe that this conversation will definitely go on, and then you'll find a way to actually bring it. But there's one thing about this sort of thing, right? If the coach gets his way in this sort of situation, and then gets whatever it is, and find a way to actually hold the nation to ransom, it's not actually going to be a friendly house for the glass house and Eritrea. It's going to be some person who want to now start sabotaging his work and then eventually kick him out. But if he definitely eventually after all of this demand he succumb to pressure and then go back to maybe something he really didn't deserve, say you give him about $60,000 or he prove $70,000, which I still believe that he should earn more than that, and then it means that you finally find a way to actually subdue him. He's going to actually play by the dictates of the NFF, and in the long run definitely he's not going to also, there's really not going to be a lot of difference as regards, what's going to be outcome of his result. One of the key indices for me, or one of the key things that I actually saw, before just immediately after the AFCON, or during the AFCON, was the fact that Eritrea actually really struggled with, putting his foot on the ground. Certain things actually shouldn't have actually happened. We've passed that phase now, but I think that's one of the reasons why he actually, was actually asking for, position. He's actually asking for authority to actually decide, who actually comes or who actually plays for his team, because that's exactly where, coaches who are successful today, that's exactly where they actually start. You have to actually dictate and decide, how your team is run. But in the end, definitely, we just hope that Eritrea stays put, because at this point, it's quite difficult to actually start again, get a new manager and then start hoping that he's going to actually get the chemistry right, because that's exactly what, a lot of Nigerians do not want. That's exactly what, we don't want to actually see. We struggle to actually get a manager who really understands, the flair of the Super Eagles, take us back to the glorious days of the '94 and the '96, and now we are here having a conversation, a hanky-panky, dilly-dally, or whatever it is you choose to call it, and about his salary increment. For me, I think we should really sort this out and focus on the big one, which is obviously hoping that the Super Eagles get a favorable ruling, and then come this month, and then find a way to go to the World Cup and then do a very good showing. Hopefully, if we cannot get to the AFCON, let's get to the World Cup semi-final. If Morocco can do it, why can't we do it? Of course, let's move away from that and get straight to another very big one. These ones are actually the giants of Africa when it comes to the real giant of Africa when it comes to football. I talk about the Super Falcons because it is going to be a double-header right there, against one of the very strong teams in Africa, none other than Cameroon. Super Falcons of Nigeria are set to arrive in Yaoundé tomorrow for a double-header of a friendly match against the Indomitable Lioness of Cameroon. According to reports, head coach Justin Madugu, along with his assistant and home-based players Andele Ngbechi and Fatima Oloko, will depart from Abuja to meet the team in Cameroon. The foreign-based players will definitely join them in the capital. The first friendly is scheduled for Saturday, while the second match will take place the following Tuesday. Both teams are preparing for the AFCON 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations set to start next month in Morocco. The Super Falcons have been drawn in Group C alongside debutants Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Egypt. Meanwhile, Cameroon will compete in Group D with Ghana, Cape Verde, and Mali. If we talk about football in Africa, there's no competition, there's no conversation around who is actually arguably the best when it comes to female football. And it really worries me, because I've looked at the Super Falcons for the last couple of years. I think in the last 5 years, I've seen that there's been steady decline of what we're used to in terms of quality of play. Will you want to actually say it's because of other teams are actually improving? Maybe you want to say that, but then if other teams are actually improving, we also expect Super Falcons to be improving. The quality of players we had in the early 90s to the mid 2000s are actually way different from what we have today. And it says a lot about how much football is actually growing across the world, and how other teams are trying to actually catch up with the pace of the Super Falcons. But as it stands now, I think this is a very good one, because I recall that after the WAFCON, the ladies were actually complaining about, lack of friendly games. Even before the WAFCON that they actually won, it was also an issue for them to actually get competitive friendly games. And now it's a good one. But because I wasn't really expecting, a lot of persons aren't even expecting it. There are talks about, the NFF and some persons within the glass house trying to sabotage the Super Falcons because some of them came out to say, hey, we haven't actually received our $100,000 that the president actually gave us, and it became a thing. So some talks and some reports, people talking about how some people within the ranks of the football running body within the country, or some persons who are key stakeholders saying they actually want to actually sabotage the girls and ensure that they don't get this sort of largesse again and all of that. But it's so good that this friendly has actually shown that that's actually untrue, because if this friendly is actually coming, it means that the NFF and people within the glass house actually want the girls to succeed. And for me, it's actually a very big one. This is a very big test, double header against a very strong West African opponent like the Cameroon. I think it's really going to help shape the girls, and I just want to hope that this friendly actually these guys actually come out of this friendly without any sort of injury, because in the end, we do not want the Super Falcons, who are actually champions now, going to another championship and then struggle to actually live up because they are losing key players due to injury. But it's actually a good one. Kudos to whoever it is that actually made this happen. I'm looking at the National Sports Commission and the NFF. People who are actually, in charge to actually run our football. It's actually a very good one. And this is one of those big games that you also want to expect, around Africa. This is sort of quality. If we cannot actually get top countries in Europe to actually shape the girls for a major tournament like this, I think Cameroon is a very worthy opponent in this regard. Away from the Super Falcons, let's go straight to another very, very, I'll say it's actually a very disturbing story, because this one concerns Victor Osimhen. Osimhen is a player who we saw his trajectory, his development. At some point, felt like this guy's actually not going to live up to the billing as regards him being arguably the best thing we've seen in under 17 in terms of being the top marksman. But now we're actually seeing him, and this story is actually quite touching, as Turkish giant Galatasaray are currently struggling to fulfill their financial obligations regarding the salary of Nigerian international Victor Osimhen, who currently joined the club on a permanent basis after spending last season on loan from Napoli. Galatasaray had agreed to the yearly €21 million for the 27-year-old, but reports from Harity indicates that club has been unable to keep up with the payment since the beginning of the year. Osimhen, who missed the weekend's 2-0 defeat against Konyaspor due to precautionary knee issue, has not received a salary for 2 consecutive months, January and this month, February. The club has yet to actually address the viral report, which did not clarify whether the payment delays are exclusive to Victor Osimhen or if they also have other players on the roster. Looking ahead, of course, Galatasaray will face Juventus later today, which is Tuesday, in the second leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 32 playoff, holding the 5-2 advantage from the first leg played in Istanbul, precisely the Ram Park, where Galatasaray are actually the landlord of that particular stadium. But the big question here, right? I was talking about Victor Osimhen, and I look at how this young man has actually, move and develop himself as a player. I remember, how he actually smashed 10 goals right there at the Under-17 World Cup and then move on. We're actually expecting great things from him. But then he moved to Germany. It was actually quite slow for him, injury, and then he moved to France. He picked up again. He moved to Italy. He became, the player we actually expect him to be. And then there was so many controversies after winning the Scudetto after over 30 years, with Napoli. And now, when he actually moved to had issues with the hierarchy of the club, racially abused him even on their platform on social media, and then he decided to actually move to Turkey. Now, when Osimhen was moving to Turkey, there were lots of conversation. Hey, you are bigger than this. You're going to be a big fish in the pond. Your likes are actually playing elite football in top 5 leagues in Europe. You have no business going to Turkey. I was one of the persons who said, hey, it's better for Victor Osimhen to take a pay cut, and then just one season is definitely going to ask for bigger wage. But then, the pressure, the tension around him, everything. You cannot actually take the best decision more than the person who is actually feeling at the point. So I quite understand how it felt. For him, it's just about me. I just want to leave Turkey at that point, and I also want to pay, good. I want a place that I'll be respected. And then he moved to Turkey. It was huge, celebration. The ovation was loud. I mean, I don't think the Turkish league has had a player in his prime, top player, top 8 Ballon d'Or player, moved into Turkish league, before Victor Osimhen. So it was so big for them. But there's something so quite interesting that when I actually saw this report, I was actually thinking, okay, so something actually really did happen, and now that thing is actually coming back to bite, Victor Osimhen and the club. Because when they're actually looking at bringing Victor Osimhen, when Napoli was actually giving their demands for Victor Osimhen, something came up. The club, was actually saying, hey, we really do not have the money, even if it's going to take us, taxing the entire fans €2 to actually, get this man. We're definitely going to do it. 35,000 of capacity. So let's say €2. We're looking at plus or minus, that's huge. $70,000, dollars, and $75,000. No, $70,000. I beg your pardon. And then, we were able to actually get Victor Osimhen. All of this math they actually did. Now, it's one thing to actually get, the player, but then how do you actually continue to service the player? This is a very big question, because people look at cars and say, hey, I like this car, I like this car. Yes, you can actually do everything you can. You can even sell your land, sell your house to actually get the car, but servicing the car, fueling the car is the big question. And now that's exactly where they are stuck. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I just hope, in the end that Victor Osimhen doesn't get caught up in the situation where he's going to be angry, he's going to be frustrated, as it was, about 2 seasons ago. Because I just want him to actually move on with his life and then continue to progress in his career. He's still quite 27. He can still return to Europe. I don't know what the negotiations will be if they would eventually if they cannot pay, they will decide to eventually loan him. But one thing is certain. But if you've been watching Osimhen in the last couple of years, you know that Osimhen is as happy as he was in his first season in Italy. So, I mean, there's nothing as huge and big for than a player of his caliber or any other player playing top football in any part of the world being happy with his club side, no matter how much he's earning. And that's exactly where they need to actually come around and find a way to actually solve this. It's quite disturbing for me, and it's so unfortunate that Victor Osimhen is again being caught in a sort of drama that does not really, as far as I'm concerned, does not really fit his personality. But then let's move away from that and talk about what really happened right there in the English Premier League. Last night, Benjamin Sesko came off the bench to deliver the only goal as Manchester United beat Everton 1-0 at the Hill Dixon Stadium, extending United's unbeaten run to 10 matches and moving Michael Carrick's side back into the top 4. The 22-year-old Slovenian finished a sweet counter-attack in the 71st minute, capping move involving Cunha and Brian Buemo. Sesko's goal marked the 3rd substitute strike of the season. No player has scored more off the bench in the Premier League. Both teams struggled to create clear-cut chances, but of course it was actually a very difficult one. But Everton pushed after going behind. A determined performance from Manchester United goalkeeper Senne Lammers, who made 4 crucial saves, secured United's first away league clean sheet since March 2025. I mean, I looked at it and I started asking myself, since March 2025, this is almost a year now, United hasn't won an away league game. It's quite disturbing. Michael Carrick is come and is actually turning everything around. I mean, if we look at the quality of play United has actually been dishing out since Michael Carrick actually came on board, you understand that there's something about the team, how they are willing to actually die for the badge, and how they are willing to actually go all the way, protect a lead, 1-0 lead. I mean, back in the Ruben Amorim era or other coaches before Michael Carrick, you understand that when United is actually in this position, get a goal, it's most likely that the opponents will definitely find a way to come around. But Carrick has actually done something, even with the absence of Dogu, who has been impressive for Manchester United. It felt like the team hasn't really missed him, because there's a way that the manager has actually find a way to actually tweak the team and put them in a position where they definitely be like a winner. But again, there's something about this goalkeeper. Yes, Senne Lammers, before he actually came on board, a lot of talks about him, lack of league experience. United actually was gunning for Martinez, the Argentine, but then eventually they landed this young man. People were actually talking about how it's actually going to cost United. It's actually quite good. He's got the reflex of David here, but can he actually hold his own? United doesn't really have the best set of defense that will really protect him. And at this point, if you must actually be an elite club side, you need to have a goalkeeper that can actually make this sort of crucial shit. Yesterday, one of the big debates, around the Premier League was about how goalkeepers can actually eventually help you win the Premier League. And a lot of talks about David Raya and Gigi Donnarumma. These two guys have been impressive for their club side, and how they've managed to actually help their team to actually gain points. A couple of months ago also there were conversations about how John Terry was talking about how, you know, in the peak of Chelsea, Jose Mourinho, how Peter Cech actually helped them gain about 12 to 15 points in Premier League run when they actually won the league. So it tells you a lot about how team can actually win, trophies or, remain consistent with elite goalkeeper. The truth is, you can win a tournament without top players, but you cannot win a tournament without, an elite goalkeeper. It's not even possible, because in the end, even if you don't have elite player in your team, if you have a very good chemistry, if you have a very good structure, you can go all the way to actually win a team. But you need that goalkeeper, instinct. You need that top goalkeeper to actually help you when the moment is the ovation is loudest. You recall in 2022 World Cup, Rendo Colomboane's last strike would have actually backed France the World Cup. But then what really happened? Martinez found a way to actually save Argentina. Go back to, the 2021 World Cup America again. You also see how Martinez was instrumental for Argentina winning that particular tournament. No disrespect to any player who was part of the team, but you cannot take it away from goalkeeper. Now we look at Lamine Lames. If he continues in this shape, it's definitely going to help United to actually stay, on course for the top 4 race in the end of the season. No wonder he did actually get, the player of the match in that particular game. He was actually quite instrumental. 4 outstanding saves to actually keep United in the game, and then ensure that the 3 points remains United's. United actually take 3 points away from the Everton Stadium. It's actually a very big one. But then congratulations to Michael Carrick. He's done so well. 10 games since he arrived, and United, he's been so fantastic. A lot of people were actually expecting him to actually go 5 games straight, but then he actually drew the last game, and then he started again. Who knows if he can actually do it this time around? We'll get to get the view of that young man who's been begging, to get his head trimmed in the end. But then, of course, let's go to another football story. But before we go straight into that, which is going to be something that is going to be another very not too good conversation, but again, some person will look at it and say it's actually a very big one, because in the end, we look at it and say no racism, no football. I want to look at Rokodare also suffered. We'll look at this, and of course that of Benfica winger Gianluca Prestiani, who actually assaulted Vincent Jr. But don't go nowhere. When we come back, let's go to a quick break. The show continues.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you on by...
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome back to Sport Republic. Before I went on that break, I told you that definitely if I come back, I'll be taking you through what's going down right there in Europe. And this time around, it's concerned one man. And you know, last week the world was all around, you know, throwing condolence and supporting Vinicius Jr. Talking about how he was actually racially abused. In lots of conversation about this thing should not actually be happening. But before I go into the Vinicius story, which UEFA has officially provincially ruled, I was talking about first about our own Nigeria International. That one really did hurt me. And Tolu Arokodare has no business to actually be caught in this web. I mean, how can you be racially abused by your own support base because you lost a penalty? It reminds me of what happened to like Bukayo Saka, Rashford, and this very young set of players playing for the Three Lions after the Euro 2022, after the Euro 2020, Euro 2022, I beg your pardon, Nations Cup, that actually the Three Lions actually lost to the Azzurri, talking about the Italian national team. It's actually not, a position you want to actually find yourself. It's actually quite sad that could actually happen. But then these guys actually were racially abused. And I mean, I don't know why these sort of things happen, but then we'll go into that in full. But let's start from where it really matters most, as UEFA actually, with the huge stake, the hammer on the Benfica winger, Galicia Cristiani, for the match after an ethics inspector recommended disciplinary action over alleged racist comment directed at Vinicius Jr. forward. And of course, the Real Madrid forward who actually claimed that he was actually racially abused, and it was actually corroborated by his teammate in person of Kylian Mbappe. It's quite sad. But then these are the sort of things we look about. We've been talking about ever since. We look at these things, and it's quite sad that you look at elite players being abused, and then you look at players who are actually not, supposed to be caught in this sort of work. And of course, this actually it's one of those very sad things. And this statement you see on your screen is a statement from Nigerian International. I mean, it's so sad that we actually see this in 2026, and this is a statement of Tolu Arokodare. Arokodare is actually so sad he came out to actually make this huge statement, and he said it's still unbelievable to me it's still unbelievable to me that we are playing in a time where, it's still very much unbelievable to me, I beg your pardon, we are playing in a time where, people have so much freedom to actually communicate such racism without any consequences. This individual should have no place in our game, and collectively, we have to take action to punish everyone who taints the sport like this, no matter who they are. It's really sad that Arokodare actually went through this, and then Vinicius also UEFA eventually ruled interimly or provisionally for him that winger would definitely not be part of today's game. And most likely, if he's found guilty, he's definitely going to be facing, up to 10 months. But an interim measure, that was taken by UEFA to investigate the indiscriminatory behavior during the Champions League knockout playoffs first leg. The inspector's initial findings reportedly indicate a prima facie evidence that Cristiano breached UEFA's anti-discrimination rules, prompting recommendation for a one-game suspension pending a full disciplinary hearing. And of course, Benfica have said that they will appeal the temporary ban, although they acknowledge the tight timeline means an appeal is unlikely to affect Cristiano's availability for second leg. The club are nevertheless considering taking the player to Real Madrid. If the appeals succeed, he would be eligible to play. Of course, UEFA described the provisional suspension as without prejudice, underlining that Cristiano will still receive a full and fair hearing if found guilty of discriminatory behavior. The regulations carry a maximum of at least 10 match ban. Of course, Vinicius Jr. initially in that particular game halted the match, which led referee Francisco Letesa to actually activate the anti-racial protocol, and Cristiano has denied the allegation over and again, and Benfica has shared footage of the conversation, arguing that the distance between players makes the alleged comment unclear. UEFA's investigation will determine the facts before any final disciplinary decision is taken. But the truth is, for me, right, UEFA has come out to actually, I think it's fair at this point, because if Cristiano actually, go to the Bernabeu, with this, tension at this point, I think it's also going to be attacked or abused. I don't think it's actually going to be healthy for the sport. So it's better for him to actually sit this out. But then, right, for me, I don't think it should be banned. I think, it should actually, be asked to actually, wait it out until, after this sort of things happen. This is my take. I think UEFA actually took this position to actually ensure that, there's a clean air going down right there in the Bernabeu. Nobody's going to be attacked. It's going to be actually a free-fall for all, who let the best man win. And, of course, you also know that the coach of, Benfica, Jose Mourinho, will also not be on the bench because he was actually booked in that particular game. But the big conversation here is that, how do you even determine a prima facie, case in this particular point? Because, a player who is also a teammate of Vinicius Junior did corroborate the story, and then UEFA, decide to actually, go ahead with it and decide to say, you know what, I think there's an evidence enough for you to actually be, banned, or for you to actually, come for, to actually prove a self-claim. But, I mean, for those who are actually wondering what prima facie is, I mean, prima facie is definitely an Italian word. It's a word that simply loosely translates as, a first point of call, right? If something is deemed to have happened, and then you're trying to set a case, for you are trying to actually set the case that something actually did happen, then of course you have an evidence that shows that, okay, maybe or maybe not. Let me give it, a very simple scenario. Say, for example, David is actually known to actually kill little chickens, and then or people say David killed little chicken, right? And because there's actually no clear evidence that David kills little chicken, and anytime David's not around, little chickens dies. But when David is around, somehow little chickens don't die. But now people are actually saying, oh, David, you are the one who actually did this. Now I'm trying to explain prima facie. David is usually known to do this. People are actually alleging that David did it. There's no actually clear case. But David is seen when David actually was brought, before everyone, on his way to that particular meeting where people would actually, tend to say, okay, you did it or you didn't do it. Wind blew, towards David, and some, little feathers of the chicken was on David's shirt. That's prima facie. That's a case of, okay, you didn't do it, but how did this get to your shirt, right? These are, what this sort of thing means, right? Another classic example is, someone's, you kept something here, and then a man who is said to have actually taken that thing, right? He didn't actually take it, but because he got in contact with someone who did take it, and this, for example, the thing in question here is something that's edible, and the smell of that thing, because he shook hands with the person who did eat it, is right there, on his hand. And then the person who shook him said, I perceive this thing in your hand. It seems you actually have a feel of it, and the person didn't. So these are what prima facie basically means. So that's exactly what it means to say something is prima facie. At first instance, it looks like you did it. So now let's go for investigation. Let's go to actually check if you really did it based on other evidences that will definitely come up, and they will be able to decide. For me, I will look at it and I'll say, it's quite a very spicy one, because UEFA has shown themselves that they are not Amaka. They are not ready to actually disappoint anyone. I just want them to actually come out, with the best fair set of result or ruling that is going to actually, be favorable to everyone, because this is quite really sad. Racism should not be part of our sport. We shouldn't even be talking about it in 2026. But until racism, I said it before and I'll say it again, until racism is, eradicated from the world outside football, it's going to find its way to come back, because people who, these people who actually racially abuse these guys are actually people, I'm talking about the case of Arokodare now, are actually people who actually work in other, spheres of life. So they come to stadium to actually enjoy themselves. So it's part of them. They definitely always bring it, onto the pitch. It's quite sad. But away from football, now let's go straight to, the pugilist game, talking about boxing, where Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Manny Pacquiao will renew their long-running rivalry in sensational rematch at the Sphere in Las Vegas on Saturday, September 19, 2026. Mayweather is now 48, confirmed that he will come out of retirement and face Pacquiao, who is 47, I beg your pardon, more than a decade after the very first fight in 2015. That original bout ended in a unanimous decision, with Mayweather being the winner and became one of the richest events in boxing history, setting a record for gate receipt and pay-per-views. And for Pacquiao returned to the ring in July 2025 in a majority draw with Mario Barros, while campaigning for the WBC welterweight title. The Mayweather has actually kept active with a series of exhibition bouts against fighters including Logan Paul and Conor McGregor, and recently signaled plans to return following an exhibition with Mike Tyson. Both fighters reflected on the significance of a second meeting. Mayweather said he expects the same outcome, and Manny Pacquiao described the rematch as an opportunity to give the fans, of course, particularly the Filipinos, the chapter of their rivalry and the honor to, make them feel that yes, definitely their man can actually, become champion and defeat his biggest and worst, nightmare. And the fights will be shown globally. And although both men are willing, to actually go head on, but they're way past their prime. But the competitiveness and of course their brand cannot be washed off. These guys are the biggest commercial boxers ever in history of the game. I mean, the last fight, in 2015. That fight here raked huge tons of money, plus or minus it was around $600 million US. So it tells you a lot about how these guys, can actually turn the game and spin the game of boxing. For me, if you look at this fight, if you've been following the history of these two boxers, you may want to actually say Mayweather would definitely want to actually, will most likely want to, take this one again. But I don't think so. For me, from where I stand now, I think Pacquiao has a very good shot. Pacquiao is a year younger. Yes, 1 year cannot really make a lot of difference, when it comes to this sort of things in sport generally. But then one thing I can also say is Pacquiao right now is sharper, because he's actually been, fighting competitive fights, while Mayweather has just been doing, what his best described as sparring. And I don't think he's really that sharp to actually, go ahead. But of course, September is still very much a long time. He might actually want to actually go, head on with someone again, in a very good fight before he fights Pacquiao. But I think this might just be the first time Pacquiao will eventually, take on Mayweather and then defeat him. And it's going to be very busy for the game. But if they're going to actually have, if they are fighting this fight in September, and for some reasons, if Pacquiao wins this fight, trust me, there's going to be a rematch, because Mayweather will definitely want to come back. He's won too many, and he's definitely not want to go, to lose, to Pacquiao. 2 times. So it's going to be quite interesting. Maybe just maybe, if that happens and Pacquiao wins, we're definitely going to look at a rematch before this, December 26th, or again, the very first quarter of January 2027. But it's a very, very good one, particularly for, the fact that, the money that this particular bout is coming with is going to be huge for the both of them, and of course for their fans. The Philippines, definitely catch a glimpse of, one of their own, a parliamentarian again, in the center of the world, everyone watching him and how he's going to actually, do it this time around against his biggest nightmare in the world of boxing. Away from boxing, let's go straight to golf. Yes, Rory McIlroy held his progress in the game after closing a 4-round 4 under 67 to finish 1 shot behind Jacob Bridgman at Genesis Invitational. Starting the final round, 6 shots off the lead, McIlroy produced 4 back 9 birdies to mount a late charge, but ultimately ran out of holes as Bridgman held on for his maiden PGA Tour title at Riviera Community Club. McIlroy praised the cleanness of his ball striking and reduction in big numbers, noting the recorded just 3 bogeys all week. He steps in the right direction. That's exactly what McIlroy actually called it. My game feels good shape. I'm in a better shape. I've learned from the West Coast swings and now look forward to working on a few things before Bay Hill and the players. But McIlroy admitted his comeback started too late, saying he regretted missed opportunities over previous 27 holes, but looked confident from trusting his reads on the back 9 with a week to find with a week to fine-tune ahead of the Florida swing, he believes the strong finish provides momentum despite falling short of the title. And of course, from that, we'll definitely go straight to that. Yes, that one man will always be in the news, and that man is arguably the greatest dart player. Is still very much at 18, but he's doing so much for himself. I mean, I'll call him the GOAT of that, and none other than Luke Littler, who actually says his big win at the Superbet Poland Darts Open has given him the confidence he needs to actually return his Premier League doubt, to actually turn his Premier League that campaign around. The number one had a thought few nights, a narrow victory at Antwerp, followed by a heavy loss to Johnny Clayton in Glasgow, but he's back to his best in Krakow. Littler actually blazed his way through the weekend, averaging 113.84 in an early win, finishing with nearly 106 in the semis, and shrugged off Jan van Veen's 9 data in the final to actually lift the title. There's still loads of time to actually get into the top 4. He said this weekend has given him the massive confidence going into Belfast. I need to start picking this result and play better on Thursday. He said Littler now heads to the SSE Arena where he'll meet Clayton in the quarterfinals on Premier League night 4 with plenty of that left in the season. I mean, after bagging $20 million, a lot of persons expected this young man who is barely still very much a teenager to actually lose his head. But that $20 million endorsement from Target that didn't actually deter him. He just still want to keep winning. He's hungry for success. He continues to push himself, and that's exactly the hallmarks of champion. I look at Cristiano Ronaldo scoring 500 goals after he turned 30, and I just start wondering, asking myself, can we actually ever see players in this particular era do same? I mean, at 27, 28, most of these players almost feels like they are actually gone. But Cristiano Ronaldo, the Lionel Messi of their generation, even the Lewandowski, the Benzema, these guys feels like they started their career at 27. I don't know what's wrong with people of those days, that generation and this generation. I don't know why it feels like those ones are more hungry. But that's the level of hunger this young man here you see on your screen. Luke Littler is actually bringing on this particular championship. I mean, in the end, I won't be surprised if he actually become the champion of the Premier League that this particular season. He's really done so well for himself, and at 18, maybe he's going to continue to rule the world of that until see a worthy competition, someone who is also willing to push himself as much as this young man is actually pushing himself. And of course, with that, we'll definitely move to Formula One, where the McLaren team principal Andrea Stella says Ferrari and Mercedes look a step ahead following 2026 pre-season test in Bahrain, though he believes McLaren remains close behind. Charles Leclerc topped the time sheet on the last day after strong race simulation, prompting Stella to caution that lap times can be influenced by time of the day and track condition. He said race simulations are often best indicator of true performance, but added that Bahrain result may not carry all circuits. Stella singled out Red Bull's deployment efficiency, the ability to harvest and use electric energy as a clear advantage at some tracks. He warned that Australia's Albert Park, which demands different harvesting and deployment characteristics than Bahrain, could reshuffle the packing order. McLaren, which uses Mercedes power units, has been working closely with Mercedes engine team, but Stella said there is more to learn on the engine control and power unit exploitation to improve race performances. He described his team's outlook as cautiously optimistic ahead of the season's opener in Australia on March 6th to 8th. I mean, that will definitely be, sometimes next week. And of course, with that, we'll definitely be wrapping up to this edition of Sport Republic Show. It's been a very great time here, I must say, and lots of conversation. Kizzy K will definitely be here tomorrow to take us round the world of that, and of course also make us understand, the results, take us, through the drama that will definitely be unfolding in today's UEFA Champions League. Lots of conversation. We'll definitely be going to be seeing that, and lots of talk around, the Cristiano. A lot of eyes will be on Cristiano. People will talk about Cristiano a lot, in the build of the Real Madrid and Benfica again. Kizzy will definitely be here to bring it on. And of course, do not also forget to be a part of Locker Room this evening, as the guys will definitely breaking down all football stories. I'm talking about Jerry and Afis right there, and they will definitely be doing 5 p.m. in time. Stay tuned. And of course, up next is definitely midday news, as David will take us around the world to tell us exactly what will be happening. My name is Ikechukwu Agwago. Have a sporty day ahead.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial. My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight, On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Well, hello and welcome to the Media News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. President Tinubu calls on religious leaders to prioritize poor underprivileged. Tinubu also says state police won't be delayed. U.S. Congress submits reports on Christian persecution in Nigeria to White House. National Assembly postpones plenary resumption to March the 5th. Cross River Magistrates suspend strike, gives government September deadline. Court strikes forgery case against Ozekome. In business, power firm says regulatory issues stranding 7,000 megawatts capacity. And in sports, Alex Iwobi shines as Fulham beats Sunderland 3-1. In entertainment, Portable rejects 50 million naira boxing match offer, demands a luxury car. And now the news in full. President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has urged Muslims and Christian leaders to prioritize the need of the poor and underprivileged by implementing policies that benefits the majority of the grassroots level. He made the call during a joint iftar and Lenten dinner with governors at the presidential villa, emphasizing that shared periods of fasting and reflection should inspire compassion and action. Tinubu noted that Ramadan and Lent offer opportunities for leaders to reflect on the plight of others and design programs that positively impact livelihoods. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga stated that the president's message underscored the importance of interfaith cooperation and social responsibilities. In another development, President Bola Tinubu on Monday pledged that the establishment of state police to combat insecurity would not be postponed. He also declared that Nigeria had emerged from economic uncertainty. Speaking at an interfaith breaking of fast, with governors and senior officials at the Presidential Banquet Hall, Abuja, Tinubu assured Nigerians that his administration's promise to tackle insecurity through state policing remained on track. The president expressed optimism about Nigeria's economic trajectory, declaring that the country was out of the woods and the dark tunnel of uncertainty. Moving on, the Benue State government is seeking federal approval to establish a disarmament, mobilization and reintegration center for repentant local bandits. Director General of the Commission for Peace and Reconciliation, Josephine Haba, disclosed this in Makurdi, stating that the center aims to rehabilitate over 400 individuals, including women, abducted by bandits. Haba revealed that the state government had made a passionate request to Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, for the DDR Center, which is expected to be located in local government area of the state. The center will provide rehabilitation services, skills training, and reintegration support with a program duration of 6 months to 1 year. The initiative targets vulnerable youths coerced into banditry, aiming to break the circle of recruitment and reduce insecurity. The state government has identified over 1,800 individuals willing to surrender, with 400 cleared for rehabilitation. Meanwhile, the United States House Committees on Appropriations and Foreign Affairs have submitted a report to the White House detailing findings and recommendations on addressing the alleged persecution of Christians in Nigeria. The report follows a comprehensive investigation led by Congressman Riley Moore and Appropriation Committee Chairman Tom Cole, mandated by President Donald Trump after redesignating Nigeria as a country of particular concern. The investigation involved a fact-finding mission to Nigeria where Moore's delegation visited internally displaced persons camps in Benue, spoke also with victims of terrorism, and met with government officials, including National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu. The report highlights what has been described as a severe crisis of Christian persecution in Nigeria, with estimates indicating over 7,000 Christians killed in 2025 alone, and between 50,000 to 100,000 Christians killed since 2009. In another development, the National Assembly has postponed its plenary resumption from February 24th, 2026 to March the 5th, 2026 to allow committees complete ongoing budget defense sessions. The decision was announced by the clerk to the National Assembly, Kamoru Gulano, who cited the need for more time to finalize budget discussions. Plenary sessions in both chambers will now reconvene at 11 a.m. on March the 5th, 2026. The leadership expressed regret for any inconvenience caused and urged members to comply with the revised schedule. The postponement comes as lawmakers continue deliberations on the 2026 appropriation bill, with several ministries, departments, and agencies still appearing before committees for budget defense. Elsewhere, magistrates in Cross River State have suspended their strike, which began on February the 8th, following the intervention of Chief Judge Justice Akon Ikpeme. The suspension was announced by Magistrate Association of Nigeria Chairman Godwin Ona, who stated that the strike was temporarily halted, not called off, pending resolution of their demands by September. The magistrate demands include provision of official vehicles, housing support, and payment of wardrobe allowances, citing unfulfilled promises by the state government made in 2023. Ona expressed optimism that the Chief Judge's intervention would yield positive results, with association postponing payments of housing allowances as an interim measure. A Federal Capital Territory High Court in Maitama, Abuja, has struck out a 3-count forgery charge against Senior Advocate of Nigeria Mike Ozekome, filed by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. The Attorney General of the Federation took over the case on January the 26th, citing the need for interagency cooperation and thorough review. During Tuesday's proceedings, the Attorney General's counsel, Rotimi Oyedepo, applied to withdraw the case, stating that the offense needed time to review and consolidate issues from multiple investigating agencies to strengthen the prosecution. Justice Peter Kekemeke granted the application, striking out the case. Ozekome was accused of presenting forged documents, including a Nigerian passport, to support his claim of ownership of a property in London. The ICPC had filed a charge on January the 16th, 2026. Moving on, the All Progressive Congress, APC, has declared that the search for a financier for President Bola Tinubu's 2027 re-election form is over, following a 100 million naira cash donation from Kogi State youths. The party's national chairman, Professor Ntewe Yewada, announced that no further donations are needed, stating that the funds have been deposited into the party's accounts. The donation was presented by Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo, who led the youth delegation to the APC National Secretariat in Abuja. The awardee praised the youth for their gesture, saying it showed their appreciation for Tinubu's commitments to security and economic growth. The APC is aiming for greater affordability in its nomination forms to ensure inclusivity, with the hinting that reduced costs for future elections. And now to the Federal Capital Territory FCT Area Council election held over the weekend. The People's Democratic Party has rejected the results, stating concerns over the outcome. Following the declaration by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), which showed the All Progressive Congress winning 5 out of the 6 chairmanship seats, the PDP said it would challenge the results in court. Our correspondent in Abuja, Jimo Ogirima, has more in this report.
Addressing the journalists in Abuja, one of the councillors in the city center, the election was rigged and called for urgent need for electoral reforms. She said their records showed that they won convincingly and figures were manipulated by the APC candidates. She added what they experienced over the weekend showed that Nigeria still has a long way to go, and this is the only way to protect the ballot ahead of the 2027 elections.
We declared that the election was rigged, and this experience underscored the urgent need for electoral reform, including real-time transformation of results. The experience of this past weekend showed that Nigeria still has a long way to go, and we need urgent electoral reform. This is the only way to protect the integrity of the ballots. Our record showed that we won convincingly at the majority of the polling units. However, the figures were manipulated during the collation process to favor the APC candidates. I wish to state again that we are not accepting these results. Our legal team is already preparing to review the process, and we will be taking a step forward after that. We will pursue this matter to its logical conclusion at the tribunal. We remain determined to reclaim the mandate that was freely given to us by the people of City Center.
Jimo Ogrima, reporting from VOP TV in Abuja.
Thank you so very much, Jimo, for that report. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political analyst. Barrister Darlington, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you, David. And how are you?
I'm fine, very well. Thank you, Barrister. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right, then joining us also virtually is Mr. Ayoyinka Oni. Mr. Ayoyinka is a human rights activist and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Ayoyinka, thank you so very much for joining the conversation, and a very good afternoon to you.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon.
All right, and thank you so very much. Well, let me start off the conversation from you, Mr. Ayoyinka. The conversation from the report that our correspondent in Abuja brought in a couple of minutes ago indicates that the People's Democratic Party clearly is saying that they are not agreeing with the result that INEC declared, particularly in the part where 5 of the chairmanship seats in the FCT had gone to the ruling All Progressive Congress. Of course, they cited flawed process and, most importantly, something that they would be taking to court. Also, INEC on her part as well has clearly said that the electronic transmission of results was usually used during the election. But who do we hold responsible if, and for instance, there is a total flaw on the collation of results and, of course, the rejection of results by the PDP?
Very much. Of course, we are going to blame anybody. It's, of course, the INEC, the people in charge of the conducting of the election and giving us the results. And as usual, they have failed the people. But my advice to political parties that have been affected by this joke of an election of just one state, Abuja, should not resort to court alone. They should present properly all the discrepancies of addition of figures. When you're having a case where the total number of votes is more than the people that registered in a polling unit, you know that there has been some inflation of figures by, of course, the ruling party. So that should be presented publicly even before the case is going to court. A case where we are just hearing, oh, they were cheating and all that, and people are not showing us those things. They are giving room for these people to just continue. And we have that kind of case in Lagos. The local government election in Lagos was basically a joke, and a very useless joke. But everybody said they head to court. But it's not just going to court. You have to present those things so that people will see the evil being perpetrated by INEC for the ruling party. So, of course, INEC is to blame. And this thing is not because of is a failure of system and all that. It's intentional. That's what Nigerians need to know. It's intentional. Even if it's manual, even if it's electronic, these people have intent to help the ruling party to continue to hold that power. So they will open the floors for them to do the rigging and all. So we blame them. My advice is very simple. Don't just go to court alone. Present those cases to the public, and also let your boot be on the ground with a series of protests.
All right,
left the time where we are accepting a irregular and unfair election and just waiting for court to dictate our lives. Thank you.
All right, then let me bring this conversation to the studio here. Barrister, interestingly, this is a time where the Electoral Act, as amended, has been signed into law. And of course, the INEC did say electronic transmission was fully used, 90%. But the PDP is saying, no, we are not taking this result because there have been so much manipulation and, of course, flawed electoral process. What do you make of this reality? Because, again, this is the FCT where rarely the ruling party wins from. So, looking at this development, what do you make of this?
The rigging started with a conversation the president had with the FCT minister. We played it in my other show with the radio station. When Wike went to the president and said he wants to be excluded from the TSA.
Yes.
Good. The president now asked him, I mean, this is a conversation between the two of them. Now asked him, what are you going to, what do you want to do and all that? He said that the FCT minister now presented the things he wants to do and all that. He said, okay. He now told him that, look, if what you are going to do will be in favor of your party, you have lost your job. That means whatever he's going to do must be in favor of APC for him to win FCT. So with that matching order, Wike was excluded from TSA. So how do you now expect him to disappoint the president? Does he want to lose his job? That was the rigging. And the man went ahead to do whatever he can do to, after the ones he did in Rivers State during 2023 election. You can see where we are. So the election was even rigged before the election took off proper. And I will not blame INEC. INEC, this is the man who just came in and he promised us good whatever. Look at what he has done. Why can't he insist, since there was no glitch, no network problem and all that, why not use electronic transmission of results throughout? All those manual collation where we saw TPS, they were TPSing some results. What was that for? If all the elections went through e-transmission, will anybody complain? Please, Nigerians, you can see where we are. You can see how APC doesn't want anything good to come out of Nigeria. There was no glitch anywhere. The network went freely. Let us use Abuja as a test case. Transmit all the results through e-transmission. They refuse.
But the INEC has clearly said that they use the
If they use it, I just ask you a question here. How come those tippers you saw? Or did you not see it? No, did you not see where perhaps these tippers, what is it for? Who tippers this? Who tippers what? What were they tippers in? And you have somebody saying here that the results they saw was not what was collected. These things are very clear and very obvious.
So, Barrister, looking at this situation, how can we navigate through this? Because as it stands, the Electoral Act 2026 as amended has been signed into law, and that seemed to be like the tiniest of hope for the ordinary Nigerian who will go out to vote come 2027.
The problem is not our laws. We have good laws, both in the Constitution, in all the acts. It is the implementation, the human elements. They are the problem of Nigeria. There are some people whose minds are full of evil. Any good thing, if they don't introduce evil into it, their mind will not rest. They don't want anything good. They want to circumvent all the acts, all the laws. They want to mess up our constitution, our laws, in order to have their way, without thinking of the far-reaching implication. If we continue to have a flawed election in this 21st century, so when are we going to get it right? Or is it in the next coming of Christ, which nobody knows? The world has moved on. These things are things that have been overcome in other climes. But in Nigeria, it's as if we don't even know what we are doing. You are doing election in this age and time, and you are doing manual collation. So what is the technology all about? Why did we bring it? These other countries that are using it, do they have two heads? I wanted somebody to tell me that there was a glitch in Abuja. There was a network failure in Abuja. That's why those manuals started to be used. So we are not ready, seriously, we are not ready. The human element, that is the problem. When you have bad people in leadership, my dear, there is nothing good that will come out of it. You can't give what you don't have.
All right, then, Barrister, let's move to another conversation so that we can also accommodate all the stories. Interestingly, as it stands, the national chairman of the APC has said that the president does not need this donation anymore after now because the Kogi youths have donated 100 million naira to get the form for the president come 2026 primaries, if there would be any in the APC. Looking at this development, Barrister, this is a state that clearly has a 50% poverty rate and a significant youth unemployment. The same set of youths can donate 100 million naira for the president to buy a form. Help Nigerians just oppose this reality, Barrister Dallas.
No youth donated any money. No youth donated 1 naira.
But the governor
also from Kogi.
The governor went with some persons.
The government in Kogi brought out that money, and they now say it is the youth. Which youth? Which youth in Kogi? Where did they get the money that they donated? As a matter of fact, how much are you supposed to even give to any political party? Looking into our electoral laws, they are contravened it. You are not supposed to give that kind of money. You are not supposed to.
Now, Barrister, that is the question I actually wanted to ask you before I go to Ayoinka. Does accepting this donation while serving as a governor constitute electoral fraud under the Nigeria Corrupt Practice Act?
I just told you here, it is against our electoral law, but who will challenge the APC? David, who will, even if you say it, they won't even bother. If you go to court, it will not see the light of day. No, we challenge this APC. I just told you here that they are desecrating our laws. On what ground will a hungry and a jobless youth contribute 100 million to give you? For doing what for them? I don't understand. For what? What have you done in that Kogi that has benefited the youth? As to say, yes, it is payback time. Are you supposed to even collect that money? And the chairman of the party have just validated it. And I'm sure other youths in other APC states are ready to contribute the same amount of money. So by the end of the day, you'll be looking at a form of over 3 billion naira. Because all the states now, their youth will contribute the same amount of money just to buy one form. You can imagine.
All right, then, Barrister, let me take this conversation to Mr. Ayo Yinka. Well, I strongly believe you're a young person, and of course, you're not from Kogi State. But looking at the reality that is facing us, that's a state that has the minimum of 50% of her youth unemployed, producing 100 million naira cash. What do you make of this story?
Such amount. I believe by now Nigerians should understand the politics and the gimmicks that these people play. It's a regular thing. When Buhari wanted to go for second term also, they announced somewhere that some youth have donated. It's just all life. No have such money to donate. The people that can donate such money, who are the likes of the Dangote and the Hotelolas and Co., they don't do it for fun. They are investing. And they know that they are going to get their returns of investment. So when they make those donations, the government will give them the free passage to be able to build refineries like Dangote did. Buhari gave you that opportunity. Or they open more projects for them and all that. But not youths that are hungry and facing insecurity. So it's just political gimmick. All the 100 million we're talking about came from the APC government by themselves, either through the governor or even through the federal himself. But that is not even the issue. The issue is the fact that these people have created a fraudulent and a chaotic electoral bill to push ordinary Nigerians out of participating in the political process, increasing it. They have increased the amount that an individual can donate, to elections. It's 100 million. It's there in the electoral bill. So, and it's intentional to push people away. And even for presidential and governor, they have increased it to 50 billion. It used to be 10 billion before. So this for campaign. So these are intentional acts to push ordinary Nigerians, young people with intention, vision, and mission out of the electoral space. And the way to navigate this is not to navigate it. You cannot navigate corruption. The way to go about it is to actually fight this process. We need to fight this system to get a better one. And we cannot fight the system only through the media or only through social media. We must put our boot on the ground. If we are going to evict the APC out of there, if we are going to finish this criminality, we must put our boot on the ground. Thank you.
Now, I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Ayoyinka. As it stands, what do you think can be done to not only, you did say, put your boot on the ground. Some Nigerians are wondering, in what sense are you referring to? Plus the fact that this clearly is contravening the Electoral Act 2022.
In all the sense of it, or anyhow they want to interpret it, they should interpret it. In all the sense of it, protest, street actions, shut down the state, whatever you need to do to make sure that those that power misruled are currently in power, listens to your demand, and finally leave that place. Because as long as they are there, they have no good intention for the people of Nigeria. And that is what is being done all over the world. Nobody needs to be explained to Nigeria that in every nation of the world, people are putting their boot on the ground to solve the problem of their country. Even the society that you say that they are developed or they are better, they are still protesting. They are still making demands. That's the only way. There's no other way. These people don't listen to reason. These people don't listen to appeal. These people don't listen to begging. They don't listen to tears. They don't even listen to people dying. They only listen to action by majority of Nigeria.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Ayo. But let me come back to the studio. Barrister, the governor, Usman Ododo, did lead the youth delegation and, of course, declared that Tinubu's 8 years tenure is non-negotiable. Now, on the other side, Ododo's deputy also stated that Ododo's 8 years in office is sacrosanct sometime in November 2025. So there are some quarters that have said that this is the government of Kogi State practically using the resource of the state to secure a second term. Do you share the sentiment? Plus, what can be done to these abnormalities that has just taken place? Because you said the Electoral Act is being contravened here, Barrister.
What are you going to do except to just say what you need to say, but they will have their way. I mean, is it not obvious to everybody that our laws are being contravened? It is not left for the people of Kogi. Unfortunately, the only voice I can hear or see there is Natasha Akbuti, whom they have been chasing all over the place, even as a senator. If they have critical voices like that in Kogi, who can mobilize the people against this government? I think it will make some meaning. But when she's the only one fighting, others have compromised, others have been induced, and so it will take a long while before Yahya Bello and Adodo will leave Kogi alone, even when they're out of office. Because from the look of things now, Yahya Bello will be selecting governors for them. Yes, all the governors that will come in Kogi must come through Yahya Bello and maybe Adodo. That is the gang they have formed in Kogi now. If you are not with them, then nothing for you. That's why they can make such promises. Is it not your performance that will determine how long you are going to stay in office? Is it not your performance? Somebody has not performed, and you are saying that your second term is non-negotiable.
Anyways, Barrister, because of time, really, let me go back to Mr. Ayo. You can, of course, end up this conversation with you, Barrister. Mr. Ayo, it's interesting as it stands, the United States House Committee on Appropriation and Foreign Affairs have submitted a report to the White House detailing findings, recommendations, and, of course, addressing the alleged persecution of Christians in Nigeria. The report is a comprehensive investigation led by Congressman Riley Moore and, of course, Appropriation Committee Chairman Tom Cole. What do you think might be the outcome of this report? Because there are conversations surrounding the fact that there's also been some major lobbying from the part of the Nigerian government to taking off Nigeria from that list of a country of particular concern. What's your position with this report?
Thank you so much. My position is local. The reason why my position is local is because that's how Nigerians should be thinking. The reason is this: the United States of America does not have any interest in the progress of Nigeria. Any Nigerian that think they do is just joking. As far as the US is concerned, we are one of their colonies, and there's two where they can continue to amass resources and control the world. World power is their interest, so they'll continue to play their politics. What Tinubu government have done is to lobby in millions and pay these lobbyists to speak good to the president of US on the fact that Nigeria government is ready to cooperate, and they have given them their demands and they have cooperated. And one of them is that to allow them to come into the country, which they have done. And the other demands, which me and you don't know yet, but some of us can also speculate. But this report, nothing will come out of it. The reason why this report can be out is the fact that, unlike in Nigeria, the representative, the legislative system over there are in a bit independent. People will speak, committees will make their discovery, and they'll bring it out. They do not care how the president feels. That is why it's been hard. But will anything be done about it? Will does the US care? No, they do not care. Of course. Also, who is doing the investigation on the number of Muslims that are dying? Do you understand? They are only doing investigation on Christians. Are you telling Muslims are not dying? Muslims are being killed, pagans are being killed, all regions are being killed. So the problem is Nigerians are dying, and the government of Nigeria is doing absolutely nothing about it. That should be the concern about Nigeria, not the document by the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Ayo, for that one. Let me bring it back to the studio. As it stands, do you think that as it stands, this situation as concerning insecurity would find a lasting solution? I say that because just in 2022 alone, there is a report that clearly states that Zamfara State alone lost 43 billion naira. That's about 100 million US dollars. Looking at these level of loss, who is benefiting from the level of insecurity that has bedeviled Nigeria? And then from this report, are we looking at something, a respite on the part of Nigeria?
The person that are gaining are the non-state actors who are constituting this terrorism nuisance. They are making money out of it. And if you ask me, there's going to be respite with the coming of America. Because if they don't, it will be a shame on Donald Trump. I don't see a Donald Trump being rubbish here with all the bravado, with all the gra-gra. If at the end of the day, nothing come out of this thing, then the shame and the embarrassment will be on America. And I don't see a Donald Trump going back on his ways. So maybe they are planning their next action.
Oh, well, that's where we have to wrap up the conversation this beautiful morning. We're speaking with Darlington Agumon, a lawyer and political analyst. And I want to say thank you so very much for being here, sir. Also, Ayoyinka Oni, a human rights activist and a public affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for also being here with us. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, Lagos Airport reopens after fire incidents. 3 flights diverted. These and more when we return after this break. Please stay with us. Thank you so very much for being with us. It's State of Media News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, has directed State Muslim Pilgrims Welfare Board to refund intending pilgrims who couldn't be registered for the 2026 Hajj due to quota limitations. This decision follows a strategic stakeholders meeting at NACON headquarters in Abuja, where the Commission reaffirmed its commitment to transparency and professionalism. NACON Chairman Ismail Yusuf clarified that the reduction in Nigeria's Hajj quota for 2026 is a global adjustment affecting several countries, not a targeted decision. The country's allocation stands at 40,250 pilgrims, excluding tour operators, but uploaded data exceeded the approval figure. The Saudi government has set a firm visa deadline of 1st Shawwal with no indication of extension. NACON urges states to reconcile records, withdraw excess entries, and complete medical screening, documentation, and data uploads within the operational window. Away from that report, the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos has reopened after a fire outbreak at Terminal 1 with 6 persons sustaining injuries. Managing Director of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, Olubunmi Kuku, confirmed that 3 international flights operated by Emirates, British Airways, and Lufthansa were diverted due to the incidents. The fire, which started from the IT server room on the 3rd floor, was contained through coordinated efforts involving multiple agencies. All 14 personnel initially trapped in the control tower were safely rescued. FAN has launched an investigation into the cause of the fire, which is believed to be linked to an electrical fault. The airport's renovation project, valued at 712 billion naira, has raised concerns about safety during construction. Moving on, Governor Monday Okpebholo of Edo State has handed over 54 construction machines to all 18 local government councils of the state as the government restates commitment to empowering grassroots communities and accelerating infrastructure development. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
Shares, music, and colorful cultural displays fill the Garrick Memorial Ground on Monday as residents and officials gathered to celebrate the official handover of 54 construction machines to Edo State's 18 local government councils. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo, and Senator Adams Oshomole spoke during the ceremony, highlighting the importance of equipping local councils to drive grassroots development.
What the governor has done is to challenge you to do the same thing he is doing here in the city and the other areas. And I believe you will not disappoint us. I believe, like the governor said, this is not for hiring. It is for you to go and create roads. Make sure sanitation is carried out. Make sure that roads are motorable.
Our local government chairman, these equipments are for the development of our communities. It's not for personal use. Take good care of it. Clear the bush very well. Clear the road path very well, so that people can see. Great road. I want to let you know that Akpakopisa might be small, but these caterpillars are not small also.
Demonstrating that order is watched. The autonomy of local government shall translate to having tractors to develop the 18 local governments in this state.
Attendees and residents expressed excitement over the initiative, describing it as a major boost for local infrastructure and community projects.
Today is a wonder that I've never seen before in this country. Okpebholo has impressed me as a person and as the president as civil society people. And we don't want to commend him, we want to praise him. And we want to use this to say to the local government chairman that our eyes are now on them.
You can see governance in action, and it's very commendable. So everybody now go hold them accountable. And the governor has been very, very intelligent to make this launching a very public event.
The event climaxed with Governor Okpebholo cutting the ribbon and officially handing over the machines, graders, excavators, and rollers, marking the start of development projects across the 18 local government areas. Brother John, POP TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. From there on, let's move straight to talking business. Nigeria's power generation companies have blamed regulatory distortions and operational constraints for the country's low electricity output, averaging 4,000 megawatts from an installed capacity of 15,500 megawatts. The Association of Power Generation Companies, APGC, says misconceptions around capacity payments and power purchase agreements have led to stranded and underutilized capacity. The APGC argues that generators are not being compensated for availability of capacity, only for energy dispatched and consumed, adding that the development has disincentivized investment in plant rehabilitation with an estimated 7,000 megawatts of capacity mechanically unavailable. And in the world of sports, Alex Iwobi played a key role in Fulham's 3-1 win over Sunderland FC, scoring a goal and assisting another. His perfectly placed corner led to Raul Jimenez's header in the 54th minute, and he later converted a penalty won by Calvin Bassey. Speaking to the newsman after the game, Iwobi praised his teammates' transition work with Harry Wilson, attributing it to their strong performance. And from sports, we'll move straight to entertainment. Controversial singer Portable has turned down a $50 million offer to face streamer Kati Efe in a proposed boxing match, deeming the sum insufficient. Music executive Soso Suberakon had proposed a match, which Kata Efe accepted. Portable demands a $3 million luxury car, 300 million naira, beg your pardon, luxury car, plus the 50 million naira prize money to participate, citing confidence in his ability after past victories over Charles Okocha and Speed Darlington. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the B-Day News right here at Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In the heart of Ebonyi State lies Afikpo North, the birthplace of a woman whose name has become synonymous with integrity, excellence, and resilience. Born on November 15, 1958, Professor Nnenna Oti's journey from a serene town to national prominence is a testament to dedication and unwavering principles. Nnenna's academic journey began at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where she earned the first-class honor degree in soil science in 1982. Her brilliance was evident as she emerged the best graduating student in the Faculty of Agriculture, receiving the Federal Government Merit Award and the UAC Prize for Best Student in Agriculture. She furthered her master's studies in soil science, specializing in soil microbiology and biochemistry from the same university in 1986. In 1987, she obtained a postgraduate diploma in irrigation engineering with distinction from Katholieke Université in Belgium, courtesy of a European Economic Community Scholarship. In 2002, she earned a PhD in Soil and Environmental Conservation from FUTO, winning NUC Award for Best Doctoral Thesis in Nigeria that year. Professor Oti made history as the first female vice-chancellor of FUTO in 2001, scoring 75.5% in the selection process. She officially assumed office on June 19, 2001, succeeding Prof. Francis Eze. Under her leadership, Futo witnessed significant advancements including improved research quality, the launch of gender-inclusive policies, and strengthened industry partnerships for student training and employment. Professor Nnenna Oti gained national recognition as the Independent National Electoral Commission Returning Officer for the 2023 Abia State election. Despite facing immense pressure and bribery attempts, she upheld the integrity of the electoral process. Her declaration of Alex Oti as the winner was applauded nationwide, with her statement, "If I perish," becoming a symbol of courage and integrity. Professor Oti's unwavering commitment to truth and transparency earned her a widespread acclaim. She was celebrated as the heroine of democracy, with various organizations and institutions recognizing her contribution to academia and national development. Beyond her administrative roles, Professor Oti's legacy lies in her dedication to mentoring the next generation, promoting gender equality, and advocating for good governance. Her story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity and excellence can pave way for a transformative leadership.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight on VOP TV. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, and I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And guess what? Today is a new day to stay inspired and grounded, because we are bringing you exciting blend of gist. Stories plenty today. Things that are happening in Nigeria. Yes, we're going to talk about a lot of things. So yes, stay tuned while we ride together. So first off on our list today, we're talking about DJ Cuppy. And yes, Nigerian disc jockey and philanthropist DJ Cuppy has graduated from the King's College London, marking another academic milestone in her career. So the entertainer, known for her balanced music, delivered a speech during the ceremony where she reflected on growth, perseverance, and self-belief. Her achievement has been widely celebrated by fans and supporters across social media. So during her address, DJ Cuppy energized the audience by referencing popular slang associated with fellow Nigerian superstar Davido, drawing cheers and applause from attendees. The moment quickly gained traction online, with many praising her confidence and ability to blend pop culture with an uplifting message to graduating students. Yes, we rise by lifting others. This is really, really inspiring. To see DJ Cuppy do this is really, really inspiring. I'm so happy for her. Like, you know, going to school 11 years after from graduating King's College London, she returned to deliver a powerful speech. And that powerful speech included Davido in it. It is something I'm so like, see, when we say 001 for a reason, we are not joking. Let us tell ourselves this truth. 001 is for a reason. Davido is big. When someone say he's big, it's big. Please, let's listen to this clip.
DJ Cuppy.
Just 11 years ago, I was sitting in the exact same spot as you, graduating from King's Business School. You see, they say that pressure makes diamonds, and I agree, but I believe deeply that pressure also exposes your core self. Life does not wait for you to feel ready. So please kickstart the idea, kickstart the dream. Action creates clarity. As Afrobeat superstar Davido always says, we rise by lifting others. So lift your classmates, lift your colleagues, lift your community. Lift the people standing where you once stood. Congratulations. Thank you.
Saying we rise by lifting others, and it's not a joke, I'm telling you. So if you have somebody that you need help, that needs your help, please do it. It's very important. It's not about you saying, oh, you're big, you being big without helping others. It depends on the life that you have actually touched. So yes, before we still go into this story, I had my darling join me on the show today. You see, she's all, in fact, I just needed to see her because she's all beautiful, glowing with a smile, with the oh yeah, how we doing today?
Are they sing for my head as you say, my darling.
Wait now. All these hype why going to give you now, you can't do they
and
do I don't
now
understand.
the hype bring the song.
You don't they do them too much. I smell pride.
Like this.
This is pride.
My darling. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing today?
I'm fine.
So tell me, how's your week been today? Actually.
The day? Well, just there. It was ironically hard to see like almost 10, those trucks, all those people used to. Lagos State, in the fact that they're trying to do good things, I feel like there should be level of sanity to some things. Okay, so you don't want normal bus to pass through the BRT road. But then why does it look like as if it's like we are on a hunting ground? Before that Maryland, we had about 10 people. Like, so even with BRT, we ended up not being able to pass that particular road.
That road, yeah.
Because they were so there trying to hijack all the yellow buses or cars that are passing there. And it was looking like I see today was on. It was really looking as if I went to the bush and I saw hunters trying to take a prayer.
Oh my God! Like see,
so it was funny.
You know that saying that they say Lagos is not for the weak.
Well, they are very much correct. It's actually not for the weak.
See, if you're coming to Lagos, you just have to have the energy, the strength to. Do you know that sometimes?
But what about we that are born in Lagos? What do we do?
Is it people?
No, now you're advising people that they are coming.
Is it people now?
What about us? That in the country, that we in this state, what do we do?
The Lord has been helping you people. And He will keep on helping you people because
it wasn't optional for us. We didn't have an option.
Yeah.
Ironically, we didn't have an option.
It's not like it's going to change.
Well, I don't want it to change, Sha. I just want to. Yes, I don't want it
but
to
you're
change.
right. You're complaining.
I'm not complaining, no. What I'm saying is that they can do it with, and isn't even if you won't block yellow buses, no blocks so you block us, BRT, we're supposed to pass that road. So I think people by now should understand, but in that particular axis, there are times where they've actually allowed yellow buses to pass, probably there's an hold up or probably like maybe a car spot or something. Yeah. But today only God knows what's happened. Be like say, hunter came for the prey.
You know one thing with Nigerians is that we are not so patient. When you see buses and
it's all about
road,
the world. It's all about the world.
Don't
come my country alone. It's all about
that
nobody's
part
patient.
where you say make them go follow. They not go follow that place because hold up go there. So
exactly. No one wait. Or this some more they catch. It can't be like say they don't target them, and they actually targeted that time.
Yes.
And they came. Oh my goodness. One was trying to, but before you go even say they don't. Yeah, my around. They don't even follow them. They talk. They'll just put this in. Yeah. That one will just drag the car.
Oh my God! Every
It was
day
hilarious.
is a drama. Like it's a whole thing. I feel
Nigeria is a movie on its own.
I just feel we have to come to this level where we need to do things organized. Like we have to be organized ourselves.
No, it be like they remove the O for organized for Nigeria. Now Ghana is the now Ghana.
Oh my God!
Because really, there's nothing organizable in Nigeria. Everything seems to be very chaotic. And if we're taking it as norms, to the point that even when people do things and you try to correct them, it looks like you are doing too much. My dear, it's fine for you to feel that way, but it's still not fine that the brain is tweaking that particular way. We can actually be way better as a country.
Actually.
But now we not being way better, we move.
Regardless. All right, actually, we are talking about things that is happening in Nigeria, and a whole lot of them is this Lagos that we are living in. Everybody is dragging each other. But right now we're talking about DJ Copy actually. So she made a speech on her graduation day because she just graduated from the King's College in London, and she actually made a speech which involved Davido inside and his speech, and she said we rise by lifting others. I actually watched that speech and I was mesmerized. She actually gave a very beautiful speech, and I'm like saying, see, when somebody is big, he's big. Talking about Davido, see why you keep your face like that? Because I'm saying
I'm not saying I did not say you're lying now. When somebody is big, is big. Why the emphasis?
Why the emphasis?
Hello?
Because please, we are
Like-
his fans. And we like the fact
See,
that
me,
we
I
are
like
his
when
fans.
people stand with their full chest on things.
Yeah.
Oh, why is big because we are OBO number one. I agree
If
with
you they use your speech, you not go there happy. Talk true.
But why people even took the glory away from the person that gave the speech and brought it to the video? Nigerians, can you be
please?
Like, it's scooping up big on our own. Why did you people have to bring as if everything now just like limelight?
We just need to acknowledge the fact that this is who he is. Nobody knows that. I already know that.
At
If
least,
this is Davido, everybody go say, "Oh, this is Davido. That Davido is a good person. That he's this, he's this, he's this." How many people you don't help? Everybody go testify to him.
Not be everybody. People ain't don't help. Everybody. You don't help me. I've been helping
But the people who don't help don't come and talk.
He's one of those celebrities that we give kudos to. He's really doing well.
Yeah.
And he has portrayed a very a charitable character in the industry.
Yeah.
Regardless of whatever we have to say about his promiscuous lifestyle and XYZ. But he's actually a very good guy that has led the cause, and he's always showing up for people and even his fans. And he's kind of person that once you see that, there is always a avenue to help, he's always at the forefront. So nobody's taking that away from him. But what I am saying, and I remain steadfast on that, is the fact and plain that you people didn't have to attach. You people just like to be everywhere.
I don't.
The video said not even know say they use them. Now in one of your fans go run do that banner. I lie.
Even if I even see that opportunity to do that, I would do that.
You see,
let's be sincere.
But it's not a bad thing. It's good
but
when
let's be sincere. Even this is just the example of we rise by lifting others. If now you see say they use you to speech, me I go wrong go. We should just say.
Even at the suffer they run. We let your grand they sleep. Run go for. We know.
What is the truth?
But it's
actually,
true.
if I see someone use you as an example, I need you to look at the way. Calm down. I need you to see the way on you behave.
See, the only thing when my is see as take cut out for body. Now the video do now. We say yeah.
How you want it? No. You know what I did house they do But trust me, I feel that Nigerians, our ladies are actually making me proud. Like making us proud. Because see them. J.J. Copy making speech, looking so beautiful on her dress.
Always
on her tradition.
pretty.
I'm telling you. And ladies, the way say when they talk, say men, when you go come and they talk, say women waiting and get for the table. See, we are the full package. But tell me, why I want to talk why they know they see, but I keep quiet. But
people are very elective in what they see.
But this question, I just wonder, waiting where men really want. They will see the one where they.
Should I call a man now and let's ask him? Probably because now them we go ask. Even them, they don't know what they want. It boils down to humanity. We are insatiable naturally.
Yeah.
So if you pick someone who doesn't have 1,000 in his account and you say, I'll give you 100,000, the person will say, hallelujah, we'll be very happy that finally I left from 100 naira to 100,000. And then she'll be like, why can't I be a millionaire? And the person finally has 1 million, be like, why can't I upgrade? Why can't I be a billionaire?
Yeah.
Let me also that same person who has forgotten there was a time we could not. Now, let me use myself as an example.
Yeah.
Everybody always aspires for greater causes. So, the only thing I think I always say to people is that regardless of that, don't let us forget the place of you still being human and not forgetting the fact that you are just a human being. You cannot take sovereignty over life.
Yeah.
So sometimes the winds and fates of life can actually just direct you to whichever part. So as a person, naturally we are insatiable. So I don't blame the opposite gender. Because even my own gender said nothing satisfies us. When you ask a woman now, if you ask Precious now, what do you want in a man? And she counts her criteria.
You see that part where you're saying we are insatiable? Forget this thing. Let's just tell ourselves. See men, they are polygamous.
Say everybody. Everybody. Don't say see men. Let's be honest. Honestly, I think every human, this has nothing to do with a particular gender. I've said this to countless men that it's not only men that are polygamous in nature. Now men now they count. A lot of our gender do worst. And we tend, I think recently one surfaced about a particular marriage where the husband was being promiscuous initially.
Yeah.
And let me not mention their full name. None of between GLLB Nation dragged the man. Like I pass my number generator.
Do you know why I'm saying this? the men, the kind of breed of men we have right now, they do
You
me
cannot
like say they be.
generalize.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be say this, but it's as if they are the gold digging thing, and
my dear, gold digging has been in existence before they gave it to my
I'm like saying this is
grandmother.
not the kind of men we had then.
That's not true.
Men
You
really
didn't
know what
live.
they
You
want.
didn't live then. You lived now. You only talk about the generation you live. You didn't live then. In the past, I've heard cases where elderly women will talk about the kind of men they had then.
Yeah.
Why they were able to marry a certain man because of what they had or who their family was.
Do you know some
so
men
you won't
really
say
chase
then
you?
or now.
Some men really chase you because of what you have actually.
Even before now, it has always been. And same thing with women.
They feel see person where they kind to them. Maybe because that person no could get money. They go one follow the person where they give them bass boys every day, go collect money from that one.
But our gender too does that. It's not particular about a certain gender. It's human nature now.
What I'm just saying is that we have good women that are, they've already fixed their lives. They're good and all those. But I don't know what really. If you keep
But we
men,
also have good men that
they
have
don't
also
really
fixed their life and they've done well for themselves and they still get jilted by some very bad women in court.
Well, what I just have to say.
You are standing too firm on our gender side. And I didn't like that. Because you're making it look as if it's only other gender that is bad.
No, I'm not making it look like that. But if you weigh it,
there's nothing to weigh. We do not do survey.
Let's be truthful to ourselves.
I'm being honest.
Let's be truthful to ourselves.
I'm being honest.
Because right now, it's even happening now. Like,
as of this week now, women will cheat plenty pass.
You will see a young man wants to come date you. Oh, okay, can we just work things out together?
Ah.
They'll be like, they will even make statements like, oh, you don't even have anything.
Because nobody won't marry liability again. They have seen what some of their fathers went through. Marrying their liabilited mother.
It's not about, do you know you could meet somebody and really grow with that person?
But there are a lot of people that doesn't want to grow.
I just feel that you don't make it look like, oh, that's because the person don't get money, so they are not even in the league of, oh, you cannot date them. Come on.
We are seeing now, ironically, when a rich man marries a poor woman, it is normal. But when a rich lady marries a poor guy, it makes it look like
now for Nollywood, you go even see that one. I tell you truth.
No. Vicky James married her husband, rich, and a lot of people. Let me not start making examples.
How you know say Vicky James' husband no get money?
Let us not go into details. Don't go into details. In case you don't know,
he will have, but maybe the wife is
no. That's what I'm saying.
But you are putting it like he doesn't have at all.
No, now he's still the employee now. Personally, he was working under Vicky James' friend's office. Let's not forget that part.
But he has income, actually.
He has income, but he income not reach one dress where Vicky James go make now. Are you whining my federal? Consultation fee last on, he pay his own salary. So where are we heading to? But one thing I want us to understand is that where there is love, regardless, I've seen Nigerians always castigate when a woman is doing so well and marry a man not up to your par, and they'll be like, you go marry that guy, you don't get money. And I'm like, hello. But when we always want a Cinderella marrying a prince.
That's
but we don't want
it's only on Nollywood you always see, that the rich man will come and marry the...
No, they do. No, I quite a lot of people. Let's not start making examples. No, there are plenty. Let's not go into details. I mean, Ned Weko married Regina Daniel. Not rich and poor.
No, which kind of rich and poor?
Now rich and poor.
Talking about Regina, she recently, baby girl just got herself a new bride.
Now, let me tell you,
a week after getting her mom.
If people miss a particular point, and that's the honest truth. I'm not saying Regina was not doing well for herself before meeting Ned.
Yeah.
But one thing should not be taken away. Her connection with Ned.
Yeah.
She used it very well that she was able to build a lot of things for herself. If she had not gone through Ned, would she have walked up to those people by herself? So I'm not taking away a place of being of her hard work. Where was her house?
Are you trying
before
to say
she married Ned?
Are you trying to say she got fame when she met her husband?
That it wasn't fame. It was real establishment. That's what I'm talking about. We're talking about fame.
Please, let's be truthful to ourselves.
Everybody know Regina before she married Ned. But who was she in terms of when we're talking about people who had enough money in the industry?
Let's say the truth. Do you know how much she was being paid as a Nollywood actress?
Let's not go into that one. My dear, you know why I would say so? Now let's be honest with ourselves. Where are our movies? Please now don't go there. Now bad movie. Now you didn't make answer like say she was not an A-list actor. So where are you going to?
Because it's an ABBA movie doesn't mean that she wasn't making money from it.
How much is the entire?
And she could actually afford
the entire thing they always see. Let's not. That's the say. Let's not go into details. You will not compare her with an A-list actor. When you call her before she even married Ned,
yeah,
how much were they paying her? Marrying Ned, there was a sense of upgrade in what they were offering her.
I don't agree.
How many movies she featured in that it was producer that called her? What was her? By the time she married Ned, her acting this thing was not like that again. She even brought out some movie and I'm like, is this the same Regina? I was expecting exactly. He's out there. It's not like I'm the only one that watched the movie. Let's not put sentiment aside. So when you're talking about, you want to compare her with Bimbo Ademoye?
Okay.
Those are actors that you can refer to what they earn. Let's not go there. And that's it. It's just like in Nkechi Blessing, we say I'm an actor. She's an actor, right?
Oh, that they
go. Honestly speaking, they are actors. They are trying their best. But we, the viewers, are the judge of their best. Now, it's one thing for you to be able to feel like you got an opportunity to be able to act. Yeah. It's another thing for you to be able to tell a story from the movie.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't even depict their roles very well. There are people that when I see them in a particular role, God knows that I'm always ready to sit back and watch them.
See, what I'm trying to say about this whole thing is sometimes I don't really know what the men want. They see a good lady and they feel because they might be, taken away from poverty. Because no, God forbid, nobody like poverty. Nobody like to suffer.
Exactly.
So because this lady, nobody knows tomorrow. That's what I'm trying to say.
But you not knowing tomorrow does not mean you should not have a foresight and not plan for your tomorrow. Your tomorrow no means you may go marry for organizer.
So are you trying to say that you are encouraging the men that maybe they have two ladies they are dating at the time, that okay, maybe there's one that has the money, there's one that has the handwork and doesn't have the money, and there's one that is already set up already. So the person should actually go for the one that is set up, because they receive basketballs. But why he loves the one that doesn't have any money?
Okay, so ironically, such a man, I despise them. In all fairness,
yeah,
I'm of the opinion I don't support any man having multiple relationships. So the minute I even having multiple relationships in my side.
So what?
So
the people that say I don't put my eggs in all the baskets.
Now women they use that slang fast, and that's the honest truth. But honestly speaking,
yeah,
for anyone that wants to choose a partner, it's your choice. So the only thing I always tell my friends is what I'm saying now, that whatever choice you're making, me as your friend, I will support you. But quote and unquote, be able to stand the test of time with that choice. So if you are choosing rich over character, your dignity, your sanity as a person, my dear, all hail Jesus. Bring your Camry, bring your Rolls Royce, bring your this thing. I'm all for it. We go, we cruise. If you get issue, I feel still advise on how to manage that issue. It was your choice. I didn't force you to make that choice. So if you would ask in reverse, I wouldn't make that same choice you made. So that's just the honest. So I wouldn't, you know why I'm not putting it on? Because recently, and in all honesty, I think this thing has to do with every human. So now, initially people will be like, like my own late mother told me, don't marry from Abeokuta.
And how do they even bring up these ideas of, religion? And
if you do analysis of people from that part where my mama talk, out of 100, 80 of them, the remaining 10.
You see your mother telling you, I don't want you to get married to the Yoruba. I don't want you to get married to an Igbo lady. Like, why? Why?
Okay, now, if you ask them, my darling to say, if you ask, they go see something to talk. Might be based on personal experience or close proximity experience. When I mean close, in terms of maybe your family, their friends, someone that had an encounter, and like my own mother was a market woman, so she was in the midst where she sees a lot of things daily.
Yeah.
And then my grandmother is from that particular place, so she don't marry from. And my grandmother was not a good person, quote and unquote. I always tell my dad, I say, now your mama make my mama say, no, don't marry from that. She's not like, they're not that bad. I'm like, but you agree with me that your mom is bad.
So, sorry to cut it short, but this is where, I've been in such a position where I have a friend where the mom said, I don't want my daughter to get married to somebody from this particular village. I heard they behave like this.
That one I hear her say. So mommy ain't going to rest. Then you can make a due diligence.
Yeah.
In order for us not to do a die no later.
Maybe because the experience she had with these people, they are not really nice people. So my question is, do all this saying really follow these people from this particular country? Like a particular state?
Most times, yes. They have the tendencies. Now, there's one thing they say about my own part in Yoruba, that we have, I don't know how to say it in English. Alatenumo, like we like to say things repeatedly. Like we know the Greek or matter matter. I've never been to my hometown, and I can tell you boldly that I have it. It's not like a bad cause.
It's like a spirit.
No, it's not a spirit. I think this thing has to do with I've not even, funny enough, aside my dad, I'm not really close to my dad's family. So aside my father, and my father rarely stays at home. He was a businessman that travels all around in my growing up.
Yeah.
So I didn't know how unconsciously and consciously, when I heard that statement, me and my siblings looked at ourselves and we say, we agree. Not true, not talk. Because we all have it. And I've never even been to my father's village before. And ironically, that's what they say about them lies so well with me as a human being. And I was born and raised in Lagos.
It's where.
So I agree with that concern that it doesn't matter where they breed you. Now, one thing I think people tend to take away is that this same Abeokuta people that my mom mentioned, and now I have a family friend there now, and she's actually a very good person. And one day when we had a conversation, I said, see, you were the first person I met that gave me a different perception about people from this tribe. And she herself, when they confirm, say, what your mama talk about our tribe? Not true. Even me as a daughter, I can't marry from that tribe.
Wow.
So now what do you say about that? Wow. It doesn't mean they don't get married, though. But you're opening yourself up for trials and tribulations. And some people marry for that same tribe and had peace of mind. So it has to do with individuality. How much more you want to curb that part of you. That's why it comes back to humanity, that if you have it in you that, regardless, I don't want to hurt my friend. You never do something to invest in me. Then I should not, because of that instance of annoyance, I should not insult you, talk down on you, and then later come and say, hey, because I'm hungry at that time, I dare run. It means that person is a bad person. Because I feel like anyone you call your friend, or you are acquainted with, or you are in sense of agreement with to some certain level, even when you offend you, you don't try to bring them down. Because if you are bringing them down, it shows what is inside of you. And that's the honest truth.
You know the heart of man, you don't know now.
You know, even God, we creator, said the heart of man is terribly wicked. He said, look us, it's shaken. He said, why have I created this kind of vile creatures? To tell you how dangerous our mind is. Because the sweetest person can actually be a killer.
Of course, change is constant.
And they smart. Some people don't even change, though. They mask their character so well. They pretend. Have you not seen people that are so nice in physical, but your spirit is restless around them? And when you tell people, and they are like, people will not be like, but they are very nice. They'll be like, my spirit says no.
And we're going to talk about this because even the next story we're going to talk about is about TV. But before we go there,
my favorite, they don't say one talk.
But before we go into that, we have to see. We are still talking about DJ Copy and had a message that she really referred both to Davido. She mentioned Davido and his statement of always saying we rise by lifting others. So yes, we are moving over to our comment section where we have people who have actually come out, fans basically, who has actually come out to say things about DJ Copy. So please, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Akin Jolie said, great speech. You see, she only quote the only artist that actually graduated. Okay.
We are not understand. Which what do you mean?
No, I
mean, do you know how many artists you have that graduate? That was I bet it's different.
When you calm down, you know that this comment section is bomber to bomber.
And that's how they tell the lightning like, say what you mean. Not be only Davido, you have to say graduate.
And Deborah said, see me smiling. She's so beautiful and soft spoken.
Yeah.
And GLD Mima said, that's my favorite at Davido.
Nah, so Davido fans did every day.
Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this and we have more comments. And yes, somebody said there are some things in life that are worth more than plaques and awards. This one is one of them. And yes, you see, I said Davido go there where he did this smile. We don't go talk about his speech. And we use it all the time. And let's tell ourselves the truth. So
before they born, if they don't use them.
All right, Gachi.
They made it more popular and it was a good one.
All right, Gachi has said educated DJ, quoted educated artist. See, the fact that, yes, that we go to school. See, you won't be DJ. last, you go see person where don't go all the plenty best schools. Now when you touching it turn out na DJ. But see, DJ
No,
get
they are
class.
not. They are not much.
Eh?
They are not much.
But DJ get class.
They get class, but they are not much.
All right. Also, I guess Thompson Walter said this one go drag with her husband tire. Fear women like school. Because you see the mindset.
This one is already scared that this one is so educated. So you go know say no, by his DP, you will know his kind of job. So you know that his kind of person.
You see the mindset.
You should marry between his caliber.
Because what is all this?
Ironically, I think people should not be trying to go into another people's caliber to marry from them. If you are a corporate person, don't go to blue collar and go and marry. You have put yourself up for grabs. Because when you want to go to dinner in your office and your husband decided to go and say he's wearing round neck and short knicker, you now want the fight time. You don't forget in a day they come.
Like, why do men? I'm sorry. Why do some men before they say they would call the drag queen and say precious? You know they talk. Why do some men feel so intimidated when a lady is maybe higher than them somehow? Because this is an example of it.
I don't blame them. Now self-esteem. I know that in terms of ego now, men ego be like this. So they don't like anything say go me that ego be like say they want day normal. They like the abnormality form where their shoulder is raised, and that's the truth.
Just imagine someone actually graduated and is giving a speech. Now in your own head, you're trying to say, "Oh, that the person that this kind of lady will have to be, you will not be shouting at her husband because why?"
Oh God, no marry educated woman. I don't marry woman where they go to school for a family.
They like people that they can intimidate.
You can marry a pepper seller or a plantain seller. Or pomo, some people they say pepper pomo.
You don't remember something. But let's not go into that. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about this. We have a lot of people in our comment section and they are saying things concerning this. And yes, Chioma, if he said stop tagging the video, rubbish people. Chioma, why are you pained?
No, even from our GP we shall.
Why are you pained, Chioma? And another person said, OBO is the best definition of the word. We rise by lifting others. And yes, another person said, as Afrobeat superstar always said, we rise by lifting others.
How many people you don't rise? You don't lift.
You rest. May we talk true. See,
no, as in say as Afrobeat. Why not we say even me, I rise by lifting others?
Even you, yeah.
Like him now where they say Afrobeat, not only Afrobeat superstar they rise, they lift.
And yes, Pretty Damsel said Davido is a legend. God bless him, actually.
Yeah, God bless him and his family. Amen. Fire.
You know, recently I saw the video with his, putting on the clothes his wife wore for, they were actually wore for an event. Be like, say, love is sweet. Love is sweet.
May it last forever.
When you go love her.
May it last forever.
Wait, which kind of talk be that one? I don't understand.
Help me not die a day. I don't understand precious again. I'm praying for Davido's family. I mean, their love lasts forever.
No, the way you can't talk, the love, like, it don't last.
It never lasts, so they just start. This journey just begin. It just begin.
Don't worry.
So the prayer will pray for them. It has been written where? Now talk and when Hania and Two-Face to marry you.
I beg no go there. No.
So let's pray for them. Prayer will be too much. So let's keep praying for them. As your beloved to him as a fan, they pray for him home.
Okay.
The irony is that as you dey fan, so if the video come out tomorrow, say marry Chioma again, marry another person, I go see for.
It no go happen.
No, it will not happen.
I go even kabash for this.
But I go see support her because say na fan na be.
Moving on.
On to the next item on the article.
On to the next gist. We are going to talk about Simi and the things that has been trending online because they drag that young woman. But before we do that, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we still have Precious with you and we still have Oyindamola. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, it's happening here on VOP TV. And I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And you know I am not here alone today. I'm here with my darling. Oh,
It doesn't you like music, ba?
Forget this thing. You don't know the kind of record label where I be.
Hey, oh yeah.
All right, we're talking about a lot of things, a lot of achievements from DJ Kofi, and we've said a lot of things with the video, and yes, down to See Me. And this is where we're going to talk about the things that have been happening recently. And yes, Nigerian singer Simi has come under intense online scrutiny after old tweets from 2012 resurfaced, sparking accusation of pedophile and inappropriate behavior. In one of the viral posts, Simi wrote about a 4-year-old boy who she said had a crush on her and rested his head on her lap, prompting widespread outrage on social media users, and with some going as far as calling for legal action, while others debated whether the posts were genuinely problematic or being misinterpreted out of context. So in response to the backlash, Simi clarified that the tweets were written when she was 23 and volunteering at her home at her mother's daycare, insisting that they were rather than any improper conduct. She explained that her words were being twisted to fit a false narrative, emphasizing that she has never engaged in inappropriate behavior with minors, and the singer urged fans and critics alike to consider the context of her post, noting that the renewed attention stemmed largely from her rise in fame rather than actual wrongdoing. So they have been dragging this young lady. All right, so this is what someone said. She said, I haven't been on Twitter today, but someone brought a few of my old tweets to my attention, and I cannot address it. And 14 years ago, I was 23, so I was definitely not a child. I'm not here to make excuses because I don't have anything to make excuses for. What I can't let anyone do is twist my story to fit the false narratives. So in 2012, I lived and helped out at my mother's daycare while I was hustling my music. I tweeted everything that happened in my life, as well as we all did at the time. Kids can be mischievous. If a child did something I found funny, I tweeted about it. Kids are cute and lovable. I want to hug, kiss, and cuddle them. I tweet about it. Nothing I tweeted was from perversion. So this boils down to where people come out to say a lot of things that they are not so sure about. And you know, a lot of things have been happening on social media now. People are faking things just to make the day. You get it? Because recently I even saw where someone had to fake that she was raped. And it was
our auntie. It's not a year and they can't say she's suicidal. She's skinny con. Nothing they not talk. People
what is
after all the that's not good deal. I want to be a good girl.
I just feel that people see everybody is going through a lot of things. You don't bring up things that will make them feel more depressed.
Definitely.
You get, But people feel that, oh, to make someone depressed, they will be happy.
Some people just take joy in other people's downfall. Or they feel elevated because they are so insignificant and they want to prove their significance in the world.
Yes. So as a young lady, see me, she was 23 then, and the boy was, let's say, he was 4 years old. And normally, he get picking where you go carry me. They carry my, those my little children.
So did you see those tweets?
Actually, the tweets are really scary.
It's not one. It's
not two.
It was quite much.
She tweeted, if it's something that you tweet every day about your life, then definitely it has to be surrounded with children.
Exactly. So ironically, even the fact that I'm a fan of Simi, everybody knows that. But I won't first greet the person who go dig those tweets. You try.
Even like saying, see,
like your life tweets me past.
Another thing is that everybody is saying anything. They should be careful because social media no go forget. That is just.
We all know that. But people didn't know that back then.
Actually.
A lot of people didn't know that back then. So a lot of people had, on some people here, they don't somehow don't do some things or pass for social media. They say it comes back to haunt them. This is an example. So
seriously,
for someone like Simi, I don't see her from that point of angle. And she has been one of those who is an advocate against rape, molestations, and the likes before now. At that same time when those tweets you referred to existed. But those tweets are quite disturbing. I don't know. Now, the irony is that I don't even know which one is original, which one is fake. Because a lot of people started bringing out AI version of their own. So we don't even know which one are the exact ones. So in all, I'm not supporting someone. Because now, we might look at it from the angle of what Simi has portrayed herself to us to be and want to try to downplay the effects of what that may have. But I don't think there's been any situation or any case that anybody actually went ahead to report or there is any allegation against her. Yeah. So if you're bringing up those tweets, those are just written words, which are not something that we can overlook. So if there's anyone at that time that probably you feel that way with evidence, you can step forward. I am sure Simi is not an unreasonable person.
Actually.
That will not. And ironically...
she has always been a Simi baby girl. Like,
but honestly speaking, the person go bring out that tweet. I give out to
the
you.
Person don't get good intention.
No need to emphasize that one. It was very obvious. So kundus to you. But I think, like Simi said, this actually taught her a very good lesson. That although our team members are not working on bringing out some of those tweets, some that she never remember again. So she never know when she tweeted us. So, then people saw Twitter as a way that let me just keep posting and getting known.
Yes.
So if anyone feels disturbed about the tweet, she has come out to say if there's any legal actions about it, I'm sure she's up to the task. She can always defend herself. But for Nigerians' narrative, for people coming out, people went as far as it wasn't just that. They brought out a tweet where she was still crushing on a particular artist, and they were like, "Hey, she doesn't love her husband." Hello, baby.
Easy.
Do you know how many years they dated? You say because it was available. Somebody that is AA that married an SS is availability that made her marry him.
Then they allow AG baby to breathe. Like I don't get this.
Ironically, the husband knows that the wife loves him, and the wife knows the husband loves her, and they are doing well for themselves. So your narrative, hello,
like people just want to feed from your from pain, like
happy feeding, happy feeding, feed like a baby, because nobody's gonna tell me anything. So ironically, when I saw some of those tweets, when I realized that some were the one that people went to go and do doctors and all, so we don't even know which one was real, which one was fake, which one was this, which one was not. So I'm like, we don't even know even if that one I saw, even now the true one, as long as I don't even have the strength to now start going back on somebody's Twitter account to look for, and this is somebody that tweets like water.
That person has strength, because tell me how you go and be digging tweets like this. You have all the energy.
Energy will take make your life better. And somebody now had one last rated celebrity had an opinion and said, if I'm AG baby, I know this is not married, because she only said hello. Somebody she married as a virgin. Are you for real? If she wanted to be promiscuous, you think
if Simi comes out of this, I just believe that just target.
She's not even in anything.
When I see this person, if they see this person,
no, she's not even bothered.
Actually, she's not.
She's not bothered, and she's not even in anything. Now did something. She's busy with her twins and our darling Deja, taking care of our home, taking care of our husband, and trying to overcome her postpartum and everything. And people are just so the heart of man is wicked. Now.
Oh my God. All right, see, fans don't actually come out talk plenty things about this. Let's go over to the comment section because now there people don't they talk plenty things. Now there they go see now. People will agree with me. Some people will not agree with that. Why would you see man no say anything to you? But then let's move on to the comment section and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Laura AGK said those tweets are disturbing, Sha. See, let's be truthful to ourselves. It depends on the okay. There was something that was taught. Let me make reference to this. There was something that was taught to me on Sunday, and there was a booklet that had 6 on the paper, the number 6 on the paper. And when they dropped the paper, they called 2 persons to stand in between, like in the middle of the 2 numbers. And this person was standing here, and the person was standing here. And they asked this person, "There's a way you will look at that 6. It will turn. It is 9." That you're looking
at. Yeah.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So what narrative are you trying to say, that the person that's saying 6 is wrong? Are you trying to say the person that's saying 9 is also wrong?
Not at all.
The both of them have their own
angle.
Thank you.
Their perceptions differ.
Thank you. So it's a 2 different things. Like you people, depending on how you're viewing it. But I'm not viewing it in the fact that that these tweets are there are tweets that are someone that is a pedophile or something like that. I'm viewing these tweets that this is a young lady that is growing, that loves children. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But see, some Nigerians know they see. In fact,
if they
always
want to
like
investigate, they should go ahead. I'm sure there are bodies for that. They can easily go to our page, find out the real tweets.
Yeah.
Not because people can actually create fake tweets. We know that before now. And they could use AI generation and the likes. So let them find out the real tweet. Probably print it out. Let's be sure it's coming directly from our page. There's so many pages that are mimicking her, that has been mimicking her for decades. That they bear her name and everything.
Yeah.
So please, let's just be sure that what you're investigating is the right thing.
It's the right thing.
And you're doing the right thing.
Please, let's take more comments.
But for pedophile's sake, pedokwa.
Let's take more comments and see what people are still saying about this. And yes, it's Godfather said, but when Ezra's tweets went viral, you see the reason why people are doing this. Okay. He said, but when Ezra's tweets went viral, he was terminated from his own company. Now, wow, double standard.
Hallelujah.
So
Simi not anybody's company.
So Simi,
no,
that means they want to bring
Simi
her
is not in
down.
anybody's company. Then secondly, what was Ezra's tweet? Is it like what? Now, I think Nigerians, we don't really do like China people. Because when you watch a lot of Korean movie, you understand the way and manner at which they handle cyberbullying and the likes.
Yeah.
That they even bully some people to death even before they hear the actual truth. Sometimes they don't even investigate. If you sabi talk, now you go win the case. That's what they do. So now, Ezra tweeted something. And the company found it, they find it offensive and feel like this kind of person should not represent our brand out there. That's Ezra.
But his tweets were even more scary. Like,
did you get
to see that tweet?
This particular person, did you get to see that tweet on Simi's page? On Simi's page, not the screenshot or the WhatsApp status you watched. On Simi's page, and you come to a conclusion that Simi desires to be blacklisted or to be, because that's the only thing that can happen to her. She's not working for anybody's company. She works for her own company. So nobody wants to. So if she feel like, oh, she desires to be blacklisted for that reason, before you come and start selling the narrative of when Ezra tweets surfaced. What was Ezra's tweet? What is Simi tweet? How does it correlate?
Did they see tweets with cats? Did they see like?
Did you see tweets with that? Maybe like she and a child, and she was touching a child.
Do you like making references to, about your landlord's daughter? Like, wait, see me this. See, we need to tell ourselves.
Nigeria do
what she mean by see out of all this whole thing. I don't think, okay, so the authority say they want go check, waiting the apple, let them investigate. Fine.
So be it.
So be it.
But
is well. That is all I can say. Let's take some more comments and see what people are still saying about this. And we have a lot of comments and people are still talking. And yes, another person said, because it's y'all's favorite, it's a joke and it's not that deep. Ori boboyin tidaru. Okay, and then another person said, yeah, it's definitely true. But just imagine it was a man's tweet. He go explain tire. see, you people are now trying to bring this perception or perspective about being a man and being a woman. Because, see, let's tell ourselves the truth. It's not about, there is nothing wrong with those tweets. Like, we've seen it, fine. But in the perspective of you having a child, children, for crying out loud, it's like, how do you even, oh God. See, we too too serious for this country where we did. Anyways, I think it's this.
No, we're not serious. We just like to, you know, feel like some people want to feel a sense of intimidating the other person through social media. Some of you, they bring you to the court now to come and defend what you type online. Only gonna know where you do.
Please. I just feel that this whole thing should be resolved. That's just my own. Because all this plenty talk. I don't even.
See me go see using a sing song.
All right, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And yes, remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories and tell them with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more episodes and updates on Spotlight Show. Yes, I hope you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And you know I didn't do this alone today. I had my darling angel.
Beautiful Oyindamola Olufotong from the Stable Lab.
All right. Thank you so much for staying with us. See you next time. Bye for now.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from Sudan, where Sudan has stated that any proposal to end the war with the Rapid Support Forces, that's the RSF, and achieve peace must take into consideration the country's supreme interest, Sudan's national security, full national sovereignty, unity of Sudan's territory, its institutions, and territorial integrity. In a statement, the Sudanese Foreign Ministry added that any proposal that does not consider such interests would not be accepted by the government and therefore would not find its way to implementation. It also emphasized that Sudan is a sovereign state and takes its positions and decisions based on its supreme national interest. However, the ministry did not provide further details about the nature of the proposal. The United States senior advisor, Masad Bolus, had earlier proposed a five-pillar strategy to end the war in Sudan, calling for an immediate humanitarian truce and a transition to a civilian government to prevent what he described as institutional collapse. And from Sudan, we move straight to Zimbabwe, where the Constitutional Court of Zimbabwe has dismissed an application seeking to invalidate the Private Voluntary Organization Act 2025 and hold the president of Zimbabwe accountable for allegedly assenting to a law passed without proper public participation. It ruled that no constitutional bridge was established. The applicant, who had argued that public hearing in Harare and Masvingo had been disrupted, thereby preventing meaningful contribution on the bill, and claimed that this invalidated both the legislative process and the president's subsequent assent to the law. However, the ruling by 7 justices, led by Justice Rita Makaru, found that the applicants, Passionate Fuza and Jonah Wakurawa, had not shown what the Zimbabwean parliament failed to fulfill its duties under Section 141 of the Constitution during the passage of the Act. According to the court, it was considered that no allegation had been made and proven against the second respondent that he had failed to fulfill a constitutional obligation and that the joinder was therefore incompetent. Still in Zimbabwe, the Zimbabwean community in South Africa has expressed concerns at the arrest and pending prosecution of Balamin Katunga Mugabe, the son of the late former President Robert Mugabe. Chairperson of the Zimbabwean community in South Africa, Ntobo Mbena, said the allegations were deeply troubling, adding that such belief that the son of the former president shot his worker was quite alarming and a sad thing for them. Wishing the injured person a speedy recovery, Mabhena urged the South African justice system to pursue this case to a logical end, adding that they expect the law to take its course. Katunga, 28 years of age, was arrested alongside another man following a shooting at a Heed Park residence in Johannesburg, in which a 23-year-old employee was critically injured. Both suspects had been charged with attempted murder and are expected to appear in court. And in South Africa has called on all United Nations member states to recognize Palestinian statehood and act in solidarity with Palestinian people. Foreign Minister Ronald Lamola told a meeting of the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, Switzerland, that the world cannot continue to appeal for an end to Israel's unlawful occupation, together with efforts to permanently displace the Palestinian people in Gaza and in the West Bank. He reiterated South Africa's unwavering support and solidarity with the Palestinian people. Lamola also said South Africa is concerned about attacks on the UN's Special Rapporteur on occupied Palestinian territories, Francesca Albanese, as well as special procedures mandates holders in general. According to him, special procedure mandates holders play a key role promoting and protecting human rights, and they must be protected. Lamola added that South Africa is concerned about attacks on multilateralism, the unpredictable geopolitical dynamics, and the erosion of a rule-based international border. Moving on to other stories, Cameroon's military court has sentenced 3 soldiers to between 5 and 10 years in prison for their role in the killing of no fewer than 21 civilians in the country's Anglophone Northwest region. The court found them guilty of murder, arson, and destruction for the February 14, 2020 attack on the village of Ngabu. The soldiers and the Fulani militia killed civilians, including 13 children, and burnt homes in the incident described as a rare instance of Cameroon's government acknowledging the atrocities of its soldiers in the Anglophone regions, which have been racked by a separatist conflict for nearly 10 years. The authorities initially denied responsibility for the attack on Ngabu, but later backpedaled following international pressure and the findings of an investigation ordered by President Paul Biya. The case dragged on for 6 years after hearings were postponed multiple times. And from Cameroon, we move straight to Kenya, where Kenya's Commission on Administrative Justice has raised concerns over what it terms as excessive charges imposed on students and parents seeking access to senior secondary school placement results. In a letter to Principal Secretary of the State Department for Basic Education, Julius Bitok, the Commission said the 30 Kenyan shilling fee charged to access placement results via SMS is unaffordable for many families, describing it as a barrier to candidates transitioning to grade 10. The Ombudsman urged the State Department to spearhead negotiations with mobile service providers to lower the cost of accessing the results. It also noted that though an online portal exists as an alternative channel, the Ministry of Education had not provided adequate information to parents and students on how to use it and avoid additional SMS charges. Among others, the Commission further called on the State Department to develop mechanisms to ensure easier access to placement results. In another development, Kenya's Director of Public Prosecution at the DPP, Renson Ngonga, has attributed delays in prosecuting cases of police misconduct to slow and incomplete investigation by oversight and investigative agencies, particularly indicting the Independent Policing Oversight Authorities as the IPOA and the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI. Ngonga said his office can only act after investigators have gathered sufficient evidence and forwarded complete files for review and prosecution. He noted that public outrage often targets the DPP, whether incidents involving police brutality or misconduct occur. Yet responsibility for investigation lies with other agencies depending on the nature of the incident. He stressed that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution operates at the final stage of the criminal justice process and cannot initiate trials without credible and well documented investigations. Nkonga emphasized that prosecutions cannot be driven by public pressure alone, warning that weak evidence could undermine cases in courts and violate the rights of suspects. Moving on, in a move aimed at centralizing the oversight of donor funding programs, the Ugandan government has barred accounting officers across ministries, departments, and agencies from entering any governance-related agreement with development partners without prior cabinet approval. The directive was issued by the Secretary to the Treasury, Ramathan Gobi, through the second budget call circular, calling the finalization of ministerial policy statements and detailed revenue and expenditure estimates for the 2026-2027 financial year. According to Gobi, the guidance is in line with the cabinet minutes, underscoring that the decision is binding on all government entities. The circular further provides that any financing proposals related to governance must first undergo structured consultative process involving key state institutions. Moving on to other stories, tension is escalating in Uganda's Nsowe Central Forest Reserve following violent clashes between licensed tree planting investors and groups of pastoralists accused of illegally occupying government forest land. The confrontation have reportedly led to widespread destruction of planted trees, assault of workers, and property losses estimated at billions of shillings, covering roughly 4,635 hectares of Gomba district. Nsowe Forest had suffered heavy degradation over Nsowe Forest has suffered heavy degradation over the years due to pastoralist encroachment, including cattle grazing and clearing for farming. In 2017, the government, through the National Forestry Authority, allocated 2,885 hectares to private investors to restore the degraded forest with eucalyptus and pine trees. The remaining 1,750 hectares were allocated to 175 residents already living within the forest, each receiving 25 acres on condition that they plant trees. Since then, investors have planted trees on 2,308 hectares and continued with restoration activities. However, new groups of pastoralists, some allegedly from Rwanda, Gulu, Tanzania, Sango Bay, and neighboring districts such as Nyankwazi, have reportedly invaded the forest, cutting down young and mature trees, grazing cattle, and establishing temporary camps. Moving on, a Tunisian court has ordered the release of Ahmed Souab, a prominent lawyer and fierce critic of President Kais Saied, in a move the opposition hopes will pave the way for the release of other jailed opponents. Souab had been serving a 5-year jail term following his arrest and imprisonment last year. The court gave no reason for its decision at a hearing on Monday. Souab's lawyers and family said he had recently been suffering health problems. His brother, Mungi, welcomed the development as very good news, hoping that it will be followed by the release of all unjustly imprisoned detainees. Schwab arrested Schwab's arrest sparked widespread anger among political parties and civil society groups, which saw it as a dangerous escalation of authoritarianism in Tunisia. Schwab is a retired administrative judge and lawyer who had repeatedly said the judiciary has lost its independence under President Kais Saied. Just to watch the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is a lawyer and a public affairs analyst and commentator in the studio, Mr. Darlington Agumo. A very good afternoon to you, sir, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
My pleasure, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well. Thank you, Barrister. Thank you. And how are you doing as well?
Okay.
Also joined us virtually is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye. He is a human rights activist in Uganda as well. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister Edward, and thank you for joining the conversation as well this afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you, David, and Senior Counsel at the studio.
All right, then let's start off this conversation from the studio here. Well, interestingly, there is a conversation about the level of arrest by the presidency, well, allegedly now by the presidency, and the concerns of the fact that as it stands, opposition figures are saying these are political arrests to silence opposition in Tunisia. What do you make of this?
Whenever a dictator is in office, the first thing he is likely to do is to silence opposition. They don't want anybody to remind them of their shortcomings. And so I am not surprised with what we are hearing about Said. And is that, you know, when a leader has failed in office, he wouldn't want you to criticize him. He wouldn't want him to expose him. He wouldn't want you to tell the whole world what he's doing. And so anybody who is likely to do that is an enemy and must be put in prison. That is how dictators are known. That is their hallmark. And so when this news is coming out from Tunisia, I wasn't surprised.
So looking at the fact that Ahmed Chouad has been, a court in Tunisia has ordered for his release, some have said that this clearly looks like a cynical ploy by the president to ease international pressure, while of course keeping Tunisia on the path of the authoritarianism that he's been accused of over time. Do you also share this sentiment?
Yeah, they should sustain the pressure on him to do the right thing. Releasing one person out of many is not enough. The opposition and the human rights activists in that country, they should not rest on their oars because one lawyer has been released. Others should mount pressure on these tyrants to release other detainees so that democracy can thrive in Tunisia. It's not enough to release one person. If you release one, you must release all.
All right, then let's take this conversation to Uganda. Well, Barrister Edward, this conversation about the release of this lawyer who have already been serving a 5-year jail term following his arrest and imprisonment last year because, hey, he's been sentenced and he's been serving that term. But some have said that the judiciary in Tunisia is clearly acting from the pressure of critics. And the question now would be, why release this young man because of his health crisis? Has the rule of law been reduced to political expediencies, or are we seeing some act of what I would say a plea on the part of the family of this man?
Thank you, David. What I can say in this situation, you have seen several illustrations like this in Africa, where actually you oppose the ruling government, you become an enemy. So democracy is actually on trial. Democracy is undermined in most of our countries in Africa. So I would actually say this is already a rape of the constitution. The constitution is defied in this case. You have a right in most countries like Uganda, you are supposed to be produced to court within 24 hours for actually now be tried in the court. But in cases where you get the government is in fear, the government is actually has actually captured institutions. So there is no wonder that even the judiciary is actually acting on the command of the ruler. That is now the situation.
Well, I'm still going to stay with you, Barrister Edward, because the civil society in Tunisia has clearly said that Tunisia is at the risk of sliding back to into the pre-2011 authoritarianism rule, which, of course, is something that they are trying to fight against. But from your perspective, is there a possibility that the gains of the Arab Spring is not visible afterwards? Because this, again, is a conversation that has been ongoing. Should these kind of arrests continue?
It takes a minute a country to actually fall down in situations where you get bad leaders. In this case, probably this is what Tunisia is facing right now. So it is my view that Tunisia is actually going under a trial in democracy. Has to test the constitution. Tunisia has to test the judiciary. The parliament should come up and actually now look at what is needed in Tunisia. So, in short, David, I see the democracy, the type of rule which was actually fought, getting back to that.
Okay. All right, then let me bring the conversation back to the studio here. Well, interestingly as it stands, similar patterns of jailing critics was, of course, discovered in the Ben Ali's regime, of course, which rarely, of course, released some of these detainees. Now, the Kais Saied era of Tunisia occasionally releases opponents under pressure. Do you think this is a suggestive, tactical flexibility style to not be equated to the Ben Ali regime? Because some have said that Tunisia seemed not to have learned from the Arab Spring era.
I think so. I think so because, you know, some dictators, they thrive on intimidation. The man believed that if he released these detainees in piecemeal, maybe after a certain pressure, he will release a sort of detainees. And then after some more pressure, he will do so. They will now see him as a listening president.
So that would definitely improve the image of Tunisia.
Exactly. In fact, his own image. Because he's not even thinking of the image of his own image, so that the international community will see him as a benevolent dictator and all that. But it is not enough. In a thriving democracy, this thing shouldn't happen. You don't imprison opponents. You don't imprison critics. If not, the whole Americans would have been in prison because of Donald Trump. I don't think we are even talking here in Africa. You need to listen to what Americans are telling Donald Trump. With all his bravado abroad, with all his showmanship abroad. At home, America used to tell him all manner of things, but he doesn't care. It's a democracy. That is what it means. But in Africa, criticize one president, he will turn into a tiger and swallow everybody.
Now, as it stands, is there the possibility that, according to the presidency, this is a major crackdown on dissent? because you would recall Shoaib's arrest last year, of course, was widely seen as the president's crackdown on dissent, which they said was undermining the security of the country at the time. But this level of arrest was consistent and consistently seen with arrest of opposition figures, journalists, and of course, activists. On the part of the presidency now, my question is, the crackdown on dissent and of course restoring law and order in the country, is this justified by arresting oppositions, journalists, and activists as well?
Under the rule of law, it can never be justified. Arresting people because of criticizing you is the wrong move in democracy. Because democracy thrives on criticism. You cannot claim to be the perfect man when you're a leader. You must listen to critics. And if you refuse to do so, then you are turning into another thing. All those things that he's doing in Tunisia, he's just wasting his time. In fact, he is rubbishing his image, because stories will be told later. Like we are discussing it here in Nigeria. I'm sure all over Africa, other channels of the media are talking about it. Is that a compliment? The answer is no. So the earlier you do the right thing, the better. It will not remove anything from you to listen to what? Opposition critics. It will not remove anything. So instead of you to listen to them and then take it in your stride, you now decide to jail all of them and all that. You are creating problem for yourself, very big problem. That's just the truth.
All right, then. Well, as it stands, the opposition figures in jail presently in Tunisia is increasing by the day, and hopefully the voice of the people might, prevail in the end.
And this may attract the attention of the military somehow, because they have been telling you, we don't want coup in Africa, we don't want coup in Africa. By the time this thing will continue, the military will become uncomfortable, and you know what will follow.
But as it stands, do you think that the military is not even involved in this?
That's what I'm saying.
With the president?
Yes, I know that, yes. But then, a section of the military, because all of them cannot be in bed with the president. A section of the military may be disgruntled, and they may use this as a weapon, as an excuse. And the majority of the people will welcome them whenever they come.
Well, that is almost inevitable, because the parliament has been disbanded in the country. So ruling by decree, anything is almost possible. Let me take the conversation to Uganda. Well, I want to talk about a story emanating from your country where centralizing the oversight of donor-funded program, the Ugandan government has barred accounting officers across ministries, departments, and agencies from entering any governance-related agreement with development partners without prior cabinet approval. Well, Barrister Edward, what's your position with this? Some have said that is Uganda's centralization of donor oversight a genuine push for sovereignty, or a calculated move to choke off donor support for governance reforms and civil society activism?
Yeah, obviously, you'd actually relate to that, because it is Uganda was just under the check, and going through a check of elections which has just ended January. Yeah. And you saw what came out of it. So the government is a bit careful to expose itself in most of the areas. As we talk right now, in fact, the elections in Uganda are not yet accepted by all the world partners, because Uganda is still questioned on how the elections were conducted. So one of the areas, obviously, the government is very much careful is the issue of finances. To tell you for sure, the partners who have been investing in Uganda heavily are not happy with what expired in January. So this is also making the government to tighten its belt, because the finances may may be used against the government. So that's why the government is putting such restrictions. So it is political. It is not something which is actually new to Uganda alone. Most of the governments in Africa, the dictators are always very much careful when it reaches such a level where you see your partners are supporting opposition.
Oh, well, let me bring this conversation back to the studio here. Well, question that is really got in my head right now is, why does the Ugandan government fear centralized donor engagement? Does this really expose insecurity about its governance record and accountability structure?
So that the amount will not be captured. That is just the simple truth. They don't want the amount to be captured because of the misuse they have that has been involved in this money. If the whole money is put in one basket, of course you will capture it. Then you now ask questions: where did all this money go? Who used it? What did you use it for? But when it is scattered, of course you cannot be able to capture the whole amount. That's what is playing out there. And all African leaders play these tricks. They wouldn't tell you how much foreign donors are bringing in. They will never tell you because of the misuse that they want to put it to. They will never allow you. Some of this money, some go into their own pockets. So do you want him to account for the money he put in his pocket? Do you want him to account for it? That is what happened. There's no other excuse.
So would this directive trigger donor flights? I mean, Uganda being isolated and underfunded as well.
Of course, yes. It will attract attention. So they will try somehow to cover it up and then reassure the donor agencies and all that. They might even put up a phantom project and tell you this is where they put it and all that. But was that the purpose? Most times when donor agencies give you money, it is targeted at a project. And so when you are not ready to pursue that project, you are going to misuse the money. And when they ask you, you now put up one excuse or the other, just to confuse them and divert their attention.
So as it stands, should this trigger donor flights and the economy is underfunded, or some part of the economy is underfunded, how much of an impact would this have on the Ugandan people?
They don't care. David, why do you think Africa is underdeveloped? Most of the money are in foreign banks and all that. David, half of the money of Africa are in foreign accounts, no thanks to their leaders. If you should repatriate all the money that leaders have stolen from Africa, Africa will be a paradise. That's just the simple truth. So they wouldn't want such things to be exposed. They secretly do business with this money and all that, and then keep it abroad.
All right, then let me take this conversation to Uganda. Well, Barrister Edward, as it stands now, the government of your country tightening grip on donor governance. Some have said that this is marking a major beginning of a broader trend in Africa, because this is just like Barrister Aguma also said here. There is the conversation surrounding the fact that some of these governments are weaponizing sovereignty to silence reforms. What's your position with this as well?
Yeah, very true. The government is trying its best to silence the so-called partners because, ideally when the project has started, just as Council has said in our studio, that money is supposed to go directly to support that project. But when you bring issues like you should have books, check the books first before it is dispersed. Now it starts a questioning yourself. The government has failed in most of the projects. So we don't know how the government will now manage even these donor funds. Yes, the government should have accountability of every money which comes to which enters to the central bank. That is true. And we know this money is channeled through a very good open and transparency means. So you can still, as a government, get the information. So this one is totally aimed in drawing some kind of lines on the issues of actually controlling whatever is happening in the country. You know, there is a lot of issues concerning even the person who was elected recently is not safe. It feels like he's not safe. The son is not also feeling safe. That's why you see the issue any kind of a statement. So I believe the intentions are not good for Ugandans. The intentions are just to try and now try to cover the corruption which is too much rampant in the country.
All right, then. Let me just stay with you and, of course, move up to another conversation before we just wrap this up, maybe in 1 minute. The South African government has called on the United Nations member states to recognize Palestinian statehood and act in solidarity with Palestinian people. Well, Foreign Minister Ronald Lamola told in a meeting of the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, Switzerland, that the world cannot continue to appeal for an end to Israel's unlawful occupation, an end to the ongoing genocide, together with efforts to permanently displace the Palestinian people. What do you make of this consistent vocal nature of the South African government, particularly in the part of the Palestinians, as against Israel? A move that Washington is not finding funny afterwards.
If the process is followed and so that the request is so much and dire, I believe we actually feel recognition is something which should be done as per the law. Now, if it is it's done in the right procedures, these people are to be recognized, then I don't see any situation. But also, we look at the security part of it. It may bring issues. That is how I look at it.
All right, then let me bring it back to the studio. Implications of this statement. Some have said Washington is already not in good business with South Africa, but Pretoria is still consistently talking and asking the UN to take a major stance as concerning the statehood of Palestinians. What's your position with this?
The only thing that is driving the consistency from South Africa is their experience with apartheid. What South Africa went through in apartheid, they're liking it to what Israel is doing to Palestinians in Gaza. So when they remember what they went through and what they suffered, they are now in solidarity with the people of Palestinians.
But some have said that this is oversimplifying the comparison here.
In what way?
Well, in the fact that the Israel-Palestinian conflict might just not be the same toll with the apartheid that South Africa saw.
That's what I'm telling you. I said they're liking it too. Because during apartheid, yes, we know that it was more horrendous in South Africa. But they're liking it to what they went through.
Okay.
There is no other explanation for you to occupy another person's land and then impose your will on that person. You know, you are the one managing everything. You don't allow them to be free. You don't allow them to do things that, you know, and this is a country that's supposed to be a sovereign nation. And if you go to the history of this thing proper, the Palestinians were there before the Israelis came in. And so there is every reason for the whole world, not just South Africa, the whole world to come in solidarity with the people of Palestine so that there will be peace for once. There should be peace for once. After all, if you check the size of this place we are talking about, yes, they can make a deal and then accommodate each other and still live in peace.
All right, then. Because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. We've been talking with Darlington Agumo, a lawyer and public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Also, all the way from Uganda, joined us virtually, Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye, a human rights activist and also business associate. Thank you so very much for being here as well.
Thank you, and have a good afternoon.
You too. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the African news and business. Sports will be up next. Busy stay. Glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here in Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. Sudan's Kordofan University said its campus in El Obeid city sustained heavy damage after drones that it said belonged to the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces RSF struck the facility. In a statement, the university's media office said the attack targeted buildings within the central campus complex in El Obeid, the capital of North Kordofan state, causing extensive damage to the infrastructure. The Emergency Lawyers Association and local right groups had condemned the strike and held the RSF responsible, describing it as part of an escalating pattern of attacks on civilian sites. It said that targeting educational institutions constitutes a violation of international humanitarian law, stressing that assaults on universities undermine the right to education and threaten students' future. And from that story, we'll move straight to talking business. The Ghana's finance ministry says the government has paid 10 billion cedis, about $910 million in interest under its domestic debt exchange program. It stated that the payment marks the sixth coupon settlement since a restructuring began as the country works to emerge from its deepest economic crisis in a generation. In a statement, the ministry explained that the payment was intended to reassure both domestic and international investors, strengthening market confidence and supports the country's credit outlook, while also promising stability across the financial sector. It added that the latest settlement is the second full cash coupon payment with no payment in kind component, which reflects improved fiscal capacity and a stronger sovereignty position. And from that particular story, we'll move straight to talking sports. Africa's biggest, brightest young football talents will converge on Maputo as the final of the prestigious school tournament takes center stage from April the 2nd to the 10th, 2026. The Confederation of African Football CAF flagship youth competition has rapidly grown into one of the continent's most significant grassroots platforms. And this year's final promises another thrilling chapter. Built for Mozambique's vibrant capital, the tournament will bring together the best school teams from across Africa, all battling for continental glory. Since inception, the championship has played a critical role in talent identification and youth development. Beyond the silverware, the tourney embodies CAF's broader mission to invest in grassroots global and nurture the next generation of professionals. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here in Voice of the People television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utami.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is
Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen.
Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
All right, welcome to another action-packed edition of The Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Apelo saying welcome to the show. So much to talk about the exciting world of football. And of course, we're here to serve you the hottest and the latest gist as the Champions League returns with very interesting, mouth-watering second leg playoffs this very interesting Tuesday. And of course, on Wednesday's fixtures, we'll also be looking upon us. All right. You can be a part of the conversation as well. Those who are watching us on YouTube at VOP TV and at VOP TV Plus, you can drop your comments under the comment section. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that notification bell so you never get to miss an episode of The Locker Room. We're also on Instagram, Facebook, and of course TikTok. And of course, the man makes a return of his, the Algerian. I don't know, maybe tomorrow he will become a Somalian, just like the producer. Already started with this lovely afternoon. Hafiz, so much to talk about the exciting world of football. Yeah. We saw Manchester United yesterday. It looks like something is happening. And Roy Keane has been talking tough, saying that Carrick is the man.
Of course, one thing I just feel is that people are very, very momentary. They just work with what's going on. Few games and he gets to lose now, the narrative will change. But yeah, the Algerian is back here just like he claimed. I think I went on a tour, with Eric Chel's former club, MC Oran. He showed me some parts. I remember Algeria. Speaking of Algeria, I remember just back in the days, the Champions League, African Champions League, the CAF Champions League as it were, when the likes of JS Kabylie, Mouloudia Oran, when they used to participate, but now we have the likes of RS Bikani and all of that. And of course, brilliant one. It's good to hear, to talk about football. We have Champions League upon us. Our Nigerian stars will be involved today. The likes of Rafael Onyedika, Ademola Lookman, they will be involved. Club Brugge against Atletico Madrid. And of course, for Manchester United, a good one. They went to the old Dickinson Stadium, a team that defeated them at Old Trafford last season. And it was like a payback. One new Benjamin Šeško getting the goal. It seems like he's coming into his own, and Michael Carrick, it looks like he's going to get the permanent job, at the end of the season. Good one for Manchester United all around, and they are back in their Champions League spots. And so I'm sure Mayowa also will be buzzing by the time he joins the show. So it's good to be here. Let's break all of it down this evening together.
All right, and nothing's going to stop Mayowa from fulfilling his part of the deal because definitely Liverpool is hot up as well. And Manchester United making top 4. Wow. I don't know. It's still early. Anything can still happen.
Of course.
There's still the battle between Liverpool, Manchester United, and
Chelsea are also in there.
Chelsea has to make top 5 this season.
It's even looking like Aston Villa might be the one to take the fall at the end of the day because you remember they used to be known as the title contenders at some point, but you and I know that Aston Villa, they don't really have that ability yet to contend for the title, even though they have somebody that knows how to win titles. That's talking about Unai Emery, right there with them. But of course, Manchester United are there. They're hanging in there somewhere. Chelsea might have a say in this title race, Jerry, at the end of the day, because they are playing Arsenal next at the Emirates Stadium. And of course, they're still involved in Manchester City. this time at Stamford Bridge. So I think that's one right there. Chelsea might have a say at the end of the day, but then they will also be looking to secure their own personal space and get to the Champions League, for next season. Liverpool, I don't know.
The AI coach is beginning to crack, and
He's seeing the reality of the Premier League.
Yeah, I saw how they were leading. All of a sudden, things just spiraled. And,
That's talking about the match against Burnley. I think touch on that one. Yes, they got a red card. Silly yellow card, the first one for Wesley Fofana, then he collected the second one. And of course, Burnley came back, they got the goal. But the thing is, at the aftermath of the game, Wesley Fofana coming out to report racist targets towards him, and his family and all of that. I think that should stop now. In the Premier League, the past weekend, reported yesterday about Tolu Kudari as well. I think this should stop. We don't want to be seeing this in Big 2026, but of course, we want to enjoy the beautiful game. And Wesley Fofana, I would say, should keep his head up, rise above all of that one, and move on to the next game. Though he will be missing a very crucial one against Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium. But of course, he will be back, and I'm sure he'll be back better. Same for Tolu as well.
To say the fact that I got a call from a Manchester United fan who gave me some analysis of how Manchester United can still win the league. He was mentioning that Arsenal was going to play some more draws, and Man City will lose.
And Man United will win all the remaining games.
And Man United is going to win all the remaining games and win the league. Yeah. Just to say, some will say there's this word when somebody's talking about the devil. Talking about
the devil.
Speak of the devil. Why is here? Why we're just talking about how a Man United fan called me early this morning. That was around 7:38 this morning, and gave me analysis of how Manchester United is going to win the league. He even rubbished me, said that you have been the one who doesn't want to talk about Manchester United. You don't want to recognize their efforts. I said, wait, did you sleep? It's like you saw after the win, you dreamt about me through the night and called me this early to talk about Manchester United.
No, he's trying to let you know
that they are going to win the league.
Yeah. That maybe not to win the league, but they have an outside chance
of
making it into the top 3.
He was categorical. He emphasized.
But the reality is that they are close. Maybe not to the win. I think they are close to securing the Champions League spot than winning the league.
They might be Miroslav closer. But they are never close.
They're never close to it.
Why is great to have you.
What are you guys talking about? Manchester United cannot win the league.
Why not? Everybody it's an open floor.
Which league?
You are playing a game per week now, so you have a chance.
It's not Sunday league we're talking about. We're talking about the English Premier League.
It's just how many points between Manchester United and Arsenal. I think it's about 10 points, if I'm not mistaken. So, 10 points can be gotten. That's 3 games lost. That's 3 games and a couple of draw. Man City can lose games. Who say? We are fine on us in the 6 games, 5-1, 1 draw. That's a fantastic result.
I think you should fire all cylinders to make sure that guy gets a haircut first than think of winning the league, because the guy is still there waiting for 5 games straight. Let him get his haircut. After that, you can think of winning the league, Abby.
But the thing is that, even as much as everybody's talking about Manchester United winning last night, nobody's talking about that Manchester United was going to draw that game.
Up until that goal.
Yeah, up until that goal. And it was still 50-50 that Everton would have still won that game.
Well, you could say the same for Liverpool too. They were on the way to drawing that game, and then a winner came out.
Let's stick to the fact now. The fact is that everybody is talking about getting the 3 points eventually, right?
Yeah.
But it shows that this Man United side, they're just 1 game away from losing. They are very close to losing now.
But I think the game was, in a way, sometimes it looked balanced. Because sometimes it looked like Everton were going to take the lead.
If any match that a goalkeeper becomes the man of the match, that means the goalkeeper went through a lot.
Of course, he went through a lot, of course.
That means he went through a lot. And if he continues to go through a lot, let's not hope he will not become another future Onana. Yeah, he's doing well right now.
But you have to give credit to where credit is due. Give Manchester United's defense. Beginning of the season, they've been suffering. But in games like that, they managed to stay put. Yes, Lamens was there, the last man, between the sticks. It was like the solid rock for them. I think,
if we're not
banter aside, let's give it to Manchester United.
Lost that game.
Banter aside, let's give it to Manchester United. Maybe winning the league is not that realistic. But of course, Champions League, with the season they've been having, Champions League is not bad.
Maiwa, they were giving you hope now. This man is
No,
coming
but
to reality.
it's what it is now.
It's the truth. We're going to qualify for the Champions League. However, I will take you back to Alex Ferguson. There are some games that you win that way. It's not all games that you come out rosy.
Yeah.
If you are playing against a team, a David Moyes team, definitely you are expected to struggle. They didn't allow Manchester United to play, and we saw it. And what matters is the 3 points. They got the goal and they won. Yeah. The same thing can be said for Liverpool. I'm not trying to drag Jerry into this, but it's the truth. Yeah. The same can be said against for Liverpool. It took them, last minute kick for that particular game to win, and that's the hallmark of a champion. So I mean, all win are win. We have 3 points and we won. Wow. That's just it.
Still life, inside life.
You know, I just like this narrative.
All win,
because all win are win. But when a certain team at the top of the table, when they were using set pieces to win, they said they are calling them set piece FC. Now all win are win. You see this agenda thing there? It's just beautiful. I like it because when it swings to your side,
but Hafiz, let's be honest. I think something is beginning to rear its head in the EPL and it needs to be addressed. Look at what everything was doing. They played about 10 corner kicks yesterday, and they are practically suffocating Lamens.
Goalkeeper, yes.
I think
Arsenal brought it to the league.
Why are you pointing at me? I don't know what you're saying.
I think EPL as a whole, they need to do something about it. It's taken away from football. In as much as we want to say we want to win games, doing that to a goalkeeper should always be a foul any day, anytime. But they are like I don't understand it.
I mean, there's something that they're always serious on goalkeeper protection, but I'm surprised now that they don't do it anymore. There was this game they played. I'm trying to remember now. They won 2-0. Their second goal, the guy actually put the ball in the back of the net in front of the goalkeeper. He was there, like just to the front of the goalkeeper, shielded him. Why do you shield the goalkeeper? That should even be a yellow card. But of course, the Premier League, it shows their inconsistency. It might count for some games, it won't count for other games. But that's just the sad part. Hopefully, they will rectify that one going forward.
Hopefully, they'll rectify that going forward. Let's talk about the big story. Nigerian Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has issued a stern warning to his Turkish club Galatasaray, threatening to report them to FIFA over unpaid wages. According to report, the forward, who has not received his due payment from the club, has already taken steps to address the issue through FIFA and is contemplating refusing to play in matches if the situation is not swiftly resolved. Osimhen, known for his prolific performances on the field, expressed his frustration, stating the Super Eagles striker's threat adds another layer of tension to his relationship with Galatasaray as clubs across Europe face increasing pressure to meet player obligations amidst a financially challenging climate. With Osimhen's potential action hanging in the balance, all eyes will be on FIFA's involvement in resolving the matter. The situation comes at a critical time for both Osimhen's career and Galatasaray, with the striker having a major role in their forward line. Yes, Osimhen is very important. If he was injured or something, you say he has not. Anyway, pay the player what is owed. But so far, so good. Osimhen has been their best player. The last Champions League game with Juventus, he didn't score but got 2 assists. That's massive. And they are rolling back on that 5-2 win away in Turin. I don't know, why should a club side owe a player?
Well, for me, I think it's normal for clubs to have financial, maybe imbalance, at some point in time. And maybe that's what Galatasaray might be going through at this point. But when you look at it critically too as well, Victor Osimhen came with a profile. He has a huge profile. In his first season when he was on loan, he bagged in goals. Then he signed a contract and is earning like maybe close to or even over 15 million euros per year, at the club. That is huge. And his coach actually came out, to speak. That's Okamburu. He came out and he said Osimhen's wage alone, is enough to go out the whole team, to pay the whole team. And that's talking about him. And they brought in other names as well, like Ilkay Gundogan, Wilfred Singo, Leroy Sané. Yes, they might be on their last legs. Singo is young, but they might be on their last legs, Sané and Gundogan. But they'll still be commanding huge wages alongside Osimhen. So I think Okamburu came out when he was lamenting against the high salaries being paid by the club and also used in transfers. So maybe when they spent during the summer and they're trying to put these players also on the wage bill because they have a very, very high wage bill, Sasha Boy is also there. I think they have a percentage they will be paying with Bayern Munchen is also there as well. So due to the rising wage bill and also player salaries and also transfer dealings, maybe Galatasaray might be experiencing some discomforts financially at this point. But also because this was an insider news, also an insider has come out that the club have been discussing internally, and he has also rubbished all of this one, saying Osimhen, is not trying to take any crucial step to go to FIFA to report or anything, that he's happy at the club. So let's see what's going to come out, in the coming days. But for me, I think they should not let this affect their game against Juventus in the Champions League. They have formed a closely knit side. They are leading in the Turkey League. They have 54 points. Fenerbahce are just 2 points behind. So I think they should focus more on what's going on the pitch and let the administrators deal with this. Yes, you don't want anybody to owe, at this point, but I think dedication, and since they don't have an history or a profile of owing their players, maybe this one should just let it slide, and let's see what is going to come out in the coming days.
All right, so Mara, what is it about Nigerian players? In January, he was part of the players that protested being owed the Nations Cup, and now even his club side is joining the queue. You see that the man has to go to Rabiji, or what is going on? If you were Victor Osimhen, what would you do?
Well, it's very simple. There is no smoke without fire. There will be an element of truth there. And I think Galatasaray should do what they need to do. It doesn't make any sense for you to sign a player you cannot afford. Nobody forced them to sign Victor Osimhen. They decided to sign him by themselves. It is incumbent on them for them to ensure that they pay his wages. It doesn't make any sense, for Okamburak to come out and say the wages they are paying him could go around and pay every other person. They knew the conditions before signing him, and it would be unfair for them to treat him that way. If you know you can't afford him, why did you bring him in? That is the question. I hope it does not degenerate, because the moment you begin to have issues over money does not end lightly, and that's just the truth. There is nowhere people fight over money and the relationship remains solid. One person would have to live for the other person, and that's just the truth. I hope this is false. I hope this will not happen. I hope it's not going to. I hope it's not going to happen. I hope it will not distract them from ensuring that they focus on the Champions League, and they do well in the Turkish league. However, it's insulting that Okamburak will come out and say that. I hope they resolve it internally, and I hope it does not disrupt what they are doing. And this goes out to all other clubs. Do not have the money. It's as simple as that. If you have the money, that's when you should be playing, and allow the player to suffer like what you are about to see with Osimhen.
Are you sending messages to some clubs in the NPFL too?
No, those ones are only
Yeah.
It's a culture. You can't stop you from a culture. It's a culture. It's a way of life. So
it shouldn't be on a normal.
It has become a culture. So it will now take the grace of God for them to live that culture. You have to break away from that system that sees owing players as a part of the game.
But of course, it should be something that we should be trying to rectify going forward.
We're doing our
so
best.
At least to take the NPFL from being 12th in Africa, that is embarrassing.
12th.
12th in Africa.
They're even 12th. I think
12th.
That's a lot. That's a lot of
12th best league in Africa.
That's a lot. They are still doing well for 12th because of with
And to
the
be honest,
quality
if you see
we
the
are
level
seeing,
of leagues above the NPFL, you'll be like, much respect to
There's
those
structure.
countries, but of
There's
course
structure.
you'll be like, there's structure. Yes, that's why I'm saying that. Even if it's a team of 4 teams, it's a league of 4 teams, 8 teams, even 12 teams, once there is balance and structure, it should go on. And that's what we've been crying out in the NPFL for a very, very long time. And hopefully they will rectify that one, because that's owing of player salaries and wages. It's a big thing, trust me, Nigeria.
I just hope I will not be having my grandchildren by then. Before that will happen. But anyway, let's talk about Wrexham goalkeeper Arthur Okonkwo, who has been cleared to play for the senior national team of Nigeria by World Football Governing Body FIFA, and is available for selection in the upcoming international round of games. Nigeria will be up against World Cup bound teams in Iran and Jordan respectively in a 4-team invitational tournament. opening their campaign against Iran on the 27th match before taking on the host 4 days later. And the build-up to the tournament, Nigeria will likely be without first-choice goalkeeper Stanley Wabali, who is presently without a club, opening the possibility of having another goalkeeper in goal. Okonkwo, according to sources close to the 24-year-old, will be ready for his international bow if selected by head coach Eric Chell, who convinced him to switch his international allegiance to Nigeria. And of course, the pair met in London last year during the Unity Cup tournament in England, where Okonkwo agreed to play for Nigeria. Definitely, I would like to see this guy. He's been doing big things for Wrexham, and the trajectory moving from the 4th league, now they're in League One, and hopefully they will make the championship next season.
They are in the championship.
They're already in the championship.
Yeah, they're in the championship.
Fantastic
They're
side.
doing good for themselves.
Fantastic side. And Okonkwo has been their first choice goalkeeper of recent. And I think it's an Arsenal product.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, a fantastic player. Definitely a lot of Nigerians would like to see him in goal, at least to give Stanley Wabali a run for his money. Who doesn't have a club at the moment?
Yeah, I think good one generally also for Nigeria because I think that goalkeeping department has been a place where we wanted to see more bodies, over a long period of time. There was a time I personally used to question that over 250 million people in Nigeria and we don't have a solid goalkeeper. And I think this one also will want to put Stanley Wabali on his toes, and maybe it's time to start speaking with his agents and saying, look, it's time for me to get a club. Because trust me, I told you here on the show, I said a clubless goalkeeper should not even be featuring for the Super Eagles. Yes, there are also sorts of calls from the NPFL, the Rivers United. They're also making calls to him saying, look, even if you don't have a club yet, come and train with us or come and be with us for now so that you can have a stay. I think if he goes to the NPFL, with the way the NPFL has been looking right now, he shouldn't be called up to be Nigeria's #1. So right now,
#1 goes to the league. He shouldn't be called up.
I think this also shows some, some intention from Eric Shell as well. That look, I need more seriousness for him to be able to convince Arthur Okonkwo to switch, his international allegiance from England to Nigeria. And also Mayowa doesn't really agree with trying to make Nigeria the second choice. But of course, it is what it is. If we are seeing somebody doing big things and we can poach him, especially in the goalkeeping department, that we've lacked bodies over the years, I think this one is a welcome addition to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And with the likes of Maduka Okoye still there as well, Amaso Basoge, if he pulls up good performances for his club as well. Francis Uzo, who for me, I have my personal reservations, and I think we should be moving on from him, but I don't want to go into that right now. Arthur Okonkwo, we also put them up their toes and make the competition in goalkeeping department even more stiffer at this point.
All right, Maiwa, what do you think? The goalkeeping situation, Arthur Okonkwo has been doing great things. Is it high time he challenges Wabali for the #1 spot?
I mean, if he has been cleared to play for Nigeria and he's not going via the DR Congo way, then definitely we should be looking at bringing him into the national team. I don't agree with it. I don't want our national team to be a team B of another country, but that is where we are at the moment, and we have to make do with what we have at the moment. So I mean, Nwabali, I've said it consistently. A whole lot of people might disagree with me. I don't think he has held down the #1 shirt. To that capital, he doesn't have a club at the moment, and we don't want people who are clubless to come to the to play for the Super Eagles. And the goalkeeper, that has been in good form, that has been in great form for Wrexham United, I think will be an added advantage for us. We have Maduka Okoye, who plays in the top league in Italy. Then we have another player in the championship, Otokoko, that is probably that has made this that has switched to Nigeria. So more competitions. Let's see who the best of them is. However, in the history of Nigerian goalkeeping situation, all the goalkeepers that have stayed very long in that #1 position, they were Nigerian made. The question is this: with these Oyibo people, with these foreign-born Nigerians, would they be able to cut it? Would they be able to nail that #1 shirt? Let the competition begin, and let's see which of them will be able to prove us wrong.
Maiwa, one of this certain goalkeeper, I know that Germany, they tried to call him up, but maybe he hasn't gone to an international tournament. They haven't played the World Cup. I'm talking about Noah Atubolu. Do you think there's any hope for Noah Atubolu to still be called up by the Super Eagles?
Well, I think the issue of Noah Atubolu, I think he was making some unreasonable demands that he wanted to play. That was one of the reasons. And if you are that good, Germany would have called you up. Let's be honest with ourselves. He might be doing fantastic for whichever club he's playing for.
Yeah.
But I think it's not good enough. That's why Germany is not calling him up. I can bet it with you. If Germany has the opportunity, if he's that good, Germany would have called him. Or if they call him, he'll probably jump at the opportunity. You don't come to Nigeria and be making demands. You have to make your demands with your performance, not sit down in the comfort of your room and be making demands as if before you, Nigeria has never had a good goalkeeper before.
But I mean, if you look at the goalkeeping department, you want to make demands, knowing that you don't even have a tougher competition.
Yeah, I think number one is actually safe, but having number 2 and 3 is very, very crucial.
Yeah.
Because Maduka Okoye, I don't know where he stands as far as the Super Eagles.
For me, I think he's going to be the number 1 going forward. And
That
if
is-
Richard doesn't believe in him, maybe at all Conco.
That is if he takes invitation. For instance, this friendly would have been very great to have Maduka Okoye on board alongside the Wrexham Otto Okonkwo.
Maybe we should just wait to see the list.
Imagine Maduka Okoye plays the first game, Otto plays his second
game,
and Mwabali could actually rest because we know that he's good for number 1, but the competition has to come so that everybody will sit up and know that you are not assured of the number 1 position. That's healthy competition for the number 1 sport. Let's talk about the Super Falcons of Nigeria. The head coach, Justin Madugu, has explained his decision to leave out Asisa Doshoala from the squad for the double-header friendly against the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon. Madugu unveiled his 25-player squad for the friendlies last week. Oshoala, 31, who has been in outstanding form for Saudi club Al Hilal, was a surprise omission from the squad. However, the gaffer maintained that the former Barcelona star remains part of his plans for the upcoming 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations. The Super Falcons will be aiming to secure a record extending 11th title when the competition kicks off in Morocco next month. Okay, Madugu has just said that Sister of the Shoulder understands leaving her out of this friendlies because he knows that she is part of his big plans as far as the competition is concerned. So I think that looks more tenable to at least give more room to players, younger players, to test some experience ahead of the WAFCON.
Yeah, I think it's simple and self-explanatory. After I particularly came out to speak on that one, I think it's a welcome one. It's a friendly, double-header friendly. Yes, that means there's already made plans like, look, after this friendlies, it doesn't justify, this friendlies does not justify your place in the team. It's not saying you are going to be knocked out or you are going to be replaced. We just want to see other players that can step up and also, be like a cover for you, or will also give you a level of competition going into the tournament proper. We know that you are part and parcel of the Super Falcons. But they mentioned the Super Falcons now. She's still 31, still balling out for Al Hilal in Saudi Arabia. When we mention the Super Falcons, we mention Asisa Doshoala. Yes, our performances might have been dwindling in recent tournaments, in recent games, but of course, you don't still want to leave Asisa Doshoala in front of your net, just like that. She will back the goals. And I think, yes, Madugu is saying that, look, you are going to go to the tournament, but let us give these other players, opportunities, to present themselves. And we have a lot of players, in the Super Falcons, these names that he has called up, for these friendlies. Some of them are making their debut, and we want to see them going forward as well. And also, I'm particularly happy for the return of Gift Monday, who I feel like, is also going to be like, she's going to bring a level of competition to Oshoala, going forward. So I think Madugu is trying to see his squad and, he will streamline them based on their performances, hopefully, because we know how the NFF can be when it comes to selection of players. Hopefully, he will streamline these players and say, look, I'm going to pick out of these players plus Oshoala to go and negotiate, the WAFCON in Morocco and bring the 11th title back to Nigeria.
All right. And of course, my one, the explanation, is it tenable leaving out of Cesar Doshoala, or the man is just doing PR?
Well, I think you get a political form from Madugu. He's doing politics with that statement. Let's be honest with ourselves. Oshoala is not going to be part of that particular team.
Really?
He's going to be there. Probably maybe somebody gets injured. That's the reason why he's going to make it. Yeah, that's the truth. Madugu is a very ruthless coach. And I understand the reason why, he has come out to say this. Oshoala might still pull some kind of weight. and he does not want to, come out and say you are not part of my team. In case something happens to those that you probably use, so it doesn't, look like look stupid, and after go and start begging Oshoala. That's the reason why he's making this particular statement. I can bet it with you, if all the strikers and all the forwards that he needs, if they are fully fit, Oshoala is not going to make the team. And I understand it. I've said it consistently. Oshoala has paid his due. If you are talking about the issue of the Super Falcons, you cannot write off what Oshoala has done for that particular team. However, we as a national team, anybody that makes the team must be performing at optimal capacity. At the moment, Oshoala for the national team, she's not performing, and we need people that can perform. The last AFCON, WAFCON, Oshoala will just make cameo appearances, and that shows that the team is beginning to move on from her. And I think this is a way to begin to tell her that your time is up with the Super Falcons team.
All right, time.
But I think it's a two-way thing, Jerry, because you look at it now. That means Madugu, if he's making that bold statement and saying, "Look, you are not going to be part, but I don't want to announce it now," it's going to be egg on his faces if the Falcons don't win, because I think he will be preparing for the backlash. Because trust me, that will be the first thing that will be said. If the Falcons don't want to win the tournament, they will say, "Why didn't you take a
I feel so sorry that I'm cutting in. The thing is this: let's look at the performance of Oshoala, especially for the last AFCON.
Yeah.
What was the contribution of Oshoala? So anybody that wants to give a Madugu a backlash to Oshoala and we didn't end up winning, probably doesn't know about football. Your performance should dictate how you should play. There's a particular gift Monday that was dropped. I myself complained on this show that why is Gibmonte being dropped? Gibmonte was informed, but he was dropped, and we saw the result. So I think with what Madugu has done, with Oshoala making a cameo appearance, I think we should trust his judgment. Whatever happens, I think we should believe he's making the right decision. If he ends up not winning the title, what has been Oshoala's contribution in the last WAFCON?
Absolutely.
It's practically zero.
Yeah. Okay, what has been a contribution? Okay. Anyway, maybe she'll do the Ahmed Musa, my slot, and
no, I don't think Oshoala has to do my slot.
Yeah, because she's still doing well in the Saudi league.
She's the darling of a lot of people. So of course, if the NFF is still the NFF as we know
Ahmed Musa was a big brother to a lot of players at the Super Eagles.
If the NFF is still the NFF as we know it, trust me, she's going to be there.
Yeah,
she is. Yeah,
she's going to be there.
Of course.
And I hope Madugu is not a foreigner.
She might not get to play a lot of games. Just like Maiwa said, it might be cameo appearances, but I think she's going to make it. And of course, if you want to look at these players being invited, I think they are being invited based on their performances at their clubs at the moment. And trust me, she's also fit and firing for Al Hilal. Yes, it might be Saudi League, but she's...
It's unfortunate Madugu is not a foreign coach. He would have submitted a 19-point demand after winning the SEMA.
Yeah.
But he is at home, so he can't complain. And but the fact that he's giving room to select his players, it's quite a bold move. And of course, taking those chances to prove that he's a top manager, the manager of the year. Last time, talking about AFCON, CAF Awards.
CAF Awards, yeah.
So, and he was also selected the Ballon d'Or, top 10 in the world. Okay,
I think that's a good one. It's a good one for him. Yeah. And of course, I think with these players, let's see what's going to happen in the double header friendly. But I think with these players, I think the Super Falcons are good to go and win number 11.
They can't win the number 11. Yeah. All right, let's talk about the UEFA Champions League. Action resumes tonight. Inter Milan manager Christian Kivo says he's confident the club will overturn the 2-goal deficit against Bodo Glimt in tonight's Champions League second leg playoff. I recall that the Nerazzurri lost 3-1 at the first leg last week in Norway and risked joining reigning Italian champions Napoli in being eliminated from Europe's elite club competition. And Kivo stated that Inter Milan will do everything to get the needed victory and goals against Bodo Glimt. Mayowa, do you think that Inter Milan is up to the task?
Well, they are a very big team, and you would expect a big team to step up and do the magic. However, do not write off Bodo Glimt. The last time an underdog won the Champions League is about 22 years ago. That was when Porto came up with Jose Mourinho and beat a whole lot of things. and and they ended up winning the Champions League. That was the last time any underdog team won the Champions League. The story of Bodo Glimt is surprising to a whole lot of people. They did it against Man City. They also beat Inter Milan, and even before that, if I'm not mistaken, they beat one of the big boys too in the group stage before the Man City and the Inter Milan game. Yeah. So I will not write them off. 2 goals might be in the San Siro, might be small thing for them to be able to overcome. However, don't write off a Bodo Glimt. They've done it before and they can do it again. I will not be surprised if at the end of the day, maybe Inter Milan will win the battle, but Bodo Glimt will win the war.
All right. Okay, now winning the battle, winning the war.
I think it's a good one. This new version of the Champions League took place last season, started last season, and I think it's a welcome idea for me. It shows a more level of competition between these sides. Not just the regular group stage and all of that. I think it has shown that you can come up against anybody and anybody can knock you out. And Bodo Glimt as well, just like Mayowa said, you don't want to sleep on them. They defeated Atletico Madrid away from home. They defeated them at the Metropolitano 2-1. So it means that it's not just in Norway that they can play ball. And when you watch that first leg, oh wow, the way they played Inter Milan, the goals they scored, not as if they just scrambled goals. It was set piece FC. They played Inter Milan like they actually played one team in Norway like that. So they scored beautiful goals. I mean, the third goal, even the first goal from Fett, absolutely sensational. And trust me, Inter Milan now will be feeling the pressure. Yes, you might say this football. Of course, an early goal can put Bodo Glimt on the ropes again. And Inter Milan, of course, they will come out firing. They will want to attack or go all out. But trust me, they don't want to leave it in a shot at the back because Bodo Glimt, they can possess the ball and they can also hit them on the counter. So it's going to be a very, very tight game. I don't think Inter Milan will have it easy. They will not walk through just like that. Bodo Glimt, trust me, will give them a run for their money. And to show that they dismantled Manchester City as well. Also, they played Tottenham. It was a loss. Was it a loss or a draw? But they gave Tottenham as well a run for their money. So it's a good team. They have former AC Milan, a winger, that's Jens Peter Hauger, who actually made a statement from the first leg saying that he wants to play against Milan. He wants to come back to Milan and do the business, on Inter Milan. So it's going to be a tough affair right there at the San Siro. But Inter Milan, they might, just bring out that form that made them get to the finals of last season. They were last season's finalists. Maybe they will show that form again, but it's going to be a tough one out there at San Siro.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And of course, I think last season we had teams like Bre and even there was a season Girona was the joker of the...
Girona played last season.
Yeah, Girona was the joker of that league phase. Yeah. But it looks like Bodo Glimt might be the joker this time around. What if they do one against Inter Milan? Are we seeing them going all the way? Mayowa?
I want an underdog to win this season. My wife is telling me right now she's hoping Man City will win the game, but in any case, we win the Champions League this season. However, I want an underdog to win. And the Bodo Glimt, trying to knock out one of the big weights, one of the heavyweights. It will be a story for the Champions League. It's been far too long that we saw an underdog win. 22 years is far too long. I think if a Bodo Glimt do it, I will not be surprised if they can do it against an Inter Milan. I will not be surprised if they get to at least the semi-finals. And if they get to the semi-finals, who says they can't get to the final?
All right. If they get to the semi-finals, who says they can't make it?
They can do a Borussia Dortmund in 2013.
I don't know. Norwegian sides, the Champions League, they've not been that successful. Maybe, I don't know, this might be the season. But Inter Milan is the only team that can stop them tonight from doing that.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's talk about the game between Atletico Madrid and Club Brugge. This game, the first leg, was a blockbuster fixture.
Yeah.
Few would have predicted this tie to be level, heading back to Madrid, but Brugge's resilience has turned it into one of the round's most intriguing matchups. Atletico are usually formidable in two-legged ties when they avoid losing the away first leg. They have progressed in 9 out of 10 such scenarios, including all 4 under Diego Simeone.
Yeah.
But history also warns them they are winless in their last 4 against the Belgian side. A run only was against their city rivals Real Madrid in European competition. Yeah, this is a very big fixture. Stats don't lie.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a very difficult run. But Atletico Madrid has have a good form, topsy-turvy, up and down.
Yeah.
But on their day, they should be able to beat Club Brugge. But without Rafa Idika's,
Club guys, they are kryptonite.
yeah, without Rafa Idika's inspired team, it looks like they can do something at the Wanda Metropolitano.
Club Brugge are a fantastic team. The way they play their football looks beautiful on the eye. They are one of the best attacking teams actually in Europe. But of course, they've also shown one thing, that they can concede. I mean, remember they played 3-3 against Barcelona as well. They even conceded, when they dominated Monaco in Belgium, they conceded a goal to Ansu Fati. So for me, I think they have shown that they can concede, but they can also attack. Yes, they played Arsenal as well, and they were dealt with too. So for me, Atletico Madrid, they've shown to be very, very, very inconsistent. They might pop up with a big win today and go on to lose against even a lesser opponent the next day. So I think Atletico Madrid, they will have it all to do right there at the Riyadh Metropolitano. But 3-3, yes, if it were to be in the days where away goals used to count, you could say Atletico Madrid can just rest. Trust me, Atletico Madrid will go into this game and win 1-0. We know the Atletico Madrid of old, when the away goals used to be there, but this time around, they have to get a win by all costs to be able to qualify. Another draw, then they will go into extra time and possibly penalties. Of course, the first leg, I said, it was a game between Ademola Lookman and, of course, Rafael Onyedika, our two Super Eagles boys. And they both scored in that game. Even Onyedika delivered an assist. So it shows that Onyedika, too, in that Club Brugge team is very, very important. And also with the likes of veteran Hans Van Aken, players like Carlos Forbes, the former Wolves player. They also have likes of Christos Zolis as well. I think they are going to want to prove their worth against Atletico Madrid. But again, it's happening at the Riyadh Metropolitano. Yes, you can say they lost there to Bodo Glimt, but this time around, it's a much tougher fixture, and there's a lot to be played for. So I think it's going to be a tough game. It might get to extra time or even penalties.
All right, Mariwan Brugge arrived with confidence, quietly simmering. They've lost just one of their last 7 clashes with Spanish opposition and haven't tasted defeat in 4 straight Champions League games against La Liga sides. Would they fancy their chances tonight?
Well, definitely they want to fancy their chances. I mean, what they did against Atletico at home was very impressive. Our own Rafael Onyedika scoring, and our own Ademola Lookman also on the score sheet. However, Atletico has been very poor in terms of defending this season. Even earlier in the week, Diego Simeone was talking about he wants Ademola Lookman to also join in the defense. Yes, it's good forward, but it's also join in defense. What they have done so far is, since Simeone has transitioned from his ultra defensive style, he begins to concede more goals. Even the game they won over the weekend, they ended up conceding 2 goals, and that will be a problem in the Champions League. If you want to go find the Champions League, one of the things you need to do properly is to ensure that you keep the number of goals you concede very low. Atletico is one of those teams that concede goals, for fun, and that is not good enough for them. So, club scoring 3 goals, and with the stats backing them, they will have the belief that they can do it against an Atletico side. However, the attacking might of Atletico Madrid, if they play tonight, we might probably see Atletico, going through. I still want to tip it to Atletico Madrid. Probably maybe our own Ademola Lookman be instrumental in Atletico Madrid making it to the next stage.
All right, probably. And of course, the Belgians' youthful spark has been their secret weapon with 10 goals from players aged 21 and under. A tally only 3 teams have ever beaten in a single Champions League season. Of course, Hans Van Aken remains their heartbeat, leading the team in goal contributions, line-breaking passes, and possession won. And of course, we'll be looking at Ademola Lookman with this one. But let's talk about the one between Newcastle United and Karabakh. If what's on paper is correct, 6-1 aggregate scoreline. And
it's done and dusted.
And some will say it's done and dusted. Away 6-1. What are you going to play at Goodison Park? Is it to serve the ball around?
You need to score 5 unreplied goals to take it to extra
5 to take it to extra time, not to win the game.
But football might be funny. Maybe an early goal, 2 early goals. The result, the scoreline might be shaky.
At Goodison Park, early goals.
Okay, you mean it's St. James's Park? It's going to be. It's going to
Kosoro.
But there will be goals. There will be goals for the investors. There will be goals.
Maybe Newcastle will score more. But if Karabakh comes back and do it,
That would be the
well,
greatest,
I don't say
greatest
something, but
remontada of all
let
time.
me just keep my mouth shut. So that I just say it and I jinx it. I don't think Karabakh will come back. If Karabakh does it, Eddie Howe should be fired immediately and not let him go to the dressing room before they fire him. I'm serious. The owner should come down and fire him on the pitch because I mean, how do you lose the 5-goal lead? It's not going to happen. Newcastle is already in the next one.
Yeah, that would be if Nottingham Forest owner was the owner of Newcastle. Marinakis would definitely come down from the stands and fire Eddie Howe.
But there's something with the Champions
League.
We've seen 3-goal leads turned around. We've seen 4 goals. Who says we can't see 5 goals?
Yeah, we've seen 4 goals. Yeah. I think Barcelona did it.
Yeah, because Paris Saint-Germain, Luis Enrique against Unai Emery.
Yeah.
I can still recall Unai Emery's face that day after that goal came in from
Liverpool
from Sergio Roberto.
Liverpool is doing it.
Liverpool did it to Barcelona.
They did it to Roma. They did it to Barcelona.
Roma also did it to Barcelona. So who says it can't happen again? It can't.
But we are talking about 5 goals. If you never, not a Karabakh side. Not the Karabakh side.
What if Newcastle starts that game and they get a red card? 2 red cards early.
Maybe 4 people get red card. Maybe. Or 3 people. Maybe.
But it looks done and dusted, to be honest. It looks done and dusted. But of course, we want to see a fantastic game of football. It might just happen.
All right. I feel for the Azerbaijani side.
Yeah.
That result leaves a very, very difficult mountain to climb. And English clubs have long enjoyed a commanding record over Karabakh, winning 9 of their 10 meetings, and the Azerbaijani champions have fared even worse on English soil.
Guess the only team that hasn't won there. Chelsea.
Yeah, Chelsea. I think it was going to go with
Chelsea could not beat Karabakh.
Chelsea fans don't like that, but at least one of the Chelsea fans says
but it's the truth now.
They say Karabakh is a big club. One Chelsea fan told me that Karabakh is a big club anyway.
Yeah.
When they were about to lose.
A team that Newcastle dismantled 6-1 in their own backyard.
Right.
But much respect to Karabakh, we love them. A lot of things we're praying for them to come back to the Champions League so that they can get their 3 points.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult one. Of course, finally, before we wrap it up, Bayer Leverkusen takes on Olympiacos. Leverkusen travel back to Germany with a strong, though not unbreakable 2-0 advantage win in Greece. I don't know. When you go away to win, I don't know what the away team will now be doing at your home. Trying to obtain a 2-0 result.
I think what will just give them hope is the fact that, like I said earlier, the away goals has been abolished. Yeah. So right now you can still see yourself as having an outside chance. Yes, they might get to Germany. We've seen Leverkusen to this season. They've been kind of inconsistent even in the Bundesliga. So what if Olympiacos goes there, score an early goal? Of course, there will be jitters right there in the Bay Arena. But trust me, I think Leverkusen will want to go and try to shut up shop and maybe get some goals maybe from the counter. It's going to be an exciting game.
All right, Mayo, let's wrap up with this one.
Well, I mean, the fun part of it is Marinakis will be in Germany. He'll be watching Olympiacos. That's also his team. So I hope he doesn't go down and start warning the coach. But in any case, like Assis rightly said, Bayer Leverkusen, they've been, inconsistent. Olympiacos will shock them. However, with the kind of quality they have and they are playing at home, I think they should have enough quality to be able to go past, an Olympiacos side. Probably maybe a 2-0, 2-1 win for Bayer Leverkusen if the consistent Bayer Leverkusen show up and not the inconsistent one that we see in the Bundesliga.
All right, definitely. Let's see how this all pans out. Make sure you enjoy the UEFA Champions League tonight. And of course, a big thanks to Maiwa and Hafiz for being awesome on the show. All the best. Not the best for Man United's top 4 race. Anyway.
Don't be a hater.
It's not about me.
3 points is a whole game. 3 points is a whole game.
It's not hard for your team to
3 points is a whole game.
Lucky 3 points. 3
points is a whole game.
That came from a
lucky 3 points. We were both lucky. 2 of us were both lucky. We were both lucky.
We'll talk about your luck.
You 90 minutes. My own 75 minutes.
I like the way I'm always somewhere in the middle.
All right.
I'm not involved.
Thank you very much. Fire, I love peace.
Yeah.
Of course, big thanks to the guys behind the scene who made the show great. Talking about the likes of Shegun, not leaving out Sam, Jerry, and of course Hassan. My name is Jerry Apelohai, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome, guys. The show is hashtag right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Uguche, and it's a pleasure to have you join us. If this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. I say us because it's a whole team working together that this production is flawless. Now, this is where we're going to tell you all things topical and all things trending. So for starters, we begin with hashtag Egbetokun. That's what's trending. That's the biggest story in Nigeria right now. I'm talking about Kayode Egbetokun. Now, he was the Inspector General of Police. You see how this life is? He was. He's no longer, so we now address him as a former Inspector General of Police, IGP. Can we say IGP, former IGP Kayode Egbetokun? So he resigned. He tendered his resignation to President Tinubu because of some considerable family concerns, is what he said. Now, the president reacted to this information. But what's got people talking is that the very first person to break this news, literally, was Omoyele Sowore. I say he is actually Egbetokun's arch enemy, if you will, like a thorn in his flesh. He used to refer to him as illegal IGP. But now he woke up this morning at about 11 a.m., some minutes past 11, and broke the news that the IGP was gone. Now, people who responded to that particular tweet by Omoyele Sowore were lambasting him left, right, and center, saying that he was lying, that he was suffering from delusions of grandeur, and all sorts of things. But shortly afterwards, not shortly. This evening, President Tinubu now verified by putting up a tweet himself saying that, yes, it's true that the former IGP resigned because of family concerns. So I take you to X now so you see the first post and how netizens are reacting to this particular hashtag Egbetokun. Let me warn you that Frankumba is the next hashtag. It's kind of related. So Omoyele Sowore says, breaking. Take a look at the time. Yeah, take note, 11:03 a.m. Says the illegal IGP Kayode Egbetokun has been kicked out. He will be replaced by the fellow at FCIID in Lagos. How did he know about this? This is called an insider info, if you don't mind my grammar. But he knew. Let's take a look at the next post now, which is by the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who says, I have accepted the resignation of the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Kayode Egbetokun. He is now Mr. Kayode Egbetokun. Following his letter citing pressing family considerations, I thank him for his decades of distinguished service to the Nigeria Police Force and our nation. His dedication, professionalism, and commitment to strengthening our internal security architecture are deeply appreciated. In view of the current security challenges and in accordance with extant laws, I have approved the appointment of Assistant Inspector General of Police. Take note, guys, AIG Tunji Disu as Acting Inspector General of Police with immediate effect. I am confident that his experience, operational depth, and leadership capacity will provide steady direction for the force at this critical time. Let's take a look at the next page now for the concluding part of this post. The president goes on to say that in line with the Police Act 2020, I will convene the Nigerian Police Council shortly to formally consider his appointment as Substantive Inspector General of Police before transmitting his name to the Senate for confirmation. Our administration remains unwavering in its commitment to strengthening national security and ensuring that the Nigeria Police Force is professional, accountable, and fully equipped to discharge its constitutional responsibilities. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Lots of responses to that one. Let's begin to take a look at the responses now because it's varied. So Mayor HQ says, you kicked him off. You didn't accept any resignation. And then he, put up a screenshot of the president's post. The next one. So this is Stephania. Yeah, Stephania May says, I have a question for you, Mr. President. Is your government Yoruba government or Nigeria government? Well, that's an interesting question. But he's kind of alluding to nepotism, which so many other netizens are actually alluding to. More reactions? So this is Masterpiece who says, may our country, Nigeria, continue to succeed under the leadership of a master strategist and Jagaban of Africa, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The enemies of Nigeria may try their best by always orchestrating insecurity and all sources of insurgencies just to use it against the current government, but truth remains that all their plans and evil agendas against our country and our president shall never prosper. Rise on, Ashiwaju. We are solidly behind you, and the entire Southeast is solidly behind you, sir. So apparently, Masterpiece, aka Danny Mastep, is from the Southeast based on his tone. Edidion Timothy says, you appointed a junior officer as the acting IG, ignoring the sacrifices of the senior officers. You will surely reap this seed of nepotism that you have been sowing in this country. This is very strong, but it's coming from Edidion Timothy. And the next hashtag, hashtag Frank Umba, is going to be, basically reflecting this line of communication. Let's take a look at the next post. This is Esiaba, who says, so of all the DIGs qualified for that position, you didn't find DIG Frank Umba worthy of that position. You still went ahead to appoint another Southwest man for the position. I lafuna in Swahili. The next one. So this is Louisiana GSV, who says, way to go, Mr. President. There are more reactions. And this is Ira, who says, the Police Act 2020, Section 7, I beg your pardon, requires the IGP to be a senior police officer not below the rank of Assistant Inspector General of Police, AIG, with a first degree or equivalent plus professional and management experience. This means an appointment can come from AIG or DIG, since DIG is the rank immediately above AIG and below IGP. Since our return to democracy in 1999, Nigeria has had about 13 IGPs. From the 13, only 4 have been made IGP from the rank of a DIG. The remaining 9 attained the IGP position from the rank of an AIG. During the Buhari regime, when a lot of queries became audible on how the DIGs were bypassed for the coveted position, the administration's minions replied by saying, quote, the issue of security is not one to be taken lightly, so Mr. President is permitted to choose and work with whomever he is comfortable with, end of quote. That's how it passed then. Let's take a look at the concluding part. Thank you. And then it goes on to say, the immediate past IGP was among the few chosen from the rank of the DIG. Remember, he was chosen by President Tinubu. Today, PBAT has decided to go down the ladder to make an AIG the IGP. That will be acting IGP now. I, for a second, thought the president's reason for his choice was born out of a desire to have his kinsman in that position. But looking at the list of the current DIGs in Nigeria, I saw that 2 out of the 7 were the president's kinsmen. If we were to go with the saying of the Buhari era, then we can only wish Mr. President a good working relationship with the IGP, Tunji Disu. All Nigerians need is audible results and an improvement in our security conditions. More reactions? And now Omayele Sowore decided to reply President Tinubu directly. He says, you have no choice. You should never have appointed Kayode Egbetogun as Inspector General of Police in the first place. Sooner than you think, Nigerians will also accept your resignation, and history will record your tenure as one defined by avoidable errors and poor judgment at the highest level. Now, if you go to the thread now, some are saying, gosh, the gods, see how he's talking to his president. But this is God's love, Ofaka, who says, federal government, every time Ashiwore posts, and he put up a picture of Davido, popular singer in Nigeria here with his hands on his head. There's more. One more before we go to the next hashtag. The Pious says, what's with Tinubu's administration and resignation? Every time an official, or a senior official, you meant to say, anytime a senior official is caught and should be served justice, you just hear that they have resigned. And then he goes on to say, same thing happened with the former Minister of Defense. Same thing happened with Farouk. Farouk is the one who dragged, Kayode Egbetoku. So that's how hashtag Egbetoku is panning out. Like I told you earlier on, the next hashtag is related to this one and is all about DIG, Frank Umba. So we move swiftly now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Frank Umba. Many netizens are saying, why didn't you, they were talking to the president, why didn't you pick Frank Umba, who is very competent, as the acting IGP? Why, sir? Why is the question you're asking online. So I take you to the first post, and then you see how netizens really are venting over this particular matter. Hashtag Frank Umba. Let's take a look at the first one now. This is coming from BSN, who says, exposed, most senior, most qualified, most overlooked. How DIG Frank Umba, the top-ranking officer in the Nigerian police force, was denied the IGP role, while junior officers from the same region took the top job. DIG Frank Umba, the most senior serving officer in the Nigerian police force, has been bypassed once again in the appointment of the Inspector General of Police, with AIG Tunji Disu elevated despite being junior in rank. Umba's exclusion marks the second consecutive instance under the current administration where he has been overlooked despite holding the highest ranking position among eligible deputy inspectors general and having sufficient years left in service. BSN goes on to say that in 2023, Umba was also passed over in favor of former IGP Kayode Egbetoku, who had fewer years remaining and was from the same Southwest regional bloc as Disu. The repeated bypass has left the Southeast region without representation at the top of the Nigeria Police Force, despite producing the most senior eligible officer. BSN goes on to say, false records confirm that Umba was at the top of the hierarchy at the time of both transitions. Yet appointments continue to favor officers from the same region, raising concerns about the observance of federal character principles. Security sources and lawmakers note that the extension of Egbetokun's tenure in 2023 shifted the succession window, effectively blocking Umba from assuming the position. Concluding part of that post by BSN says the 2026 appointment followed a similar pattern, consolidating leadership within the same regional bloc, while the Southeast remains excluded. Retired senior officers describe this as a departure from long-standing tradition, where IGP appointments typically followed seniority among serving DIGs. The absence of an official explanation has further strengthened the perception that the decision was politically and ethnically determined rather than institutionally guided. More reactions now. Henry O says, my thoughts exactly. Frank Umba is a DIG and 54 years. Is he going to be retired for Tunji Disu? Looks like it if the tradition is followed. Unazewa says, ha, ha, ha. I was even expecting Frank Umba will be named to succeed him temporarily or otherwise. That means if Tunji Disu comes in, all the DIGs and AIGs will go away. Anyways, Mr. Tunji Disu ticks the box, but optics is very bad, but not surprised though. More reactions, lots of buts in one statement there. But hey, he's making his voice heard. Uncle Deji TM says, this means our very own DIG, Frank Umba, and other DIGs are no longer in the police force as they are senior to AIG Tunji Disu, the new acting IGP. Truly the end of an era. More reactions. This is Ike Lopez who says, Frank Umba should just retire. The Nigerian system doesn't reward professionalism, credibility, and panache. Rather, they reward nepotism and tutism. Tutism? What's that? Well, Jamal of Port Harcourt says, see how Nigerians are praising Disu as acting IGP, not concerned with the riot in Nigeria's police force, ignoring the orderly process of ranking and promotion. Where were Frank Umba and the other seniors before Tunji Disu? What will become of them? Well, you know the answer, like we've been hearing experts say, they will be meritoriously retired, of course. We move on now to the next hashtag, which is something that is also breaking and on the front burner. It's got the grapevine buzzing like there's no tomorrow. It's hashtag Peter Umba. Are you kidding me? Peter Obi. So I was mixing up Frank Umba with Peter Obi. So it's hashtag Peter Obi. So Peter Obi was attacked, and as it is reported, he narrowly escaped an assassination attempt in Edo State. Remember how July last year, the governor of Edo State, Monday Polo, had warned him, told him point blank, that went viral. Do not come to Edo State without telling me, or else if anything happens to you, or you're for you, or you're being on your own. Well, was there any communication between Peter Obi and the governor before he came into the state? $1 billion question. But that's the hashtag that is actually trending right now. So we'll take a look at the first post now, shall we? Hashtag Peter Obi. So Peter Obi escapes gunman attack after Edo political event. Peter Obi and African Democratic Congress leaders, including John Odige Oyegun, narrowly escaped an armed assault in Benin City on Tuesday. That's today, after Olumide Akpata's formal switch to the party. Gunmen trailed their convoy to Odige Oyegun's residence, firing shots that damaged vehicles but injured no one, with DSS operatives reportedly resisting the attackers. Obi condemned the violence as a sign of deepening political tensions, while supporters pointed fingers at APC-linked groups amid silence from Edo police and the governor's office. The incident followed Obi's 15 million naira donation to a nursing college and highlighted rising rivalries ahead of the 2027 elections. So we are going to be taking a look at both events now. So Dr. Yunus Atanko says, breaking red alert in Benin, Edo State. Yunus Atanko being an ADC chieftain and the national coordinator of the Obidient movement. He says PO, that would be Peter Obi, and the leadership of the ADC are under siege and attack in Benin, Edo State. At the formal declaration of Olumide Akpata into the African Democratic Congress, armed individuals followed us from the ADC secretariat to the residence of Chief Oyegun, Odige Oyegun. They shot at the gate and destroyed several vehicles in what appears to be a survived assassination attempt on our lives. Democracy is in danger. Now, we have another post by the Vanguard newspaper that says Obi Odige Oyegun escaped alleged assassination attempt in Edo. The next one. So this is Abia Daily. Abia Daily says opposition political thugs shoot at and attack presidential aspirant Mr. Peter Obi and his team in Edo State, Nigeria. They picked up this couple of videos from Esther Omo. Esther Omo is Peter Obi's official photographer. Take a listen to Peter Obi, guys. Well, sorry for that mix-up and the poor audio quality of that. But you see, you saw the visuals, the broken cars and all of that. Peter Obi actually addressed the media after that event and all of that. So that's how that one panned out. He's also trending for another reason because he donated a nursing school in Edo State and he visited a nursing school in Edo State and donated 15 million naira. So we'll take a look at the next post now. Like I said, Peter Obi is trending for two reasons. One, he escaped an assassination attempt, and then he made donations like he always does. We'll take a look at the next post now. Hashtag Peter Obi. Let's take a look at the next post. Well, Okpelo wants Peter Obi against visiting Edo without security clearance. That was taken from last year. Credit goes to the Punch for that. Last year, July. So, Chuk says Peter Obi visited St. Philomena Catholic College in Benin, Edo State today, where he donated 15 million naira. The next post. So, Esther Omo, who happens to be Peter Obi's official photographer, put up this post. Peter Obi visits St. Philomena and makes a donation of 15 million naira to the school. Take a look, guys.
Here, I saw you're needed all over the world. Nurses are needed all over.
There you go. So netizens are reacting to his philanthropic spirit and they're asking him to keep it up. Some are saying he is truly not politicking, but just being who he is. So let's take a look at the reactions now to him donating to the nursing school. This is Chukas who says, "Nice one, sir, but I will suggest we channel this fund towards 2027 elections." The next one. Tate Michael says, since 2023 till date, no week has passed without him visiting a school, hospital, or disaster area without donating money. Consistent for this long is not politics. That is who he is. The next one. Flourish Acasio says, his donations to schools always reflect his commitment and support towards education. God bless him. So we move on to the next hashtag now, which is a continuation from what we did yesterday. Remember how we brought you hashtag AMAC? AMAC being, one of the tightly contested locations. Well, how do I say it now? So AMAC was the location for a tightly contested election. Yeah, it sounds better that way. Talking about the FCT municipal elections. So yesterday we saw how a woman, an electorate, said she'd rather take money from vote buyers and go and buy Maltina to cool her temper rather than stand under the sun and vote for people who will not even remember her when they're elected. So people reacted to that. And we promised to bring you the reactions because we ran out of time yesterday. So we bring you the reactions to that particular post now, hashtag AMAC. Let's take you to X now so you see how netizens responded to these comments made by an electorate amidst Nigerians calling for credible election. So woman prefers selling vote for Maltina in Abuja election. The video from February 2022-2026 FCT Area Council elections in Abuja's AMAC captured her frustration, highlighting voter apathy amid a turnout below 8% from 837,338 registered voters. APC won 5 chairmanships, including AMAC's Christopher Mekanlagu with 40,295 votes, while PDP took 1, and EFCC arrested 20 for vote buying, recovering about 17 million naira. Reactions pointed to poverty, hunger, and politicians exploiting desperation, with calls for better voter education ahead of 2027 polls. So netizens reacted to this one. Let's take a look at the reactions. Yaba Left Online says, I would rather sell my vote and use the money to buy cold soft drink than stand under the sun. After everything, they won't give me anything, and I'll return home empty-handed. Nigerian lady says, let's take a look at, take a look at the video.
Any improvements?
What kind of improvement?
Like they are not sharing anything, and I'm fasting, so I will not just come under the sun and stand, and then they are inside AC, and I'll come and vote just like that and go, and they will say they will do work. Which work are they doing?
So you rather sell your conscience than to vote?
It's better. That one I know I can drink maybe Coke, Montina in the evening when I break my fasting, instead of the one that will come and stand in the sun. They will not give me anything, and I will still go back, nothing. And even if they win, do they know me? They don't know me. So it's better I sell my goods.
Have you voted?
Yes, I have. I have voted.
Point blank, she said it's better I sell my votes. Oh my gosh. Anytime I hear her say that, something just rings in my head. We have reactions, a couple of them. Let's take a look at them. You know how people are saying that there's need for voter education. I think really there's need for voter education. Technified says she's entitled to her opinion, but expressing it this way doesn't help make the nation better. In fact, it contributes to its decay. People shouldn't give up on our dear nation. It will get better. Engagement, no matter how small, is part of building a stronger democracy. Sometimes standing under the sun today plants the seeds for a brighter tomorrow. The next one. So this is Musty Bidemi, or would that be Musti Bidemi, who says powerful first-hand perspective, but it risks being read as apathy without context, highlighting why voters feel disillusioned. The barriers to participation and systemic election issues would make this post both viral and deeply insightful. Vitalis 50 says, Omo, this woman no go kill me. Can you imagine? Yeah, can you imagine? But come to think of it, you remember how the DGO, the Director General, the DG of the WTO, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, had said some years ago that politicians have weaponized poverty in the nation. So is that what's actually playing out now? Senator Idris Haruna says, this your mindset is exactly why bad leadership keeps thriving. Selling your vote for a bottle of soft drink might feel like a quick win, but it costs far more in the long run. Poor roads, insecurity, high prices, and failed services. Standing under the sun for a few hours is nothing compared to living for years under leaders chosen through vote buying. Our votes are not commodities. They are our voice and our power. When we trade them, we weaken our own future. Change starts when citizens refuse to be bought. I think that wraps it up beautifully. Well, we have more. Bread Boss says, as in the soft drink that has never lied to her. Can the government say the same thing? So this is all humor. This is just something to laugh over for Bread Boss. But that's what you get when you go to X, right? It's varied responses. Mr. Ola says, hopefully these brave words can be backed up with actions. We must do more than talking to defeat, what he said. This is A. Adebanji, who says this one should keep quiet. I think this is something else. This is something totally different from what we are discussing today. We'll wrap it up now. Let's quickly move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag El Rufai. So you do know how the former FCT minister, former Kaduna State governor, is cooling his feet in the custody of the ICPC, one of the anti-graft agencies in Nigeria. But a former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, has blown the whistle and is saying that El Rufai has suffered a nosebleed in the ICPC's custody and is demanding that he be released, or else if anything happens to him, the government of President Tinubu will be held responsible. Let's take a look at the first post now, and then we'll see how netizens are reacting to this particular hashtag, hashtag El Rufai. So Nasir El Rufai suffers nosebleed in ICPC custody amid corruption investigation. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El Rufai suffered an overnight nosebleed while detained by the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, ICPC, following his transfer from EFCC custody. His aide reported that his wife was prevented from delivering a meal directly to him. Well, We heard that the ICPC, the DSS, really, not the ICPC, was going to arraign him. We're waiting for that to happen. So we bring you details. Now, this is the post Atiku Abubakar, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, this is the post he put up. The health and welfare of El-Rufai is a matter of grave concern to his family, friends, and associates. The federal government owes Nigerians clarity. It must state clearly which agency is holding him, whether the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, ICPC, the State Security Service, SSS, or any other arm of the security establishment. Secrecy in matters of detention only fuels suspicion. Nigerians deserve transparency. Whichever agency is responsible has a constitutional duty to guarantee his safety, dignity, access to medical care, and access to his family and legal representatives. Let's take a look at the next page of Atiku Abubakar's post. Reports that he suffered a nosebleed while family members were allegedly denied access are deeply troubling and unacceptable in a democracy. If the authorities cannot guarantee his health and fundamental rights, the lawful and humane course of action is to grant him bail without delay. If anything happens to El-Rufai, this government will be held accountable. More troubling, however, is the growing perception of selective prosecution in which opposition figures are aggressively pursued while others are conspicuously shielded from investigation or interrogation. Anti-corruption must not become a political weapon. Goes on to say the continued detention of El-Rufai under unclear circumstances raises serious questions about motive. Anti-corruption cannot be credible when it appears partisan, coercive, or strategically timed. The next page. Then he says, justice must be transparent. Accountability must be even-handed, and the rule of law must apply to all, without fear, without favor, and without political bias. AA will be Atiku Abubakar. Let's take a look at responses now. Atiku Sokoto says, justice isn't justice when it's selective. The rule of law has to protect everyone, friend or foe, or it protects no one at all. Respect to HEAA, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, for always standing up when it matters. The next one. So this is Mo Crown, Modupe Adeboye Ayuru, who says, okay, sir, you may visit him privately to know the actual state of his health, rather than relying on reports. You may also check what happens when a citizen taps the intelligence of the CIA or FBI in America. Aproko Uni says, selective enforcement of anti-corruption laws risks undermining public trust. Every official, regardless of political affiliation, must be subject to the same legal standards. More reactions? Well, let's talk about, okay, I was going to say let's talk about Modupe's concerns, but Blackman says El-Rufai, who helps Tinubu win. Are you saying El-Rufai, who helped President Tinubu win, is now being persecuted? But he goes on to say that if he was in Tinubu's book, he would have been pardoned. So I was going to draw your attention back to what one of the netizens, Modupe, said, asking the former vice president to go check out what happens in America to people who tap, you know, the CIA's conversation or their mobile devices. So she's alluding to the fact that El-Rufai is under investigation for allegedly knowing that someone else was tapping the NSA's mobile device or communication device and didn't report the matter to the police. So in a televised interview, he mentioned this, El-Rufai himself said this, that he knows someone who was able to tap or bug Nuhu Ribadu's telecommunication device. So that's how that matter is at the moment. Now, as it unfolds, we will keep you posted. We move on swiftly to the next hashtag, which is hashtag NAPTIP, which is also trending as Simi. You know how Simi, oh gosh. I mean, not too long ago, we were like, Simi and her lover boy husband, Adekunle Gold, are probably one of the very few couples in Nigeria who don't come under fire on X. But it looks like the cookie is crumbling right now. I mean, Simi and her husband have been under fire for days now, and it looks like the matter is not abating. It started by Simi making very toxic, or no, let me not say toxic, very serious and weighty comments over rape allegations in Nigeria and how she said rapists must be treated. She was referring to an allegation made by a TikToker who said she had been molested, but who came out later to say she was just lying and all. So netizens began to pull up tweets from yesteryears that Simi had put up. Simi herself said she was just 23 when she put up this post that people are pulling up right now. And they said she made comments that seemed like she was sexually harassing younger people. I don't know if people are accusing her of pedophilia now or something. But it looks like that's what it is. Well, Premium Times got reporting on this. We'll take a look at the very first post. And then NAPTIP also has a post. We'll take a look at that one. So it is hashtag NAPTIP. Let's take a look at the first post now, shall we? So this is Simi, NAPTIP to investigate child sexual abuse in singer's mom's daycare. Credit goes to Premium Times for this one. It goes on, Premium Times goes on to say netizens have accused the Duduke crooner of pedophilia after old posts from her ex account resurfaced, allegedly suggesting she had sexualized toddlers in her mother's daycare. The National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, has responded to calls from netizens to investigate singer, songwriter, and actress Simi over allegations of child sexual abuse at her mother's daycare center. The next post. So Premium Times continues by saying that they gathered that social media users accused a singer of pedophilia after old posts from her ex account resurfaced, allegedly suggesting she has sexualized toddlers in her mother's daycare. That's sort of like repetition, but hey, for emphasis. So this is the post that Nigeria's anti-trafficking agency has put up. NAPTIP said, public notice, we take all reports of child sexual abuse and misconduct seriously and are committed to investigating every credible claim. If you have factual information, evidence, or were directly affected, please reach out confidentially via DM or email, info@naptip.gov.ng. And then the screenshot, public notice. Following recent public discussions and concerns raised regarding alleged incidents of child sexual abuse and misconduct in daycare settings in Nigeria, we are committed to thoroughly investigating credible reports. We kindly request anyone with factual information, evidence, direct knowledge, or who was personally affected by the matters referenced in the viral posts or related experiences to kindly reach out to us confidentially via DM or email us at info@naptip.gov.ng. So netizens are drawing parallels between Simi and Speed Darlington. So take a look. This is Agba John Doe, who says NAPTIP did not mention her name. NAPTIP is asking for evidence before investigation or arrest. NAPTIP did not write any official letter to her and publish it. NAPTIP is a woman, and, well, NAPTIP is not a woman. NAPTIP is an agency, an anti-trafficking agency, anti-persons trafficking agency in Nigeria. But then Alex.Rava says, it's a woman. So no mention of the name of the daycare, no mention of her, Simi. Meanwhile, if it's a man, and then they put up the screenshot of Speed Darlington, this is NAPTIP once upon a time declaring Speed Darlington wanted, and with his name and picture clearly, pasted there, Darlington Okoye, and all, they declared him wanted. And then now the NAPTIP went on to say that, dear Mr. Okoye, we write to formally invite you to appear before the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons in respect of certain video materials recently circulated online, including but not limited to a particular Instagram video wherein you allegedly made statements admitting to having engaged in sexual acts with an underage girl. Additional archived videos now in circulation similarly contain admissions and degrading commentary concerning minors. These actions, if substantiated, constitute offenses under the Trafficking in Persons Prohibition, Enforcement and Administration Act 2015, Cybercrime Prohibition, Prevention, etc. Act 2015. You are hereby invited to appear in person for an interview as regards the alleged actions on Friday, 30 May 2025. Recall, we are taking you down memory lane. This happened in 2025, 9 a.m. at the NAPTIP headquarters. And then they gave the address. And then they said, kindly bring along any legal representation or documents you may consider relevant. So why are netizens doing this? Is there really a similarity between Simi's case and Darlington Okoye's case? Well, let's probe further. Let's take a look at the next post so you understand the thing about Darlington. So NAPTIP declared Nigerian entertainer Darlington Okoye, popularly known as Speed Darlington, wanted in June 2025 due to serious allegations of rape, cyberbullying, and cyber stalking, right? So that's it. That's basically the long and short of it. At the end of the day, Darlington ended up saying it was just for content, and he actually sued NAPTIP for declaring him wanted and all. So that's how this particular hashtag is panning out. We'll keep you posted as regards the matter. We'll quickly move on now to the next hashtag. For want of time, we're moving speedily. So the next hashtag is hashtag Chief Okoya. Chief Okoya is a billionaire industrialist, and he is also the Ààrẹ of Lagos. So he put up a post, actually he was interviewed, and the comments he made regarding his children and regarding his younger wife has got tongues wagging. Paul Senji has that. There's a video, and of course there are reactions. Let's quickly take a look at the post that Paul Senji put up. It is hashtag Chief Okoya. Pulse Nigeria says, they hold the future. I don't want them to feel like they're senior ones. Chief Razak Okoya speaks about his children and the future of his business. Take a listen, guys. Credit goes to Pulse Nigeria for that.
Doing it. It's a purgatory which hold the future. They hold the future. 79 years old. I have to pass it on to them. And I don't want them to feel like they're senior one. So, number one is the experience. Number two, they have to learn how to be focused, honest, determination, and they have to be punctual on what they are doing. Of course, our elder one is being trained in Europe, but yet, it has to be local ideas. He has to follow, we take out of the factory to see what we are doing. Not, you are trained there, but that's a different level playing ground. They already have everything for them. Here we are going to build everything for ourselves. I have to know your people. So we bring her home regularly to see what we are doing and how to be done.
So if you listen to the whole of the interview, he said he was going to transfer ownership of, most of his businesses to his younger wife, right? Because he doesn't want his younger children to suffer like the elder ones. So that's really got tongues talking. Let's take a look at what netizens are saying. It's got tongues wagging, actually, not talking, mouths talking, tongues wagging. Lucy Sebo says, it's not about who's the senior or family. It's just about who has the knowledge about the business. Toba Truth says, the seniors are Chief Razak Okoya's older children from his previous wives. He has 20 plus kids total across 9 women, with the eldest around 60. He's grooming the younger ones as he shares with his current wife, Shade Okoya, to inherit and run Eleganza. You know Eleganza, very popular. Hoping they succeed in the family business where the older siblings pursued independent paths or faced challenges in succession. And then Glad says the senior ones are not going to like this. Well, that's lots of reactions, but I just wanted to bring you a sneak peek of what is playing out at the moment online regarding the owner of Eleganza, talking about billionaire industrialist Chief Razak Okoya. We'll quickly move on to another hashtag, the last one for today, which is hashtag Kata Efe. Kata Efe is a follow-up to one of the hashtags we did last weekend. Was it last weekend? Yeah, where we talked about E-Money giving out cars in commemoration of his birthday. It's something he does every year. And this year, one of the people that benefited from him, he said he was going to give out 30 cars. One of the people that benefited was Kata Efe. Shortly after that, Kata Efe, dented his car. E-Money wasn't happy. Kata Efe decided to go beg and apologize with his friend Pella. In the process, Pella was given a brand new car as well, and Kata Efe was giving monies to fix his car. But shortly after that, someone decided to give him an SUV, and people are saying, what kind of streak is this? Kata Efe, by the way, is a content creator and is very popular. So I'll take you straight to X now. You see the very first post and then the video, a couple of them. I don't understand why we have this screenshot on the, I don't know why we have that on the screen, but we have videos at Kata Efe. Let's quickly take a look at the first video.
I appreciate what you do. Don't tell I don't admire what you do from afar. So you matter of fact, I even like work with your brand. I like make you work. So you go drop your number with manager for this. Drive the cargo. He will give you receipt.
You say what is up? Don't calm down.
Told him, a fan, to say, come, just call the manager, drop your number, drop your details. That SUV is going to be for you. There's another video quickly. Let's take a look at that. Him celebrating, basically.
Jesus Christ. I don't mind. Imagine we don't go bellefu. Imagine we don't go bellefu. Imagine I don't go bellefu. Everything I got. I want you a boss. Jesus. Wait, comment tu l'as avec Jesus. Jesus Christ. Mad.
Guys, that's an SUV and that's Mercedes. You know how they say Mercedes and the rest? And you know how much it costs? It's a whopping 250 million naira. It's what he just got in addition to what E-Money gave him last time. I think it was a brand new Corolla Toyota that E-Money gave him. So, hey, whatever is happening, whatever you're doing, Carter, keep on doing it, and congratulations to you. On that note, we'll wrap it up, this edition. Thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. But the bigger thanks goes to you for watching. If you liked it, keep a date again with us for another edition of Hashtags right here, same time, same station. Until then, I'm Vivian Uguche, and bye for now.
Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour, as e dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5, manage. 6, encourage your neighbor. 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Imagine a place where fitness meets passion. A place that's more than just a workout area. A community that ignites motivation and fuels your dreams. With the right tools and guidance, fitness becomes a personalized journey. From cardio to strength training and group classes, every aspect is designed to help you unlock your full potential. The power of fitness lies in its ability to transform. It's about creating a supportive environment where individuals can push their limits, challenge themselves, and reach new heights. Fitness is a journey, not a destination, and having the right support makes all the difference. In a community that uplifts and empowers, fitness becomes more than just a workout. It's about sweating, socializing, and supporting one another in the pursuit of health and wellness, celebrating every victory along the way. Whether you're a seasoned athlete or just starting out, finding the right space can make all the difference. A place that feels your passion for fitness and helps you achieve your goals can be a game changer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
9, 10, 3, 4, 5, manage, 6, encourage your neighbor, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Take it back. 8. Let's go. 9. Let's go. 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Crossing the legs. One leg to touch the ground, please. Counting of 10. Sit up, please. 2. Don't settle for less. 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Hi, my name is Natasha. I'm a fashion designer.
Right. Hi, Natasha. Nice to meet you. Okay, so when did you start this journey?
I started about less than 3 months ago. Let's say 2 months plus.
Wow. So what was your goal? What inspired you to join, and what do you look forward to, achieving from this?
Well, I won't lie, to be honest, it was just to be healthy. But when I started, I decided I actually want to look better than I do, like physically. So it's a little combination of both health and fitness, generally, looking good.
Wow. All right. That's amazing. Okay, so how's the journey been so far? How's the progress been?
Well, the journey has been tough. I won't even lie to you, but but the progress has been good. At least seeing results is encouraging. I actually feel good. I look better and I feel better. So yeah.
So what sacrifices did you have to make to be able to do this?
Time. It's not been easy fitting it into my time schedule and everything, but I've been making it work because I'm seeing results, so it's encouraging me to do that.
Okay, like what kind of results?
Like I said, I feel good. I feel better than I did before. Like I am more energized. I'm more energetic, basically. I feel good. I feel lighter, and I also look better. So yeah.
Okay, did you have to change your diet to be able to do this or what?
Of course, it's a combination of both. You can't just do exercises alone and expect changes. You also, thanks to my instructor, Osas, he makes me understand that it's not just about what I do here. It even helps with like diet plans and to infuse into my diet so that I can actually eat healthy while I'm doing the workout. So the results can be evident.
Okay, Okay, so if I may ask, what's your favorite workout and what's that one workout that you're usually scared of? Like, I don't want to do this one, but I just have to. And what's your favorite one?
Anything that has to do with legs scares me. Because you're shaking like after it, right? You can barely walk, but it's all good for the strength of your body, but it's scary. Then my favorite is glutes. That's my favorite. Anything that has to do with making my glutes look better, squats and all that. Yeah.
Alright, that's amazing. So, what's your advice to people that are yet to start and are scared of starting?
Just that. Honestly, I can't even say anything to encourage you, but just start first. Start, and it will be difficult at first, but with time it gets easier. You actually start enjoying it eventually.
Hi, please tell us your name and what you do.
My name is Ashake. I'm a fashion designer.
Oh, wow, Ashake. Do you sing?
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Okay. All right. How long have you been on this journey?
Well, actually, I'm new here. This is like my third week here at this gym.
Okay, so how did you manage to stay consistent, for the 3 weeks? Because I want to believe that the first time you'd have some kind of challenges getting used to it. So you still want to do it. How do you keep up with that?
Okay, so I initially joined the gym because I wanted to stay fit and be healthy. I noticed that I run out of breath easily. I'm always tired, always fatigued, and generally I wasn't really feeling healthy. Even though I didn't have any ailments, I knew that I had to get my body moving. So I joined the gym, and yes, like you said, the very first week was it was crazy. I had a lot of body pains. I was as good as useless actually, but because of my goal, which is to stay healthy and turn up a bit, I pushed it. I actually just had to motivate myself, basically. Yeah.
So how has the progress been so far?
Yeah, it's been good. I've been seeing changes. I sleep better, much better. My breathing is better. I don't just run out of breath unnecessarily, and I feel generally healthy. And yeah, basically.
Wow. So is there like a scary part of the exercises, and what's your favorite one?
Well, yes, sometimes the exercises can be a bit scary because number one, you're thinking, when I get home, I'm going to feel the pain. Number two, if you're not careful, if you're not properly geared up, if you're not wearing the right shoes or wearing the right equipment, having the right equipment, you might get injured. And if you're not being supervised by a gym trainer, you might actually get injured. So, yeah, that's where my gym trainer comes in, Osaz. He's been very helpful on this journey. He actually pushes me beyond what I think I can do. And he motivates me when you're doing your program, like you have a set of exercises to do, maybe out of like 5 exercises in a program, you do the first 2 and you're like, I'm not doing it again. He will just hold you down and say, no, you can do it. You believe in yourself, and he motivates you. So I'm very grateful for him being here in this gym. He really, really helps, he inspires, and he pushes you.
So do you plan to do this long term?
Oh yes, I plan on making it a lifestyle, staying fit. For now, it's a bit intensive, but when I start seeing very visible results, I might reduce my, the number of days I come to the gym to maybe like 3 times a day. But for now, I'm doing every day in a week. Yeah.
Okay, so did you have to like adjust your diet for this?
Oh well, yes. Even though I'm still having I'm still having some issues.
Alright, so what's that one meal that you can't really leave, but you just have to leave because of this?
Well, rice.
Okay.
Rice, carbs. I'm a rice person. And I'm not gonna leave rice. No. I'll probably just switch to, maybe basmati rice or low calorie kind of rice and all of that. And one other thing that has always been an issue for me is eating late. I eat late a lot because of the kind of work I do. Sometimes I get back really late and I'm so tired and I have to eat because I'm hungry. So yeah, I've been trying to work on eating late. So I try to prep my meals and, get my meals ready before dinner time, before like 7 p.m., so that I can eat on time. So yeah, eating late and carbs at the two.
All right, so what's your advice to people that are scared of starting the gym because of pains and all of that, consistency and all that?
Well, I'll just say, you look at yourself from now in the next 20, 30 years. How do you want to be? Do you want to be old and frail and then your children are running about trying to take care of you? Or do you want to be healthy? You don't want to be a liability to your family. So it's actually about your health first. Before you even talk about looking good, you need to, make sure that your body is feeling good, your body is moving well, your organs are fine, and exercises will help you stay fit, to help you be healthy. So you just need to prioritize yourself and say, okay, it might not be easy, but you need to push yourself, and it doesn't necessarily need to be too intensive. Not everybody that comes to the gym wants to lose weight. Some people just want to keep fit, some people just want to stay healthy. Like me, I want to stay healthy. I don't necessarily want to lose too much weight. Yes, I want to be toned here and there, but I don't want to like drop like 3 sizes. No, that's not my goal. My number one goal is to be healthy and tone up. Yeah, so motivate yourself by looking at yourself in the future and saying, how am I going to be in my 60s, in my 70s? Am I going to be healthy enough? Am I going to be strong enough? So
Hello.
Hi,
What's your name and what do you do?
my name is Abatoyi.
Sorry?
Abatoyi.
I'm
So my name
sorry.
is Solomon.
Okay, so is the Akbatoyi a nickname or something?
Abatoyi is a nickname, yeah.
Oh, okay. What does it mean?
Goose pimple.
Why were you giving that name?
You know, when you tell me a surprising thing like that, I'll say Abatoyi. Yeah, goose pimple, you know. Because I can't understand.
All right, so when did you start this journey?
Going to 2 years now.
Whoa, so you've been consistent for 2 years?
For 2 years, yeah.
Wow, so how's the journey been?
Very amazing. As I cannot have BP now. My fat is gone. No lower BP, no high BP. So everything is gone.
Oh, wow, all right, so what motivated you to start this journey?
Because I want to keep fit.
Just because you want to keep fit?
A good life.
Wow, all right, so how's the consistency been? Have you had any challenges so far and how did you deal with it?
Okay, no challenge so far. We have been good. And, you know, I can encourage everyone out there to always come for exercise. It actually pays. You know, when you want to live a good life or have a good health, you must come with the gym. Yeah.
So aside from the blood pressure, has there been any, have you seen any results so far aside the BP?
There's so many results. As you can see, didn't you like my physique? Yeah, I can see you want to talk like me. So those are part of the advantage.
All right. So I'd like to ask, did you have to skip diets or what sacrifices did you make for this?
Actually, I don't make any sacrifice. I just walk out straight. I eat everything. Yeah, I eat everything.
So food, no kind of food affects you?
All those diets is a scam. Eat and walk out. Yeah, I'm serious. Eat and walk out. Just monitor what you, as in, at a normal, don't abuse any food. That's just it, yeah.
All right. Okay, so what's your advice for people that are starting or that are scared of starting this journey?
No, they should just try now. It's not easy in the beginning. But as time goes on, you get used to it.
Was there ever a time it was very hard for you that you almost gave up?
Of course, now, the first 6 months is like a hell. Why is that, my brother? The guy, you know, see, they call I see you in it that time. You know, not easy.
So even when you wanted to give up, you stayed put. Why?
Yes, now steady. Don't give up. By the end of the day, you will like it.
Hello, and good morning. Can we meet you?
My name is BC.
Okay, what do you do?
I'm an event planner, and I own a shoe line called Iwa. It's customized shoes for male and female.
Wow, that's amazing.
Made in Nigeria. Yep.
Okay, so when did you start this journey?
I started in April, like a week before my birthday. So yeah, so it's been like maybe 4 months now, right? Yeah. So
Wow. So, what motivated you to start?
yeah, I used to be a model, and I used to be very skinny. So after I had my baby, I just noticed that I just started getting big and everything. So I was looking for that body back, that my modeling body. I really wanted to have like flat tummy, get my figure eight, like Nigerians would say. I wanted to get it back. So I decided to come, and not just for the body, just to keep fit as well, to look healthy, my mental health and all.
Wow. So, does it mean that doing your workouts helps your mental health?
Yeah, because it makes you like go away from thinking of negative things. When you work out, you just like start thinking of positive things about yourself, and it just keeps you going. Like it makes you plan. Like I like try to design loads of things, different kind of shoes, slippers, and sandals. So after my workout, I just I have this idea. Like for me, I don't know. For me, ideas just keep popping up. So that's fine.
Wow. So, how's the journey been so far? Has it been stressful? Yes.
It's been stressful. I'm sure you saw me today. Like, I think I'm a lazy person, but when I started this journey, I started like motivating myself with the help of Osas. So it pushes me, and every other person, they'll tell you, you can do it, you can do it. So sometimes I try to do like 5 sit-ups, but now I see myself doing like 20, so
That's progress.
it's been fine. Progress, yeah.
Wow. So, did you have to adjust your diet for this?
Diet. Let me not lie. Yeah, okay, I cut some things off, but I started eating loads of protein, and fruits. But I still eat heavy meals. And I'll come back to the gym, I'll say, okay, I'll work it out. I'll burn it off.
All right. So, what's that one meal that you are not meant to take when you're doing your workouts, but you just can't help it? You just want to still take it.
I love chicken a lot, guinea fowl, and I love my eba. I love eba and okra soup. So I just try to tell myself that okra is like vegetables as well, so it's fine for me. So I can't stop eating eba. I can't. But it has to be like, don't eat eba not every day. You just once in a while, but I eat it almost every day. So that's fine.
All right. So, what's your favorite workout, and that one workout that you don't want to do, but you just have to do it as well?
Sit up, because it helps the tummy, and then this one also just introduced to us, like it just throws the ball at us, so you have to like push yourself, so it helps for the lower abdomen, it helps your tummy for you to get your flat tummy, and that's my actual aim, to get my flat tummy back. I think I'm working out, I'm getting there.
I can see.
So sit up for me is very difficult, but I still have to just push myself to do it, so it's fine.
Is that your favorite one or your worst one?
I have to make it my favorite, though it's difficult because I need to achieve what it does for the body. Yeah.
Okay, so what's your advice to people that are scared of starting the gym because of pain, consistency, and all of that?
My advice to them, just try, just take a step. Like, a baby just take a first step, and from there you start working. So just take a step, try. You see what you can do the first week. For me, the first week was very difficult. But when I came like second week, all my body was, my joints, my bones, they were all hurting. But, I started pushing myself. I came like second week and everything just became perfect. So for me, just to tell them that, they have to push themselves, try. They'll think they can't do something. Never say never. They can do it.
All right. So lastly, I'd like to know, what sacrifices did you make to be able to continue this, like the consistency?
Sacrifices. Like I skip my breakfast in the morning. That's one of the sacrifices I make. Then I have to like push meetings, from like 12 o'clock. Like I don't have to be there in the morning since I'm the owner of my business. So normally I go there like 9 o'clock, but now I have to make sure I work out first. Like I'll leave here by 10 now and then I'll start preparing to go back to work. So it's a lot, But my breakfast, I think people say it's not good to skip your breakfast, but I think I do. I take loads of water, coming to the gym, and I work out, and after then, we'll go on with the meal.
Wow, you're doing a good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Peace out.
What's your name?
My name is Osas Blessing.
And what's your position here?
Fitness trainer.
Wow, okay. How's the journey been so far?
Journey has been like many years ago, long time ago. We started this. This has been a lifestyle, something we love doing, something that makes us happy, something that we keep on pushing for life.
Wow. What motivated you to start this?
It has to do with humanity, if you say you love yourself, you have to take care of yourself. You're not just taking care, you have to start with yourself first. You understand? You take care of yourself, Nobody's going to live forever, but at the same time, you just have to take care of yourself. It's very, very important.
Sure. So what's your fitness philosophy? What drives you? How do you see fitness, as a part of life?
I see fitness as a lifetime something that we don't stop doing. We continue to do it forever, like St. Jesus Tarries.
Wow. So back then we interviewed some of your members, and they kept passing good comments about you.
Wow.
How do you manage to keep a good relationship with them?
Relationship has to do with humanity. You're selfless. You don't even think about yourself. You think about others before yourself. So you don't even know when you even do that. Then you can't even say, okay, I can vouch on myself. I know this person likes me or not, or this person understands what it means to impact you or impact them.
Wow. What's the most rewarding parts of this job, of this field? What's the most rewarding part?
The most rewarding part is not funds, money, or anything. The rewarding part is, as I said earlier, like humanity is the first thing. Like you bringing out yourself to do something for human is the most rewarding part, because when you do it, no matter anywhere they go, they remember, oh, this person actually made me to realize who I am, to realize what I'm supposed to do to my life or to my health. That's the most rewarding part. Not here now. Some of them might go any other place. We don't know where they will go to tomorrow. But just remember that, okay, there's still somebody that actually not just to train us. This thing is not just about training. It's about letting them know about what they are doing and what it does to them.
What it does to them.
Yes, very important.
Wow. All right. So, can you tell us what's that one thing, right, that stands out for you the most when they tell you about the results they are already getting from all of the workouts they are doing? What makes you excited?
Yeah,
what gives that sense of fulfillment?
I'm excited because of the discipline. Yes, that's the excitement all about it. Because when you are disciplined, it makes you run. You don't understand. It makes you overcome things. So it shows even though when I'm not there, they can still drive. So that's what makes me. That's that one thing that makes me happy when it comes to tell me that this is how I'm feeling with us.
All right, so some of them come with different aims. Some to keep fit, some to get the body, some to,
Okay.
So how do you tailor the exercises to fit each one of them's needs?
Okay. Generally, it's all about your health. Talk about your health. Your health has to do with long time something. It's not even just to be fit, to make your body to be sexy or to work on your structure and all that. The most important thing is the interior. Your body is, if you are not okay inside of you, like you can't do a lot. Even some domestic work at home, you can't be okay. So the first thing, even when they are coming, I have to just give them this good orientation, like, oh, you want to drop weight? The first thing you need to say with your mouth is to be fit. I just want to be fit. Yeah, that's the first thing. Yeah, that's the first thing. It's not about I just want to drop fat. I just want to be fit. So when you are fit, it's easier for you to drop weight. You have more strength. You don't get tired. Yeah.
Wow. All right. So these exercises and workout and everything, sometimes it can get painful, especially when they're just starting.
Yeah.
It will get very stressful. So how do you keep them motivated?
Or you keep them motivated because of their mindset. You change the mindset of what they are
doing.
So
you keep talking to them.
Yeah, you talk to them. You let them know that they should not give up, because everybody have different. Some people are weak, some people are strong. So you look at them mentally like, okay, this person is weak on this side, this person is strong on this side. So you have to push. You have to let them know, okay, I'm going to assist you on this side. You know everybody. I know, okay, for example, when you were just doing your own with me, you know what that means? You're trying, I'm just trying to tell you one or two, playing with you. But with the play and everything, you try and do one or two. Yeah, so in your way, this is the way you play, this is your field. I use your field to train you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, does this job or this workout, fitness and all of that, does it have anything to do with mental health?
Oh,
or
you
it's
meant
just
no,
strictly
no.
body,
Seriously,
physical?
no. When you train,
Mm.
let me repeat. When you train, you're mentally you are focused.
Really?
Like when you train, when you
Wow.
work out, mentally you are focused. There's some things normally that happen in our home, family problems, different type of thing, work and everything. When you train, it ease your stress.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's not just physical.
It's not just physical, it has to do with mental stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. Very
Okay,
important.
can you even recall maybe any one of your students that has actually had a major transformative journey?
Okay, I had one student in Canada. She's in Canada now. Like, her name is Ndasi Ndomo. She trained with me long time ago. Like, she lost weight. Like, she lost drastically. Like, she lost weight. So, you know what I mean? She was losing weight and she was still fit at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, she can comment on me anywhere. If you put her on corner, she can talk. Yeah.
Wow. All right. So, what common mistakes do beginners make, like when they come in newly?
Okay.
What's the common mistake?
Okay,
that
the
they
common
make?
mistake individuals, a beginner make. One, I think, for example, you don't know, you have never trained before. Because that's why I asked some of those my clients, like, have you ever trained? Have you trained anywhere before? Have you done anything? You say no, I don't have any idea of what they are doing. Well, the problem is that I used to have, like, should I say, the issue I used to have with them is, for example, maybe some people are doing some routine. Maybe they already have strength, or they're trying to work on their hips. You have not done it before. You just feel like you fell in love with it. You want to do it. You can wound yourself by doing that. Everything you start in life is gradually. You understand? You start gradually. I wish you have been doing things with me since, like you have been working out with me. I will not just leave you like that. I just want to play with you so at least you just feel it a little. Until I left you.
Wow. So, do you advise them taking painkillers and all of these things to help them?
The pain you will heal yourself. The pain is going to heal by itself.
Oh.
You understand? You don't take painkiller. It's your body is just trying to tell you that your body is you are changing a routine. You have changed a routine. Your body is telling you that something has changed. So you have to be aware of what your body is into. So you don't need to take anything. As time goes on, before you know, you are okay.
Wow, that's quite tough. If you ask
Thank
me.
you. Yeah.
All right. So, one more thing. Do you give them strict diet rules?
Yeah, there are food tips for not just vegan food tips. Vegan. Most of the top athletes in the world, like Cristiano Ronaldo, is a vegan. So he's one of my role models.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, we're talking about structure with vegan diet. So food that gives you strength after workout, food that makes you stand out.
Are there strict rules?
Not like strict rules. Like you just have to take it because of your health. Because this is what the body needs. The first food the body needs. You know, after you finish working out, there's some food you need to eat first. Yeah. For example, you just finish working out, you say you want to eat eba. It doesn't make sense. You don't understand? It doesn't make sense. You want to eat fufu? It doesn't make sense. Like this top outlet I call, like, it doesn't eat fufu. Sorry. They are from vegan food, like almonds, like chia seed, you know, like vegetables, you know, and more food.
So you
like
don't
that.
recommend heavy meals?
It's not about heavy meals. You can eat rice, you can take white rice with vegetables. You understand? You take goat meat, you take chicken. You understand? But you taking cow meat, some like meat, some kind of food, some fish. Fish is good. Fish is good. Fish gives you a lot of strength. So.
Okay, so there are some people. Okay, I don't want to say I'm speaking for myself,
Okay.
but there are some people that are quite scared to start the fitness journey. They are quite scared of the pain they would go through, the whole sacrifices they have to make.
Okay.
And all that.
Okay.
What do you have to say to people like that?
Let me break it down. The whole training aspect we are doing here, it's not just about training and all that. It's not training. We are working on our health. Let's not use the word training. So you need to change your mindset of you just coming to training. So people think people are coming to suffer themselves and to do something. And I will say something, sorry to break out from what you say. When you just come to the gym, you don't just go to the weightlifting side, you say you want one. But some people are always scared. Some people want to deadlift or they want to do something, they want to carry heavy weight more than their body weight. It can break their body, it can break their back, and which is very bad. Any workout you want to recommend for anybody, use your body weight to work out. It helps a lot so that you can be fit. You can't wound yourself when you're using your body weight to work out. So the mindset of those people is to change their mindset, like to let them know that what you are doing is for your health. You're not working out to get pain. Some people are lazy, like may have routines of workout now. You can even sit down and be working out. You can lie down and be working out. Yes, you just let those people know that there's still hope for them. Very important.
Is there ever a point it will get to that it won't be painful?
It will get to a point that you know, okay, this is what I feel when I sleep. This is what I feel when I wake up. I don't feel tired. Nobody will tell you that. Well, you have to take a bold step about your future and your life. It's very important. Yeah.
We've seen that fitness is not just a routine, it's a lifestyle, it's a mindset, and it's a journey of transformation. Everyone here has reminded us that good health is not a destination, it is a decision we make daily. And so we say thank you for joining us on this inspiring tour of strength and discipline. So until next time, stay committed, stay strong, and stay consistent. I'm Praise Peters from Voice of the People TV.
9.
Shall a nation be birthed in one day? Can your situation change in just one moment? Can your life turn around in just one moment? Can things move from 0 to 100 in just one moment? Ha! Yes, it can. Because as soon as Zion travailed, she brought forth our children. Can a nation, can the earth bring forth in one day? Can you plant today and reap tomorrow? Is it possible for your planting to be overtaken by the harvest? Is it possible? As soon as Zion travailed, she brought forth our children. We're about to put in your hands the power of the nation, the birthing power of Zion. Zion, that the picture of Christ at the cross. Because when the question of the redemption of man came to play, that is, you've been redeemed from the clutches of sin, death, sickness, the enemy, and all his accompanying minions. The question was actually put forth: can a nation be born in one day? As soon as Zion travailed, as soon as Christ started our journey from the scourging post down to Calvary, as soon as on the cross he roared, finished. As sure as those stripes fell on his back, so sure it is that that sickness is gone. Hear me carefully, because I'm talking about what the world would normally call impossible. I'm talking about what the world would normally call a miracle. But hear me, it's because Zion has travailed. It's because Christ at the crossroad finished. Had the enemy known, they wouldn't have crucified the Lord of glory. You ask, how does this apply to me? It does, because what Christ did is not just for the seeming people that have put their trust and have believed in him, but he did it for all. He has now brought you forth into national status. That nation within the nation, not held by the nation, but still prospering within the jurisdiction of the nation, but with the ambassadorial privileges of being in Christ. You are in this world, but not of this world. I'm talking about a nation where the Lord your God is your wall. I'm talking about the nation that the Lord your God is your defense and security. We've seen man with just the shadow of this national status I'm talking about go up against 4 kings and came back victorious. I've seen men with this national status I'm talking about plant in the midst of famine and reap 100-fold. In the midst of the greatest famine of the earth, we see men living in Goshen. I'm talking about men of national status. Can your situation change in one day? Can that cancer be gone in one day? Can that cerebral palsy be gone in one day? Can that dementia be gone in one day? Can that sickness, can that rheumatoid arthritis, can it be gone in one day? As soon as Zion travailed, as sure as Zion has travailed, you are bringing forth that child. Hear me closely, because right now, once you put your trust in Christ and receive him, you are no longer powered by your intellect or by motivation. You are now empowered by the very life that holds this nation together. Hear me closely. What holds this nation? What ensures that this nation can exist irrespective of the power supply of the world is the life of God. Hear me closely. In him, Christ Jesus is life, and this life is the light, the power of all men, the power of the nation. That is why out of your belly can flow rivers of living water. That is why you can dominate over sin and all its entrails. That is why you can always have superior results and intelligence over all and all and all. Hear me closely. That's why you see yourself outrunning the chariots of the kings and the brilliance. That's why you see yourself always at the right place at the right time. It's the very life of God on your inside. Once you put your trust in Christ and call him Lord, you are now on national status. This same status is that you carry the embodiment, the fullness of the life of God on your inside. I'm talking about Zoe, the life superior in quality and superabundance in quantity. This life protected, housed, guarded by the innumerable company of angels, meaning you can't be defeated. This life that you have the assurance that your path keeps shining brighter and brighter onto the perfect day. This light that no situation can swallow up. I'm talking about this, because shall a nation be born in one day, as soon as Zion travailed, and Zion, our Lord Jesus Christ at the cross, travailed, and our children have been bought for. That is why you can have peace in your soul. That is why you don't need that bottle. That is why you don't need that needle. That is why you don't need the approval of men to give you a healthy self-esteem. I'm talking about because right now you are now living for the audience of one, to bring glory to the Lord Jesus Christ. Your moral excellence is not because you are trying to prove a point, but it's because holiness is beautiful and you are now fully integrated in him. But what powers this life I speak of is the inexhaustible powerhouse of the Trinitarian tribunal. I'm talking about the Holy Ghost. Hear me. Listen, as sure as the Burj Khalifa, that's the tallest building right now in our civilization, as sure as there is a constant standby power supply to ensure that light doesn't go out, how much more do you think Daddy God will place in you, this new nation, this new creator? How much sure do you think Daddy God will place in you the inexhaustible powerhouse to ensure that there is no power outage? Listen, creative, meaning there is never anything called a creative block. Hear me carefully, meaning dementia can't exist in your life. You don't forget things because you now have the mind of the Holy Ghost, because 1/3 of you is wall to wall the Holy Ghost. Hear me carefully. I'm talking about the powerhouse whereby when the entire creation was in chaos and there was waters over the face of the deep, we see the Holy Ghost moving over it, and when words were proclaimed, you see that the water subsided and the earth came forth. So meaning with this powerhouse, you're wondering what I'm doing right now. I'm giving outputs. What I've been giving you from the very beginning was inputs, your identity. Now the output is how you ensure you walk dominatingly over all the elemental systems of the world, is what ensures that you always have superior results. Are you with me? I'm talking about the inexhaustible powerhouse of this nation. You are in the sword, but not of the sword. Once you have put your trust in Christ, and many might be the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord God has delivered you from them all, because what the Holy Ghost does, and now he ensures there is always light for the believer in this national status. is that it reminds you constantly that you are the righteousness of God in Christ Jesus, that you stand before Daddy God as justified, that the sin of Adam in the garden when man fell, you want to say to me that no, nothing like that ever happened. Listen, the earth was put in the hands of man to have dominion over, but remember, as the leader goes, so goes the people. So man being the leader of the earth, right? When he fell, the earth followed suit. That's why you see all the tornadoes, all the issues, all the the regulatory system happening in the world because man fell. But listen, when man fell, man then handed over the authority given to him to the enemy, the devil that hates you. And remember, our God is a just God. So he cannot just come in and say, take your hands off, devil. It must be on a just foundation. If not, justice will cry foul. So it's on the just foundation of the cross that now man now has access to the fullness of life. Because see, get this carefully. Just because you know the difference between good and evil does not always mean you would choose good. It takes life. So what our first father Adam enjoyed in the garden was the presence of life, which was what guided his decisions. Hear me closely. Adam was successful in the garden. He was tending and mending and attending to the garden, and there was success and produce all around. But that does not mean he had life, because what Daddy God does with this nation I'm talking about to you is that right now, once you've accepted Christ, the fullness of that tree of life in the garden that you and I can now enjoy on a just foundation, because your conscience will be saying that I've messed up. Yeah, and I don't think I qualify. I don't think I'm worthy enough to receive this fullness of what you're talking about from the very beginning. But I put it to you because of Christ Jesus. He was delivered up for your offenses and raised again after you've been declared justified. And in him, you have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins according to the riches of his grace. Yes, you know sin requires a payment. So that's why right now I'm seeing you right now. You're mutilating yourself, trying to pay a price for how many times you are falling short. But Christ paid the price. Your sins are forgiven. Christ paid the price. Your sins are forgiven. Let your mind and your body and your heart and your soul look to Christ and see the full payment of that. The same with the Israelites when they were bitten by snakes and they looked at that brazen serpent and their snake bites were healed. Let your eyes and your heart see that, and you see that you are not qualified in and out of yourself to be a part of this nation I'm speaking of. This nation that is not held by the boundaries and limitations of the nation you are in. So me, there might be famine in the land, but it is you that is dwelling in Goshen and enjoying the best of the land. Listen, it's on the just foundation of the cross, because you are powered by the Holy Ghost. And I baptize you right now if you want to receive the fullness of this nation. Listen. This nation, the end point is that, remember I said in him Christ is life, and the life is the light of the world. When you now receive this life on your inside by calling him Jesus Lord, you now become the light of the world, the city set on a hill that cannot be hid. And now your good works, that is following truth, being a blessing to the earth here and now. People now look at it and glorify your Father which is in heaven, because there is a source that powers you beyond the natural. It is called the Holy Ghost. And once you receive Christ as Lord, you are sealed eternally in him. And if you want this language, I baptize you afresh in the Holy Ghost. If it's you that already has this, I infuse you with more power for you to enjoy the fullness of this life. And if it is you that has not received this, say this with me right now. Holy Ghost, fill me up. I believe Jesus died at the cross for me, and I received the fullness of this life on my inside. In the name of Jesus, amen. Stay with me. We're about to go into the culture of the nation, grace and peace.
aha m bụ Chika Iro mana ihe eji mara m bụ Adigbo One na Voice of the People. M na-arụ na Voice of the People 90.3 FM dịka onye nta akụkọ. Abụkwana m onye ụmụamadi Ngwuru nke dị na Mbaise, Imo steeti. Ịbụkwana onye nta akụkọ. Eche m na m ga-asị na ọ bụ ihe dị n'ime mgbe nne m mụrụ m ya bụ ihe nọ m n'ime, ọ bụghị ihe m mụrụ amụ. Ọ nọ n'ime m n'ihi na oge m na-etolite m ga-echeta otu ụbọchị m gwara nne m na ọ ga-amasịkwanụ m ka m bụrụ onye na-ekwu okwu na redio, n'ihi na nne m na onwe ya bụ onye hụrụ ihe gbasara redio n'anya. Oge abụ n'oge kwa ụbọchị ka ọ na-agbanye redio anya na-amara ihe ndị na-emegasị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa. M ga-echeta na BCA redio Ụmụahịa bụ ya bụ redio nne m na-egekarị. Nke emezie nwee ihe gbasara redio n'anya, ngwa nne m na m ga-abụkwanụ onye ga na-ekwu okwu na redio. Mana ya bụ ihe bidoro ọbụladị mgbe m n'ụlọ akwụkwọ praịmarị, sekọndịrị na mahadum abịara na-ede akụkọ ụgha nke bụ eziokwu. Ọ bụrụ na m dechaa ya ebe a gụpụta ya, ị ga-ajụ sị kedu ihe kpaliri nwata ime ihe. Ọ bụghịkwa nke ahụ, ebidoro m ọsịsọ banye na lerida, bụrụ onye na-agụ ihe ọgụgụ na parish m St. Charles Ezugwu na Amadi, bụkwa nke dị na Mbaise, Imo steeti. Eche m na ihe a bụ ihe nọ m n'ime, bụkwa nke mere na m na-eme ya, m na-ekwu okwu mgbe ụfọdụ mana redio mana TV, maka na ọ bụghị na redio ka m bidosiri were mewe ihe. Ọ bụghịkwanị na redio ka m bidokwa n'ọrụ a. N'oge m gụchara praịmarị abanyere m sekọndịrị, gụchaa sekọndịrị banye ụlọ akwụkwọ mahadum. Mahadum ala anyị dị na Nsụka, University of Nigeria Nsụka bụ ebe m gụrụ mahadum. Ebe ahụ agụrụ m linguistics na Igbo, bụkwa nke nyere aka kwado m maka ya bụ ihe m chọrọ ịbụ. Dịka m siri gwa gị na mbụ n'oge nka dị obere amadị m ihe ụwa na-ekwu, agwara m nne m na m ga-achọ ikwu okwu na redio. Mana dịka m gụchara akwụkwọ mahadum fee ala nna anyị, abịaziri m nweta ọrụ na isi mbido TV. Ebe a ka m bidoro ya bụ ihe n'uju. Arụrụ m n'isi mbido TV afọ 3 na ụma, mgba arụkwaghị m hapụ ebe ahụ sizie isi mbido TV bata na Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Ịjụọ m ihe gbasara ihe m na-arụ taa dịka onye nta akụkọ, m ga-asị gị na ọ bụ ihe nọ m n'ime. Nne m mụrụ m mụọ ịgbasa ozi, ọkachasị na redio na TV. Ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ, e nwere ọtụtụ ihe ị kwesịrị ịma. Ọ dịrọkwa dị mfe o, maka na anyị na-ekwu ya, anyị nọrọ na redio mgbe ụfọdụ na-ekwu okwu maọbụ na TV, ọ na-atọ ụtọ na ntị, ọ na-atọ gị rịkpọọ, mana ọtụtụ ihe ka anyị na-agabiga tupu ịhụ anyị anyapụta ebe a na-ekwu ihe niile ọ na-adaba adaba. Ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ maọbụ na redio maọbụ na TV, nke mbụ ị ga-amarịrị ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ị ga-amarịrị ihe na-eme na gburugburu gị. Kedu ka ihe si afịatụ na gburugburu gị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa? Ngalaba dị iche iche, ngalaba na-ahụ maka agụmakwụkwọ, ime njem, ahụ isi ike, ngalaba dị iche iche. Ị ga-ama ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụghị naanị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ị ga-amakwa ka ihe si afịatụ na mba ofesi dịka onye nta akụkọ, nke ga-abụ na ọ bụrụgodị na ị na-arahụ ụra akpọọ gị, ị mara ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụrụkwa na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ dịka m bụ onye nta akụkọ na-eji asụsụ Igbo eme mgbasa ozi nke m, ị ga-amarịla asụsụ Igbo nke ọma. Igbo gị ga-eghe eghe, nke bụ onye nụ ya ọ mara na ịmakwana ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụrụkwa Igbo ma mama sị ya bụ Igbo, ọ bụ Igbo ghere eghe, Igbo izugbe. Ọ bụghị olu ndị, ọ bụ eziokwu na mgbe ụfọdụ ndị mmadụ na-eji olu ndị eme ya bụ mgbasa ozi, mana ọ bụ Igbo izugbe bụ asụsụ kacha mma iji were mee ihe mgbasa ozi, nke ga-abụ na ebe ọbụla isi n'ala Igbo, isi steeti Abịa, Enugu, Delta, Imo, Anambra, Ebonyi, steeti ọbụla isi n'ala Igbo, ọ bụrụ na ị na-asụ ya bụ Igbo, ị ga-aghọtarịla ihe onye ahụ na-ekwu. Mana gị were olu ndị, mgbe ụfọdụ ndị steeti ndị ọzọ agaghị enwecha ike ghọtacha ihe ị na-ekwu. Ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ n'asụsụ Igbo, nke mbụ mara ihe ekwe na-akụ n'asụsụ ahụ iji eme ya bụ mgbasa ozi, ya bụ asụsụ Igbo. Mara ihe ekwe na-akụ, ị ga-abụ onye ga na-agụsị akwụkwọ ike, ị ga na-agụ, ị gaa n'ịntanetị na-achọ ọtụtụ ihe, ị na-amụta na-etinye na nke ịma, nke ga-abụ na ọ bụrụ na ị na-ekwu okwu amara na onye amakwana ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụkwanụ mkpu ka anyị na-eti kwa ụbọchị o, maka na onye dị ka m, mgbe m dị obere ka m bidoro, ndị mmadụ na-asị na adị m very outspoken. Ana m ekwuwa okwu ekwusi ya ike mgbe ụfọdụ ka o si wee dịrị. Eche m na ndị na-arụ ọrụ na redio na-enye aka n'otu ụzọ maọbụ ịbụọ ịhụ na ihe gara nke ọma ọkachasị n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria maka na mgbe ụfọdụ ihe ndị gọọmenti na-eme ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-eme ọ bụkwanụ ndị anọ na redio na-eti ya bụ mkpu mgbe ụfọdụ gọọmenti nwere ike ime ya chee na ihe ha mere dị mma mana ọ bụ ndị na-arụ na redio ga-abịa sị gị na gọọmenti ihe anyị mekwanụrụ adịghị mma. Eche m na ọ bụ na ndị na-arụ na redio na ụlọ nta akụkọ dị iche iche bụkwanụ ndị na-agba gọọmenti okwu. Ewezụga ndị nta akụkọ maọbụ nke redio maọbụ akwụkwọ akụkọ maọbụ nke telivishọn ewepụ ha n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria, gọọmenti ga na-eme ihe ọ bụla ọ sọrọ ha. Mana ndị nta akụkọ bụ ndị bụ ị na-elekwa anya n'azụ maka na e nwere ndị na-ele gị ime emejọ ndị nta akụkọ enyere gị aka. Ya bụ ihe adịrọkwa n'izi dịka ndị iti si ekwu ya, ọ dịghị mfe, ọ bụghị ofe nracha. Ihe gbasara ezinụlọ m ịchịkọba ya na ọrụ mkwanụ nke ọbụla nwere oge ya. Enwere m oge m ji akwado maka ọrụ m, enwere m oge m ji aga ọrụ, m rụchakwa ọrụ m alawa m ngazie nke ezinụlọ, ngazie nlenye anya na nke ezinụlọ iji mee na ihe niile dabara adaba, enye ndị ebe a enye ndị ebe a, ihe niile wee na-aga nke ọma. Ahụkwana m ọtụtụ nri Igbo n'anya, ọtụtụ nri ndị Igbo na-amasị m n'ebe o buru ibu, mana nri ndị Igbo m kacha ahụ n'anya bụ ụkwa. Ị hụrụ ụkwa? Hei, ejikwala ụkwa etiri m epele o. Ị na-egwusa m egwuregwu, eji n'ụkwa egwu m egwuregwu. Ahụrụ m nri ụkwa n'anya n'ebe o buru ibu. Ahụkwara m ya bụrụ ihe olilo. Ahụrụ m ofe ụgụ vegetable, ofe ụhakwa na ofe onugbu. Ihe ndị a niile na-atọcha m ụtọ n'ebe o buru ibu. Ahụkwara m ede n'anya, ọ bụrụ na isi chee ede ịba were mmanụ iri gwọọ ya gị na ụtazi maọbụ nchụanwụ were ya gwọọ ya. Nri ndị a niile na-amasịcha m n'ihi na ha bụ nri ndị na-edozi ahụ. Ndị Igbo nwere ọtụtụ nri dị iche iche bụkwa ndị nke na-edozi ahụ. Ndị nkwado adị Igbo, ọ nọ n'ụlọ na ọ nọ n'ụzọ ije, ọ bụkwa na unu mere m ihe mgbu ewezụga unu enweghị onye dịka adị Igbo. Ndị nkwado m ndị nke nọ na Naịjirịa na mba ofesi, ana m ekele unu, sikwa unu gaa n'iru na nkwado unu na-enye m. Ewezụga unu enweghịkwana onye dịka adị Igbo. Igbo mụrụ nze m ọzọ, aha m bụ Chika Iro, Adigbo Nwanna, Voice of the People. Abụ m onye nta akụkọ mgbasa ozi ngalaba asụsụ Igbo na Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Nke a bụkwana ọrụ aka m, ọ bụ ya bụ ihe m na-arụ, ọ bụ my hustle dịka ndị iti si ekwu ya.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndumdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Tinubu accepts Egbeto Kun's resignation, appoints Disu as acting IGP.
The federal government denies ransom payment in Naija school kids' release.
El Rufai files motion to dismiss DSS case, seeks 2 billion naira compensation.
APC extends deadline for form sales.
Former Labour Party leader Former Labour Party candidate Akpata joins ADC in Edo, chaos erupts.
Federal government to relocate MMIA terminal ahead of demolition.
On the foreign scene, G7 leaders reaffirm support for Ukraine.
While in business news, CBN lowers interest rate to 26.5%.
In sport, FIFA alert as cartel violence hits Mexico before World Cup.
In the world of entertainment, Ashake tops Spotify Nigeria as most streamed artist.
Now the news and details. President Bola Tinubu has accepted the resignation of Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun, citing press and family reasons. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga made this announcement. Tinubu praised Egbetokun for his decades of distinguished service and dedication to strengthening internal security. Appointed in June 2023 for a 4-year term, Egbetokun's tenure was set to end in June 2027 under the amended Police Act. The president has approved Assistant Inspector General Tunji Disu as acting IGP, with a Nigeria Police Council meeting to be convened to consider his confirmation as substantive IGP.
In the meantime, the federal government has dismissed reports claiming that ransom was paid or militant commanders released to secure the freedom of school children abducted from St. Mary's Boarding School in Niger State. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said in a statement that the allegations are false and a disservice to the professionalism of Nigeria's security forces. He noted that the Office of the National Security Advisor, the Department of State Services, and the leadership of the National Assembly had already debunked the claims. According to the minister, conflicting accounts of how the alleged ransom was delivered further undermine the credibility of the report. He reaffirmed the government's commitment to protecting lives and property.
And now to legal matters. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has asked the court to quash charges filed against him by the Department of State Services, describing the case as incompetent and an abuse of court process. The application responds to a charge pending before the Federal High Court. The matter comes up February 25, 2026, before Justice Joyce Abdul Malik. In his motion, El-Rufai is seeking an order striking out the February 16 charge, arguing that it discloses no known offense and fails to establish a prima facie case. He's also asking to be discharged. The former governor is further seeking 2 billion naira in cost against the DSS, alleging misuse of the criminal justice system to harass and embarrass him. The DSS filed a 3-count charge accusing him of unlawfully intercepting a telephone conversation involving the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu. In the first count, the agency alleges that during a February 13 appearance on a TV program in Abuja, El-Rufai admitted he and others intercepted the NSA's communications.
Still on a legal note, an Economic and Financial Crimes Commission witness, Halima Kazim, has told an Abuja court that former Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation General Manager Aminu Babakusa made his statement voluntarily. The EFCC has charged former National Security Advisor Sambo Desuki, Babakusa, Acacia Holdings Limited, and Reliance Referral Hospital Limited with criminal breach of trust and the alleged diversion of 33.2 billion naira. The commission also accused Desuki and others of releasing the equivalent of 10 billion naira in foreign currencies from the NSA's account.
Away from legal matters now, the All Progressive Congress, APC, has extended the deadline for the purchase and submission of forms for its upcoming zonal congresses and national convention. In a statement, National Publicity Secretary Felix Moka said exercise will now run from March 12 to March 23, 2026. The party clarified that the adjustment does not affect the scheduled date for the event. The Zonal Congress will hold on March 25, while the National Convention is set for March 26 and 27. The APC also announced a change of venue for the South-South Zonal Congress, which will now take place in Asaba, Delta State.
Well, turning to other stories now, the former Labour Party governorship candidate, Olumide Akpata, his running mate and supporters have officially joined the African Democratic Congress, ADC, in Edo State. The ceremony, initially marked by celebration, quickly descended into chaos as hoodlums attacked the party secretariat and later targeted a leader's residence, causing destruction and panic. Our correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, has details.
Former Labour Party governorship candidate Olumide Akpata, his running mate and supporters have defected to the African Democratic Congress in Edo State, marking a significant political development. Party leaders formally received the defectors with a brief ceremony and celebrations by supporters to welcome them into the fold. Among dignitaries present were former governors, former Senate chief whips Roland Obe and 2023 presidential candidate Peter Obi, alongside other party leaders and supporters.
His Excellency Olumide Akpata, join me as we present this card to him today to become a full bona fide member of the African Democratic Congress, ADC Nigeria.
We thank our leaders. We thank Mr. Peter Obi, our leader, who brought us here. We thank Chief Oyegun, our father, who on behalf of the ADC caucus have received us here today.
We must build a country that will work for everybody. So one body borrowed, invested it in productive sector and grew. Another person borrowed and invested it in consumption and collapsed. That's why I say we must move the country from consumption to production to make a new Nigeria that is possible.
Minutes after the event, hoodlums invaded the party secretariat, vandalizing property and causing panic as members fled the area. The attackers later moved to Oyegun's residence where leaders were meeting, leaving behind broken bottles, bullet holes on the gate, and damaged vehicles as the incident heightened tension.
What attracted the attack on my premises and my property, I don't, because the government here had threatened that if you came to Edo State without permission, his security cannot be guaranteed. He was paying a courtesy visit to me, and bullets started raining all over the place. In my state, where I was governor, Edo State, when did we degenerate to that kind of level? So I'm still putting my thoughts together. I will still speak to the media.
Brother Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. Elsewhere, Peter Akpe has officially resumed duties as the new Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, following his confirmation by the State House of Assembly. Lawmakers honored the former majority leader with a bow and go tradition in recognition of his service. Akpe previously served as Chief of Staff to Governor Doye Diri before his nomination. He succeeds Lawrence Ewuru-Jakpo, who died on December 11, 2025 at the age of 60.
Now, the federal government has announced plans to relocate Fingers D and E of Terminal 1 at Muritala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, following Monday's fire to allow for demolition of the affected areas. The blaze damaged airline counters, offices, and equipment belonging to the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency and the Nigerian Meteorological Agency. During an inspection, Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, said airlines will move operations to a temporary terminal. He noted that plans to relocate operations were already underway before the fire, but praised first responders for saving lives and limiting further damage.
In another development, the Southeast Development Commission has unveiled plans to grow the region into a $200 billion economy within the next decade, while seeking Senate approval for a 140 billion naira budget for 2026. Speaking at the Commission's Budget Defense, Managing Director Mark Okoye highlighted the Southeast Vision 2050 Forum, which involved all 5 governors, the Vice President, 22 federal agencies, and over 4,900 stakeholders. Okoye said the region aims to become Africa's preferred investment destination, projecting a $200 billion economy in 10 years and a $1 billion balance sheet for the Southeast Investment Conference within 8 years. He added that presidential approval has been secured to raise up to $150 billion for infrastructure and industrial projects through public-private partnerships. On the 2026 budget, 108 billion naira is earmarked for capital projects, 23 billion naira for overhead, and 7.3 billion naira for personnel. He noted that the 2025 allocation was minimal and mostly unspent. Senators cautioned against mismanagement, urging prioritization of basic infrastructure, schools, hospitals, and legacy projects, with Committee Chairman Senator Orji Carlos stressing transparency and accountability.
Well, you're still watching News Hour on VOP TV. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay with us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Welcome.
Welcome back, everyone. And now the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria says it will meet with the Presidential Implementation Committee on Executive Order 9, recently signed by President Bola Tinubu. The union warned that the order poses a serious threat to the stability of the oil and gas industry, describing it as a direct attack on the Petroleum Industry Act. Speaking at the union's National Executive Council meeting in Abuja, Penguin President Festus Osifo said the directive to remit 30% of profit oil from production sharing contracts to the Federation account could destabilize operations at the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and threaten workers' welfare. Osifo dismissed rumors of planned protests, despite claims that the order could affect about 10,000 senior staff at NNPC. He added that the union has begun engagements with government officials, including the Presidential Implementation Committee, expressing optimism that common ground will be reached.
In another development, Nigeria has been urged to translate research into action to create an environment where science and technology can thrive and drive sustainable development. The call was a key focus at the Nigeria-European Union Science and Innovation Summit in Lagos, where policymakers, researchers, and industry leaders explored ways to strengthen innovation and partnerships for growth. VOP TV's Matthew Ogunswada reports.
Gathered at the Nigeria-European Union Science and Innovation Day Summit are policymakers, researchers, industry leaders, and development partners, all exploring how innovation can drive sustainable growth and development across key sectors.
We believe in the great potential of a partnership to upscale these capabilities and boost innovation to the benefit of both sides and global science as a whole.
At the summit, stakeholders emphasized the importance of effective partnerships, knowledge exchange, and increased investment in innovation ecosystems to accelerate development outcomes, particularly in advancing industrial growth and research collaboration.
African Union European Union Innovation Agenda is a policy initiative that is now under implementation, was politically adopted in 2023, and it will be implemented until 2033. The essence of it is trying to foster a more effective translation of research and innovation into more products, services, businesses and job opportunities in both Africa and Europe.
Science, research and innovation are not merely academic pursuits. They are critical drivers of economic growth, sustainable development and social transformation.
Private sector collaborations, we really must ensure that funding is flowing where it's needed most.
We have a lot of researchers who've done a lot of work, and those outcomes are sitting on shelves, and those problems are still there. So instead of us shopping around the world for solutions, can we dust what is on the shelf and begin to see how we can use them to address the challenges that we face?
There's so many ways to be involved in STEM. You don't have to didactically go to a school and say, I want to study STEM. There's so many ways, from the TVET part of it, but we should all be open and broad-minded and willing to learn and also give our part. You can be a person in your house learning how to use some tools to make a machine and things like that. So explore and, identify ways in which you can also give back to Nigeria, not just waiting for the ministry to give back to you.
Participants also highlighted the role of science, technology, and digital inclusion as critical drivers for the future, especially within Africa's rapidly evolving innovation landscape.
It's high time for us to really key into more of implementation. The current government is doing a lot of work to make sure that we go from planning to actually implementing. So with what the EU is currently doing, we're trying to create an ecosystem where everyone can come together, matchmake themselves, and get to doing real projects.
It's been eye-opening listening to other high-level conversations about research, innovation, and how collaboration needs to exist within the continent and even beyond the continent to foster knowledge, to foster innovation, to foster growth within and outside Africa.
While the summit provided a platform for networking and dialogue, conversations here underscored that innovation is no longer optional, but essential for national development. Stakeholders agree that stronger Nigeria-European Union partnerships will be key to achieving sustainable economic growth and prosperity. Matthew Okunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Matthew, thank you. Over now to Anambra State, where communities have been urged to take proactive steps to combat non-communicable diseases to ensure healthier lives. The State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Afam Obidike, made the call at the opening of the Adabebe Village Primary Health Care Center in Amawbia. He expressed concerns that diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, and cancer remain leading causes of death worldwide. Our correspondent Undu Opaleze has more.
Health Commissioner Dr. Obidike, however, expressed optimism that with a positive lifestyle, one could navigate through the ailments and live out his or her full life cycle. He commended the donor, Chief Odo, for embracing the state government's public-private partnership in community development, charging the people to utilize the health facility to overcome avoidable risks and deaths.
We are grateful, thankful to the person that started and completed the project, and us as government. We have actually posted staffs there and bring in 1 or 2 medical equipment, and they will continue to partner so that at the end of the day we're able to solve all the problem. Only government alone cannot solve all the problem, so that's why we need the partnership from the public and private. Yeah.
The State Director of Community Health, Dr. Mrs. Ngozi Okeke, announced that 2 core nurses have already been posted to the center and promised that all support from the federal and the state government will get to them.
The government has commissioned this project, and the government has done its own bit by posting human resources for health. It is now the onus lies on the community to patronize the facility because they need to utilize it.
The benefactor of the project, Chief Michael Odo, represented by his uncle Vincent Odo, said he was motivated to build the health center due to the avoidable death of a woman in the village, Mrs. Martina Jidofo, who died as a result of her inability to access quality health care within the neighborhood. Odo also said the edifice stands in memory of his grandmother, Mbeke Odo, his own parents, Mr. Anthony and Mrs. Catherine Odo, as well as an uncle who mentored him to success, Mr. Emmanuel Okoye Odo.
He was motivated by the fact
that health facilities is required within this community. Triggered with the fact that we lost a lovely woman because she patronized a quack, and that was the end of her life. So he had this in mind, apart from the fact that he wanted to epitomize the names of his grandmother, the father, and the mother. But he had this behind his mind also when he was planning for this health facility.
Chief Michael Odo's sibling, who supervised the project from scratch to finishing, expressed happiness that his brother is touching lives in a most spectacular way.
This prompted the donor to raise this edifice in the name of Health Center for Life Saving. And people of the community are advised to go to professionals when they are sick to avoid future or occurrence or untimely death, just as it happened to Martina that met her untimely death.
The Adabebe Village Health Center, Amobia, is a one-story building with doctors and nurses' offices, patients' force, and other medical equipment needed to handle emergency and first-hand cases. Ndo Opaleze, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Ndo. We'll take a break now. When we return, we'll bring you more stories. To stay with us.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
Glad to have you back. Joining us virtually to analyze the news hour is Ismail Oladari, member Take It Back movement. Glad to have you join us, Ismail.
Yeah, thanks for having me tonight. Good evening.
Good evening. Okay, let's start with this. You know, President, of course, I'm sure you've heard the news that President Bola Tinubu has accepted the resignation of Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun. First, let me even ask you before we go further, what's your reaction to the news that, you know, there have been calls for resignation of Kayode Egbetokun from different quarters, and now we're finally seeing him resign. What do you make of this development?
Yeah, I mean, for the past over a year now, since appointed as the IGP, we personally, and by we, I mean our party, the African Action Congress, and our movement, the Take It Back movement, we've been calling him illegal IGP because he was not even supposed to be IGP, because as at the time he was appointed, he was supposed to have retired. And it was on that basis we've been referring to him as illegal IGP. So Egbetokun was not supposed to be the IGP to start with. So this one are wrong. And, you know, let me state it categorically here. That what they are calling resignation now, it was a forced resignation because it has dawned on the Tinubu government that Egbetogun is actually staining them more than any other person in that administration. So they had to let him go. But to keep his dignity intact, that's what why they revert to this as a voluntary resignation due to family reasons. But it was actually a forced resignation. They advised him to resign. And that's the fact. But then we have been calling for his resignation removal for over a year now.
All right, Ismail, let's talk about something else, right? There have been concerns in some quarters that DIG Frank Kumba was overlooked, and then Assistant Inspector General Tunji Disu was now picked as the acting IGP to replace the outgone IGP Egbetokun. Are you impressed with the selection the president has made?
About this government. But there is a fact to this matter, actually, because since 1999, whenever successive presidents are appointing the Inspector General of Police, it has always happened that they overlook the DIG to go for AIG. It has happened, and this is not the first time. Obasanjo did it, Yaradua did it. So there was a precedent. So this is not the first time this is happening. But other than that, whether Mba was appointed, whether it's Disu that has been appointed, it changes nothing. The system, the whole architecture of the police system must be overhauled. Because whether it's Egbetokun, whether it's Disu, we don't have any iota of hope in this institution whatsoever. This same, because, since Egbetokun was resigned earlier today and Disu was appointed, in some quarters, a lot of people have been celebrating, a lot of people have been jubilating and all that. But I keep telling people, wait, this is a premature jubilation. This same Disu was a CP in Rivers State when that unconstitutionality was happening there, when Wike was holding a whole state to ransom. Disu was the one that he was using in that state. During NSAS in Lagos, Disu was the head of a unit of police in Lagos. And we all know what police did to NSAS protesters in Lagos. So none of these guys can be trusted, whether it's Disu, whether it's Mba. So I don't have any impression about them. I'm not impressed whether it's Disu that was appointed or Mba. I'm not impressed whatsoever. They are all the same.
Yeah, but can you quickly speak to the fact that some people are alluding to nepotism, that the president also picked a Southwesterner instead of a Southeasterner? Do you think this is a case of nepotism?
They all do that. I mean, during Obasanjo's time, he was also appointing Southwesterners too. During Yaradua time, he was appointing Southeasterners, right? During Jonathan's time, he was appointing Northerners. And during this Tinubu's, he's appointing Southwesterners. So they all do these things. So it is not new. They are still stuck in trade. So we don't really care about these things. They all do it.
Okay, let's move on to something else. The federal government has dismissed reports claiming that the ransom was paid or militant commanders released to secure the freedom of school children abducted from St. Mary's Boarding School in Naija State. Of course, I'm sure you remember this particular story where a number of children were abducted by kidnappers or bandits from Niger State, and there was a lot about it. And now the federal government is coming to say that these allegations of ransom being paid are false and they're not true. What do you make of it? Why do we? Of course, these children were released. Nobody got to know anything about nobody saw or heard anything about the abductees and the abductors rather. And then now the federal government is coming to say that no release was paid and they are denying the fact that the allegations are being made of release being paid, of ransom being paid. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, whenever the government or the police or the army are denying anything, better know that this thing is actually true. About a year ago, no, not even up to a year ago, some months ago, when the news of the military coup broke broke out, the government denied vehemently. But months later, they released another statement, stating that it did happen, and they've been arresting people involved, right? So when this government is denying any claim or any news out there, you better believe it is true. And even away from that, if terrorists or kidnappers kidnap you, rescue these people, it has to be either of two things. It has to be that you pay ransom to rescue those people, or you annihilate these kidnappers and you took them out to rescue these people. If this later was the case, then we should see bodies of these kidnappers. Or if you arrested them, we should see their faces, right? But we don't see that. It then means that it was the second option, which is payment of ransom. If you want to deny the allegation that you are not paying ransom, then let us see what you have done. Let us see the faces of these kidnappers, or let us see their bodies if you have taken them out. But you can't show us all of that. It then means only one thing: you are paying ransom. And that's the fact. If they want to deny that, they should deny it with solid evidences. What did you do? How did you take these people? How did you rescue these victims? How did you rescue them?
That's a billion-dollar question. Well, the former Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El-Rufai, has been one of the strongest proponents, really, of this narrative that there's the payment of ransom by the federal government. But Nasir El-Rufai is in the news for another reason today. He has asked the court to quash charges filed against him by the Department of State Services, describing the case as incompetent and an abuse of court processes. He's also saying, the search of his home in Abuja was also unacceptable, and he's asking for payments and, and all of that. What do you make of this whole case?
Yeah, someone like Nasir El-Rufai, when he was governor, I think I said this some days ago, when he was governor, everything they are doing to him today, he has done it to a lot of people as well. Yeah? Stephen Kevas is still there. Kevas is also charging Nasir El-Rufai to court again now, and is demanding a lot of millions from him as well in a lawsuit, right? So if there are people who have violated human rights abuse the most as when they were in power, Nasir El-Rufai will be top 3 of those people, right? But then it doesn't now take away the fact that whatever they are doing to him, fundamental rights must also be protected, right? I even heard that his nose was bleeding. Nobody should go through that in disguise of torture or anything. If he has done anything wrong, prosecute him, don't persecute him. And, that's our conclusion. And if El-Rufai feel like his rights has been violated, of course, it is within his own right to approach the court and, ask for his human right to be protected by the court. So it is within his rights. But whatever happened, it is still a family affair within the ruling class. We don't really have interest in that.
Okay, let's move on to a new development. A former Labour Party governorship candidate, Olumide Akpata, and his running mates and supporters, they have officially joined the African Democratic Congress in Edo State. On one hand, I want to talk about that. And then also, while this was going on, or just afterwards, after the ceremony, there was an attack in that same premises, and of course, an attack also on Peter Obi. What do you make of all this development?
Speaking on the attack, when the news broke out, our party also put out a statement almost immediately that everybody must condemn this attack. If at all there's any doing, it is to protect the remaining unbroken parts of this our democracy. And, everybody must be allowed, right, to participate in the political space. Whether they are trying to form a coalition, whether they are trying to hold a meeting, they should be allowed, right, to do their thing without any form of violence against them. And we condemn these acts of barbarism in totality, even though it is against people that we don't agree with. We must, all condemn this. And, the governor of Edo State, Obebolo, must be held accountable for this nonsense acts of violence, political violence in Edo State. And on Monday, the defectees, this is what they do all the time. After 2027 now, and the games did not favor them again, they will look for another coalition or another party to defect to. Like trading stock for all these bourgeoisie politicians. We doesn't struck us as any form of surprise at all. But this is why we are different. We don't move around. We are not political harlots, so we don't move around like that. Because most of them, they are not they are not playing any ideological politics. So it is anywhere beleface politics they are playing. Because if you are grounded ideologically, it will be very difficult for you to move around from one political party to another. But all these guys, they wake up PDP, they sleep APC. Next morning they are back to ADC. So that's how they move. Tomorrow they might leave ADC again.
Yeah, finally, before we let you go, the federal government has announced plans to relocate fingers D and E of Terminal 1 of Muritala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, following Monday's fire to allow for demolition of the affected areas. For starters, I hope you were not affected in any way, because there was alarm across board yesterday in Lagos over the fires. Secondly, what do you make of this, though? Remember how last year huge amounts was budgeted for the, should I say, renovation of just one wing of the Muritala International Airport? Based on what is happening and the way the aviation minister is speedily ensuring that things are brought back to the way they're supposed to be, how would you rate him, Festus Keyamo? He's, him being the Minister of Aviation, would you say he's been doing well so far?
He's not doing anything well. In fact, thanks for asking. I was actually not in Lagos when this happened earlier today. Well, it's also to point to the fact that it is high time we stop just accepting all these incidents all the time. They are becoming too many. Right? There should be consequences, because I'm very sure that most of these fire incidents, they are occasioned by events that can be mitigated against, that can be avoided. It's mostly negligence or incapability of some staffs that, right? So there must be thorough investigation into all of these things. Public infrastructure cannot just be raised down by fire all the time. And is done, the source of these incidents are not known. And it keeps on happening all the time, right? It keeps happening all the time because we believe that we will just budget another billions, another millions for this infrastructure, year in, year out, right? Whereas we keep complaining that the government is broke, this one doesn't have money, So there must be something we have to do to make sure that all these incidents stop happening occasionally like this. It's high time. And, this is also what we say about all these people. Whether it's Festus Keyamo or any of, as far as I am concerned, I'm not seeing any spectacular increase. Flight delay is still a thing. Everything that we've been complaining about in our airports are still there. So we've not seen any improvement whatsoever since Keyamo assumed this position. So, this is what it is.
Okay, thank you very much, Ismail. Thank you for being a part of the News Hour.
Yeah, thank you for having me again today.
Yeah. We've been speaking with Ismail Oludare. He is a member of Take It Back movement. We now move on to the foreign scene. Leaders of the Group of Seven have reaffirmed their unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and right to exist. In a statement marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion, the G7 also expressed support for President Donald Trump's effort to initiate a peace process and bring the parties to direct talks. They emphasized Europe's key role, noting that a lasting peace can only be achieved through good faith negotiations between Ukraine and Russia.
Meanwhile, Ukraine has dismissed as absurd Russian claims that it sought nuclear weapons with help from Britain and France. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Hurley Tiki accused Russia of recycling baseless allegations and called on the international community to reject what he described as dirty information bombs. Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service alleged without evidence that Britain and France were secretly supplying Ukraine with nuclear weapons parts and technology.
Still on the foreign scene, at least 22 persons have died in floods and landslides after heavy rains hit Brazil's southeastern state of Minas Gerais on Tuesday. The state fire department confirmed 16 deaths in Fora and 6 in Uber, about 110 kilometers away. President Luiz da Silva offered condolences on X, pledging humanitarian assistance, support for displaced people, and aid for reconstruction. In Juiz de Fora, around 440 people have been displaced, schools have been closed, and specialized teams are searching for missing residents. The government has declared a state of calamity to speed up relief efforts.
Well, in business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria has cut the monetary policy rate by 50 basis points, bringing it down to 26.5% from 27%. The decision was announced after the 304th meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee in Abuja by CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso, with 11 members in attendance. The MPC said the rate cut reflects sustained improvements in key macroeconomic indicators, particularly inflation, which declined for the 11th consecutive months to 15.1% in January 2026. Other policy rates were maintained, including the cash reserve ratio at 45% for commercial banks, 16% for merchant banks, and a liquidity ratio of 30%. The committee emphasized that while inflationary pressures are rising, maintaining these parameters ensures financial stability. The MPR cut marks the lowest benchmark rate since May 2024, when it stood at 26.25%.
Away from that, the Nigerian Oil Share Index posted its first loss of the week on February 24, 2026, dropping 1,779 points to close at 194,484.6. This marks a pullback from the previous session's close of 196,263.6, slipping below the 196,000 and 195,000 psychological levels. Despite the decline, trading activity remained strong, with 1.13 billion shares exchanged, slightly down from 1.29 billion on the previous day. Market capitalization fell below the 125 trillion naira mark, closing at 124.8 trillion across 72,218 deals. As a result, market momentum turned bearish, with year-to-date returns dropping from 26.12% to 24.98%.
Well, in sports news, FIFA says it is closely monitoring the ongoing cartel violence in Mexico, which is set to co-host this summer's World Cup. The Jalisco New Generation drug cartel has clashed with the Mexican military, blocked roads, and burned vehicles in retaliation for the killing of its leader, Nemesio Conventis, also known as El Mencho, in a military operation. The violence, which started in Jalisco state, has spread to at least a dozen other regions, with videos showing gunmen on patrol and smoke rising over cities. At least 25 National Guard officers were killed in the first 24 hours after El Mencho's death. Guadalajara, the capital of Jalisco, is scheduled to host 4 World Cup matches, while 5 will be held in Mexico City and 4 in Monterrey. A FIFA spokesperson said the organization is in constant communication with local authorities.
Still in sport, Paris Saint-Germain defender Achraf Hakimi is set to face trial over an allegation of rape. A woman has accused the Morocco captain of assaulting her at his Paris home in 2023 when she was 24. A preliminary investigation was opened by the Nateri Public Prosecutor's Office in March 2023. No trial date has been set, but Hakimi's lawyer said they await the proceedings with determination and resolve to ensure justice is served.
Well, in the world of entertainment, singer Ahmed Ololade, popularly known as Asake, has become the most streamed artist of all time on Spotify in Nigeria. The streaming giant released the top 5 artists in the country to mark 5 years of operation, with Asake leading the list, followed by Wizkid, Sheyi Vibes, Burna Boy, and Davido. Asake also tops the most streamed songs list with Remember at #1. Other top tracks include Ayamaf and Fireboy's Dilla, Davido's Awolowo, Wizkid's Kese, and Ashake's Lonely at the top. Nigerian songs also dominate Spotify Kenya, led by Ruja's Ashiwaju and Ira Star's Rush, while in Ghana, Odumodu Black featuring Black Sherif tops with Woto Woto Seasoning, followed by Ashake's Lonely at the top.
Still in the world of entertainment, the Nigerian Film Corporation has signed a memorandum of understanding with Berlin's Arsenal Institute for Film and Video Art and Switzerland's Cinematic sues to digitalize Kuba Nabana, one of Nigeria's vintage films. NCF's Director of Public Affairs, Brian Etuk, confirms the deal in a statement made available to newsmen in Abuja. Speaking at the MOU signing in Lucerne, Switzerland, NCF Managing Director Ali Nuhu described the partnership as strategic, calling it a milestone in transforming the corporation's role as Nigeria's official repository for audiovisual content. Kuba Nabana, produced in 1992 by Brendan Shehu and directed by the late Adamu Halilu, is a classic northern Nigerian cultural feature based on Umaru Danjuma Katsina's acclaimed novel. The story follows Zaliha, a schoolgirl seduced by a wealthy businessman in a cautionary tale of exploitation and lost innocence. Its Hausa title reflects the rich storytelling traditions of Nigeria's film industry.
And that's the size of our package today. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that President Tinubu has accepted Egbetokun's resignation, appoints Disu as acting IGP.
Also, federal government denies ransom payment in Niger school kids release.
El-Rufai files motion to dismiss the SS case, seeks 2 billion naira compensation.
APC extends deadline for form sales.
Former Labour Party candidate Akpata joins ADC in Edo, and chaos erupts.
Federal government to relocate MMIA terminal ahead of demolition.
Well, on the foreign scene, G7 leaders reaffirm support for Ukraine.
In business, CBN lowers interest rates to 26.5%.
Well, in sports news, FIFA alert as cartel violence hits Mexico before World Cup.
And in the world of entertainment, Asake tops Spotify Nigeria as most streamed artist. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. You witness news happening near you. We want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814 606 4057. Can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto.
And I am Vivian Uguche. Thank you for watching.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Is Africa News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence.
Good morning and welcome to VOP This Morning. It's a Wednesday edition of the program, and a lot has happened. A lot happened yesterday